I can't. But when they see us, we stand. We never lead till we end, lead till we champ. Once we log in games, we lit the squadron. Ballin', dodging, these news they hit, we got 'em. Falling, groveling, so we lit in any room, server or camp. But when they see us, we stand. We never lead till we end, lead till we champ. Speed them advance. We do we think for them when we in it, we kill it and leaving no chance to hell reclaim. That's not how we move in the wheel of games. Ultimate gamers and still the change, shaking the industry. Plenty she's winning our team, we some killing bees, killing these news while they still we replenish. We load our artillery, hold the hostility, boosting these trophies we win. We in it all line on the grind, opposition and misery. Leaking they dwell, call us the winners cause we never fail. This is the team that's making a wave on the streams, growing and hanging below. Ultimate endgamers league a million degrees, and this is where gamers go pro.
Said that you were there for me, whoa, where you at now? Spin it till I'm dizzy, I get busy till I black out. You throwing stones from a glass house, never feared a thing, I'm a king, I don't back down. Said that you were there for me, whoa, where you at now? Spin it till I'm dizzy, I get busy till I black out. You throwing stones from a glass house, never feared a thing, I'm a king, I don't back down. Fuck the ruckus, I get buckets with the knees. Better duck, I tap the budget for a fee. No questions when I step into the lead. Man of the hour, power forward like Embiid. I lost a couple homies, had to take some time to grieve. Now I'm straight, gotta get it out the gate. Go ahead and fill my plate up. Cleaning makeup off the other pillow when I wake up. Her glasses down to tell her she don't see it when you shade her. When you hear him talking down, does it faze ya? Spend my time inside a booth going crazy. Like, have you heard the latest? Shattering the earth, groundbreaking while I'm faded. Said that you were there for me, bro, where you at now? Spinning till I'm dizzy, I get busy till I black out. You throwing stones from my glass house, never feel the thing, I'm a king, I don't back down. Said that you were there for me, whoa, where you at now? Spin it till I'm dizzy, I get busy till I black out. You throwing stones from a glass house, never feared a thing, I'm a king, I don't back down. Said that you were there for me, whoa, where you at now? Spin it till I'm dizzy, I get busy till I black out. You throwing stones from a glass house, never feared a thing, I'm a king, I don't back down.
What is going on, everybody? Welcome back to
happy
another
Black History Month.
Black History Month. Yes, it is amazing. And in this beautiful Black History Month, we are here in the UEL. I'm joined with the illustrious Rex.
And I'm joined by the illustrious Strix.
Hey, and we are getting into bots, ghosts.
we're seeing something that we haven't really seen from the bots at all this season. A proper lineup.
Yes, also I was gonna say Scans and Silver for the first time.
Yeah.
That as well. So
Tekken's on the wheel. All right. We're back now.
hey, I've been hearing the family's been climbing the ladder, so I hope we get some Tekken today,
Hey, but on the opposite side, we don't have Dev Syndicate, which in this matchup, do you think it's a good thing or a bad thing? Because we have seen him. Dev is an amazing player. I'm gonna start by saying that Dev is an amazing fighter, but we've seen him not put up the numbers versus some of these fighter-heavy teams. Do you think that was a purposeful not having him in? Like, we're going up against probably at least 4 or 5 fighters today.
When we get an RPS, Hydro versus Billy.
We can't even see Billy because he's all right.
And Billy takes it, so we will see here if the bots elect to take that first game or if they choose to put it back on the wheel. But to answer your question, I personally think that this is an intentional move. I think they kind of realized in their most recent matchup that maybe electing to try to go into we're going to opt into every fighter.
Yeah.
It might be smarter to say, look at the Connors and the Rads.
And Rocket League.
The bots might actually play this. Do you know how much the bots experience is on?
So I know that Billy's not bad.
Okay.
And neither is Scans. Now I know that they've beaten teams that were presumed to be better than them by opting to go a certain game mode. So I'm curious to see what their strategy is, because I don't even know if they'd have the strategy of we're just gonna play out whatever game and it doesn't matter, or if it's one of those, hey, let's go ahead and respill that win, because at the end of the day, the game is still on the wheel after this.
Yes.
And we've seen times where the ghosts have respawned it and the game came up the second game.
Yes.
But we've seen times where it's been respun.
And it looks like Billy elects for that respin.
Madden.
Billy couldn't ask for a better role, to be very honest. Of all games that Billy would want to see in the sports category, Madden is the one that...
From one sports game to another.
Hey, do you think the Ghost Rage quit this time?
I mean, they don't have cutters on their team.
True. He's moved other places, and maybe they're able to pull out a win here. I think that's one of the small things I'm also looking on that dev point you brought up. Maybe they elect to say, hey, if we attack the shooting sports parts of the wheel heavy and then maybe contest in some of the other categories, we can find a win here, versus kind of saying like, hey, Dev, we're going to bring you in. Yeah, it'll be Dev, LJ, and Hydro looking to contest the bots and fighting games.
But that's still...
It's not a guarantee. It's nowhere near a guarantee to where...
Well, we got to look at the fighters that's on the wheel, right? So, Tekken 8, we have to assume that that's going to be a bot's favorite game. Then we looking at DBZ, another one that's probably a little bit bot's favorite.
Yeah.
Street Fighter 6, unless the Ghosts have really put it together lately, we've seen Billy go through what we presume to be really good players. DNF probably goes to the Ghost. What other games? Guilty Gear.
I think that funny thing is
a contention.
Guilty Gear with Dev here, I think is Ghost favored. Without Dev, it will be, to me, the better chip. Does Mordecai or LJ know that chip matchup better? Or in this case, because who does Billy play in Guilty Gear? So we're looking at pretty much a mirror between him and Hydro and LJ and Mordecai of chips and Nagos.
So with
who can tilt that?
Dev being such a good fighter, he can help contest in some of them. But like, Dev isn't a slack in some of these other games that people don't assume, because you know how the league is. You're a fighter. You only play fighters.
Your primary category is your identity.
Yeah. So he's not bad at a lot of the other categories. But where does, like, his replacement, how much value would they add over him? And his replacement in this match looks like his Zack Attack. So what does Zack Attack bring that that Dev doesn't bring?
I know that, like, one of the big things about Zack Attack, and you can find it over actually on the UEL website, where he did his interview and he talks about his ability to strategize, and obviously being a strategist at his core, but finding those ways to win and really playing a mental battle with his opponents. And in a game against Billy,
so we have Hydro and OG. So what's really interesting is they opted to run Zack Attack over Exile, and Exile is actually in the building, I believe. Exile is one of the, from what I hear, I don't think I've seen him play, or if I have, it's been so many rookies that's hard to keep track of certain ones. Is that sports games, right? Like, he's really big into sports games.
I talked with him actually in our matchup against him, he hadn't had the chance to be able to play like FIFA or some
Yeah.
of those sports games that he wanted to yet.
And this would be a perfect instance to be able to have him in, because now you're having Hydro, Mr. OG in, and that's one thing that we've seen from the Ghost in the past, in this season, is that they have to lean heavily on OG and Hydro for too many games, and then whether they win or lose, now we're looking at LJ, what's his name, Zack Attack, and then 3 rookies having to go in against Silver, Scance, and Mordecai with whatever game's next, right? So their lack of depth in certain areas is what's going to potentially matter in some of these close games. Because it's not the big contested games, right? Like, say Dev was here, it's not going to be the Guilty Gears that determine who wins this. It's going to be the Wreck Fest. It's going to be those other games.
Yeah, and I really like that and am agreeing, because I look right now and one of the high posts of the Ghost, funnily enough, have been Rad and Connor in those shooters especially. But just in general, the rookie stepping up in the shooter category to bolster that strength and find them their wins. And it looks like we're swapping on over here.
Okay, so we got to figure out who.
The Ravens versus the Ravens. We will tell you here right now. So we're going to kick off, and we will see exactly who's playing here. Billy's
CTR. Okay. Ooh, I think.
Who do you think is favored in CTR?
I think it's a bot favorite.
But looking at Billy overall in Madden, would you say that obviously Hydro has played Billy? He understands kind of how Billy likes to play Madden. Do you think this is going to be a battle of support for who's able to get more help? Because I would assume both Billy and Hydro have played enough with each other to know who's winning, who's losing, who's on top, who's not. And like, who do you look at, LaBomba or OG, to maybe provide that extra little bump to get them over the hill?
I want to say LaBomba just because we've seen him more in a situation. I don't know how much OG has practiced this on the side. And the fact that you opt to put him over LJ, I don't know. It's hard to really, because if they had somebody else on that team that we knew played like that, and they decided to put OG in over that person, then that will make more. Then that will be a little bit more of an indicator. But because we don't really know how well anybody else on the Ghost play, it's kind of a hard thing to really quantify.
Definitely makes sense. So we saw one of the two teams has clearly wanting to go into the depth chart, make a few changes, make some adjustments. Do you think that has moved the needle on their strategy or what they're trying to attempt to do? If you're in that situation, what are you paying attention to?
That's an interception. So here's how I feel. Is that there's skill in knowing the strategy and like the schematic stuff, and it's strategy in executing it.
Okay.
Right? Like, I can change a player out here and there, but then that's part of the knowledge base, right? Like, but then there's also executing it, right? Because some of these changes, they may have looked online real quick and be like, oh, I need to do this, and then have never touched the game other than that.
So right now we're looking at the bots with the ball here. See a quick play going off.
And it's a fumble. All right, so
not what you want to see from a first play. We've almost had 2 turnovers in 2 plays. Already jumping into this Madden gameplay.
But the big thing right now for the bots, especially if the bots can really kill some time here, is that they can really they can steal possession here, and they can go to the first half, in the second half, having scored without the Ghost score, right? Because then at that end of the day, they'll have the ball back, right, in the second half. So if they can score here, whether it be a touchdown or a field goal, and let the Ghost potentially either not touch the ball or don't touch the ball with enough time to really get down the field. Because it's hard, right? They threw a pick on the first play, but there's so many things like that could have just been a oopsie daisy, and then yep, okay, ooh,
Nice play action.
and Billy really likes those crosses right there, but he's down at the first and go. At this point, I expect to see him slow it down a little bit, but let's see if Billy just wants to go for the jugular. And for those who don't remember, Billy is undefeated in Madden.
That's a wild statistics to know, like how long Madden's been on the wheel and how many different players and teams he's had
He's
to have
not
run into.
undefeated in League of Legends, but he's undefeated in Madden.
I don't know which one of those is the more surprising statistic of the two.
Is Billy at the question I have is Billy at as good at Madden as he is Stark? The world wants to know.
I cannot give you that information. I don't know that one. You know what? No, I'm going to give you the answer. People are willing to play Madden against Billy.
Maybe Billy's just messing with him.
That would be terrifying. If Billy all of a sudden is like, all right, cool, let me start playing, and just drops like 50 points in 3-minute quarters, and you're like, oh no. This would be the absolute worst thing. So it looks like this should be a bot score, right? The bots are probably going to go up here. Billy, known for playing...
whether it's a touchdown or a field goal.
Yeah.
I mean, we've seen Billy make mistakes at times, and maybe a red zone interception would be huge, but I don't see it. And it's smart. He's using that as that blocker. So what he did was he rolled out. You had that guy running across running across the flat essentially. What he did was he used him as a blocker. He positioned himself in a way that either you have to take the runner, which is the quarterback, or you have to stay on the receiver. And in that situation, you always take the high man. It's hard. It puts a lot of stress. Lamar Jackson himself puts a lot of stress on the defense.
And it looked like he could have gone off the edge there and just gone straight into the touchdown, but ends up running into his blockers there.
So I'm curious to see if he just decides to take the points. Honestly, if I'm here, I'm waiting until the second quarter to call a play.
Just burn as much time. Billy is known for playing the clock in Madden. Love it or hate it, he's always managing the clock in such a way that he is able to, get the most out of it. They are going for it here on fourth down. I think this is a pretty smart decision. You kind of were given this first drive being really close to your opponent's goal line with that interception coming out super early on. And so these will be kind of free points, and funnily enough, beyond those free points, remember, they did kick off, so they'll get the ball at half as well. Yeah. So in 3 minutes, they know they're going to, worst case, have the ball back in their possession.
And even if the Ghost score a touchdown, right, they still kind of have the advantage in a little bit of an instant because, they're down 4, but they get the ball back in the second half. So then to match that, the Ghost would have to score again in the second half, depending, right? Like the Ghost could play shutdown defense from here on out and just ball out on offense.
So I want to bring this up because getting into it, something that in that first drive that I think might surprise some people, and I want to get your insight on, is OG is actually playing quarterback for the Ghost.
I think so. There's this thinking behind it, right?
Mm-hmm.
So maybe it's one of those things that if they're going to run like a simplified offense, where it's like you're going to have to be making it's either simple passes or run. I could see it. Just because it's like, okay, we're not going to ask you to make any, we're not going to ask you to do anything complicated, right? We're going to ask you to make those easy passes, those easy reads, and then we're going to run the ball. Maybe they believe that, with them running the ball, more Hydro will be the better, running back because there's something to be said for having field vision, when you're running the ball, and maybe they feel like, but we see it now.
That's one of those more unfortunate situations where, in this case for the Ghost, they almost picked up a fumble themselves on that first play from the bots and were unable to do so. And this looks like
interception.
A good job stopping the bleeding, is looking to take it back and get a little bit more space.
If he beats that, man.
Nice drop. That was a really nice job and a good job stopping any potential runaway with the game from the bots.
Because if the bots did anything, field goal, anything, that was And what we talked about earlier, where we can see at times Billy makes mistakes.
Yeah.
And then when you get to that red zone, the field condenses. So we'll see. And that's a.
I was nervous because he almost got the
break on it, but
yeah, and it ends up being
a 2-yard gain. It was a safe pass, but that's probably what we want to see. We're probably going to see the field kind of condensed. I don't see them running a lot of deep routes here. Just short, quick stuff, running the ball.
And that vision that you were kind of talking about there, I think, coming into play, I think it also shows a little bit of power and maybe some flexibility from the Ghost, because conventionally people aren't looking at Mr. OG maybe as that top-tier sports player, but the ability to go in and, you know, they can trust him to
So here or 37, they're doing one or two things. They're either running a screen or they are banking on somebody being open in the flats.
Okay. Get the 2-minute warning
so
out.
I imagine we're going to see one of those. I can't see OG taking a shot here unless somebody's like remarkably open, because you can do stuff like directional passing where you kind of lead the pass to the outside, and that helps depending on how the coverage is. All right, but let's see what we have here.
Right, here we go.
And
A hit. It's luckily no interceptions, no more turnovers. Both these teams, I think, are going to try to play this second half of the game as clean as possible. But it definitely is kind of, in my opinion, terrifying to see just how many close calls both teams have already had. So it's a 4th and 7. Do you just punt it away here?
yeah, because at this point, if you're the Ghost, your job is to, like, you want this to be a low-scoring game if you're the Ghost, and you want to minimize risk. So, based on how we've seen them play, that should be their game plan, is to minimize risk, so you don't take unnecessary risk. So what you're going to do is you're going to hope you get the stop on defense. Maybe you get the ball back in the second half, and at some point you get a touchdown on field goal.
Basically, as long as this game remains within 3 points, neither team has like a guaranteed win, especially if you can get control of that last possession. Right?
But that's what the bots want to do. The bots are going to want to not have the chance to have the Ghost have the ball back, get a touchdown, get a field goal, get any kind of points here, and that puts a lot of stress on them, right? Because then that opens up how the Ghosts have to play. The Ghosts at that point are going to have to play a more Air Coryell style type offense, where they're going to have to be airing the ball out. They can't play at the pace that they want to play at.
It is definitely one of those
And he's probably going to pass the A right there. But okay, yep. And you see that he's going a lot on these crossing routes.
We mentioned like Billy managing clock really well, because everybody knows the infamous. He's held people in a game for literally as long as he wants to, but I think it speaks to the idea of like Billy, once he's in the driver's seat.
And it's a single high safety. I wonder if he takes a shot here.
Billy, once he's in control, is really good at saying, I'm going to put you in a bad situation, and if you can figure your way out,
Go
fine.
for it. If not,
but I'm not going to give you an easy time. And so now we're almost done with the second quarter. If he can get this first down, he can probably get to the 2-minute warning in the fourth quarter, and then look at the Ghost.
I want to see him take a shot here.
Nice defense there coming out of the Ghost to stop that possible first down, putting the bots on a 3rd and 10.
And now for the defense, a little bit easier. You just have to protect the first down line. Because like on 1st and 2nd, you can maybe go for 4 or 5 yard, make the yardage more manageable. But Billy's really he's either not been able to get the pass off, or it's been incomplete.
Here we go, looking for another pass. Is he able to find?
No, oh my!
Wait, rough pass. Is that caught?
No.
4th and 10. The receiver isn't able to stay in bounds. So here we go, going into that, going in with this minute to go.
Just punt the ball.
Yeah.
And the Ghosts have a shot here to kind of get things going. Maybe start off with like something like a screen. Start with a screen, something simple, something that can still potentially get a lot of yardage. But at the same time, you kind of have to know how to let your plays develop.
So Are you going for a shot, knowing you have 54 seconds left in the first half? Are you just going for
I'm taking
a few small plays into a big
I'm
play?
taking a screen here.
Okay.
Or I'm taking either screen on something short. And he tries to run with it. And yes, Lamar is a great running quarterback, or mobile quarterback. But you have to know, like, you just have to know when to run, where to run, like where your gaps are. So we'll see if they're able to do anything with the possession, because the bots have as much as the Ghosts have made mistakes, the bots have given them opportunity to come back into this. And it's
It seems like that both teams aren't scared of taking risks here. They're not worried about, possibly getting those turnovers. But it's that slowly, like, it's the trap kind of closing in here. Billy got his 3 points off of the first turnover we saw this game. And now we're kind of sitting in a world where the Ghosts are feeling that pressure that you mentioned before to be like, all right, cool. We need to get a score on the board somewhere. So at least this game is even going into the second half. We have a run play. Good job seeing the outside edge, getting a small gain, but they aren't able to.
That was, if I imagine, that was just to force the bots to burn another timeout. And if I'm the bots, I'm just taking shots here. Honestly, I'm running 4 deep, because with them running single high safety like they've been, somebody's getting blown up. But let's see how far he's able to get back here.
Ooh, nice move. Unfortunately, his teammate kind of helped knock him down there.
But if he can get a solid 30-something yards here, you could probably at least get
a field goal
attempt. Yeah.
And 30 seconds is plenty of time. 4 downs, 30 seconds. You have plenty of time to kind of get a little bit of positioning to at least put a few more points on the board before we go into.
Potentially, but we've seen both teams kind of squander chances they've had to kind of.
You mentioned going for that big play. We've seen a couple of interceptions already.
But they're running 2 safeties deep, like a cover 2, which is going to be to prevent stuff like that. But
a nice pass, getting a lot of yardage. Think one more play doesn't even need to be that big, can really set them up for, like you said, for that field goal.
No, they just need to. I mean, honestly, they could probably have at least more than that if they have a play that they catch a ball, they get out of bounds. Let's see what they opt to do here.
Let's see. So once again, you're still probably going to the air here?
Yeah.
Okay.
100%. Okay. This strategy, I've seen teams do it where they run a delayed handoff, but I don't see that happening here. Oh, that's a
nice pick.
All right.
Nice job jumping on the route.
And the Ghosts have all their timeouts, I believe, still.
So they can now start taking that chance, knowing that, hey, I got 20 seconds left, get in field goal range, tie this up going into the half.
And they're at the where? Yeah, that's a 50. So they're closer than what the bots were.
And so, what, 1 or 2 good plays, maybe?
But they have Justin Tucker. They just need to probably get to the 40. Depending on how good of a kicker they are.
Ooh, a rough. Looks like a breakdown in communication there. Maybe what the play was and what the intent was.
And they're not calling time out. They could have had at least one more play.
And now they kind of just have to throw it up.
Well, they have to call. Nope, they're not going to call a timeout. So that was a. Wait, and what I was talking about, where you could kind of have a draw play, delayed handoff, where they can throw the defense off, because a lot of times the defense is just going to be playing looking for the pass, so they're a little bit lighter in the box. You can steal 10 yards there, call a timeout, get another quick play, and then be in that field goal range. Because they started it off at the 50.
So I want to ask you about the mental game, because I know you mentioned like setting your focus. This was on last night's game. For those that haven't checked it out, please definitely go ahead on over to YouTube, Twitch, watch the VOD of that as well. But both teams set their focus. Do you think in a scenario where both teams can kind of see what the other is looking at, does that play into the mind games or the mental game of how you approach that kind of last night?
So here's the thing. From what we've seen from both of these teams, I don't think they're going to really make any real adjustments. I think Billy's going to run his game, and if you stop him, you stop him. If you don't, then he's just going to keep doing it. And that's going to be a young play. And this is what they need, right? Long run plays, chew up some of this clock. Don't allow because you could win the game right here. The Ghost could never get the chance to touch the ball again.
If you just make sure you're getting those 10 yards, and then another 30 seconds runs down because of the play clock over and over again, it's really easy here. Because after this play, right, we should, if this is another first down, hit the 2-minute warning.
Well, no, this is 2-minute warning isn't until the fourth quarter. Yeah. All right. But so it's weird because they don't need just straight 10-yard runs every time. Like, it would be beneficial, right? Score a touchdown whenever you can. But at the same time, it's like if you're just getting 10 yards every time, you're going to get a touchdown, and they're still going to get a chance to get the ball back. Obviously, take the touchdown over everything. But they can really milk the clock here, and it looks like they're going to pass the A. And
once again, good yardage gain.
Same kind of play. They're not really stopping it.
So if you're Hydro here, because again, I'm looking at the Ghost to say Hydro's probably the stronger sports player from what we've seen.
Yeah.
Historically. Are you the one that's going to be saying, hey, maybe we switch to this defense? He's using this passing option.
I mean, honestly, if you take control of a middle linebacker, and kind of have them drop back a little bit more than they are, because they're not running the ball like that. Take control of one of those linebackers, drop them down a little bit, and get one of those crosses as they're coming through. But
look, after some of the fumbles, that scared me for a second. That scared me for a second because we've already seen a couple of times now where just that getting hit when maybe you could have just run out. But very clearly, obviously, Billy wants the clock to stay running.
It's kind of funny because Lamar is really good about ball protection, so him fumbling that earlier was a little
abnormal.
Yeah.
Okay.
Pitch play, yep. But good job containing that.
Now, are they in range at the 47 for a field goal, would you say? Is it risk? I think it's a riskier play, but
no, you
what do
don't.
you think?
You don't.
You just punt this away and just reset?
Yeah, because at this point, it's a field possession battle, and you punt it here and you don't get it, you're giving a Ghost 20-something yards until they have to, maybe not even that, until they get into the range of field goal. And honestly, with how the field goals work, for you to get the longer ones, you have to angle it down a little bit, which leads to potentially blocked field goal. We've seen it close to happening in a blocked field goal. It's essentially points on the board that's going to happen here, but they're doing a smart job of just punting the ball away. I feel like if this was later in the game and the game had already been decided, like say this was like game 20 and the score didn't matter, I think we see a little bit more tomfoolery, but this is the first game.
Yeah, it feels like a very muted first game. Sometimes we get those games where the first game is kind of like sets the tone for the entire match. And this one seems like both teams aren't taking a huge risk. My guess there, when I was looking at the clock as well, just take us into the fourth quarter, and now we as a team, the Ghost can.
There was barely any yards by anybody.
Hard-fought game. that's the best thing. They're both
good question for the chat. Good defense or bad offense?
Let the chat let us know. Let us know which one you're looking at. So the Ghost here should, and I'm coming to you. All right, we're sitting down playing Madden. I'm looking at you like, all right. So is our game plan to try to burn
this is our game plan
to burn 3 minutes, as much of that as possible, score, and then force that risky option. Almost flip Billy's strategy back on him to say, we're going to put you in the box.
Well,
let's see if you can get
honestly, you want to lead them as little time as possible, but you still want to get that touchdown because the bots really haven't shown in this game, right? And maybe Billy's just a little bit off. They haven't shown the ability. That's an interception. That should be but they really haven't shown, and they're going to attack the corners on the side. A little bit risky, but they haven't really shown the ability to really go down the field. So this is a big call because it's like, do you trust yourself to get the ball back? You trust yourself to get the ball back with enough time, and it doesn't seem like they do. So,
I definitely understand.
This should functionally be game if they don't get it, unless the bot somehow messed up hard. But that's an interception. That's a pick six.
And that should be a pick six. A really, I think, aggressive option to pick off of the play there.
Well, it's one of those things that you knew that they were probably going to try to do. The safest thing that could get them, they weren't going to take another shot deep. So you had these cornerbacks just sitting on these routes.
And even so, a 10-point deficit, because we saw, remember, like the first play of the first 3 possessions were almost turnovers. So there is no reason that this game is over anywhere near at this point. But it's very difficult to say because I think that pressure.
We haven't seen enough from
either team.
Like if this score was like 35 to 45 right now, yeah, I feel comfortable with potentially that team that down 10 at that point. But when the score is 10-0, it's kind of hard to.
And this is where I want to call into attention the decision to put Mr. OG on quarterback, because the rough part is you mentioned how like it lets a Hydra have vision, and if he gets the ball to be able to dictate a lot more of what's happening.
That's an interception.
But in these pressure situations, having a less experienced player on quarterback, when you need to be throwing the ball, when you need those big to move the chains by huge margins, sets up situations like this where it's just, hey, you're in a room right now with other Madden players that are really well accustomed in a role that's really difficult for you to.
Well, I also don't like the Ravens pick for them here, right? I feel like if you want to incorporate that kind of offense, you click the 49ers. A much worse quarterback than Lamar Jackson, but you're also relying less on a quarterback. You're just trying to get the ball into your hands of your playmakers and just kind of let them run with it, like the Christian McCaffrey, right? The George Kittles. You're trying to get into those type of players' hands. But I mean, I think if they want to run that type of offense, you just pick the 49ers.
Yeah, and I think OG, has done for the expectations. I think coming into the game, I think OG has done fine. Yeah, it's the issue here is that, as you mentioned before, Billy hasn't lost Madden before. Billy is known to be a strong Madden player. The bots, of all the sports games to roll against them, this is not the one that you want to have to go into.
Oh, wait, I'm so dumb. Rocket League. I forgot about Mr. OG. So, like, he would have been available, so it would have been kind of OG, yeah. I think that was 100% a ghost one. It'd be real cool to see a fake right here. It'd be really... Nope, no fake.
And I will say, one big thing for me is I always like to look at lineups, because I think the numbers of lineups is one of those unexplored things in UEL. For people that don't know, you're allowed to play 1 to 7 people, as the bots at the beginning of the season. 3-man can't go dummy.
Hey, T.O. Wolf.
Yes, and T.O. Wolf, obviously, as well. But this is one of those situations where I came in today when I saw that the Ghosts were running 7 into the 5-man. Now, the bots are known for the 5. Yeah. This is something that they've done now for seasons. It worried me, and what we already know coming off of this, OG, yes, Connor, we know is supposed to be like a top-level Rocket League player. But having someone like OG in a situation where you can have 2 great players versus 1 will always be big, and them unfortunately running 7 means that, hey, you can get up to 4 people in Rocket League, and one of them can't be OG.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, that's... And then, okay, so that is them still...
I think they kind of know where the game is. And so the goal
I'm going shotgun, and I'm chucking that thing down the field at this point.
You can either just, hey, I'm going to take the coin flip every single time, and if it lands on heads one time and I get a score, great, I might be back in the game. I might just be back in the game. Let's see. All right, go ahead and grab the ball. Let's see what we can do. All right, calling an audible. They're looking to maybe change up the play a little bit.
The middle of the field is going to be open, which is where you probably don't want to attack anyway, because that's waste time. You want to attack the outside, but the bots are going to try and make sure that they don't get anything deep.
Here we go.
And that's a sack.
And a good player-controlled sack there, where the user recognized the opportunity, maybe some tendencies from Mr. OG.
Well, because at this point, the Ravens pass rushers can play with their ears pinned back. They
Mhm.
know that they're going to have to essentially run the ball or pass the ball, right? So they're probably also going to, if they want deeper routes, they're going to have to wait for those routes to develop.
Here we go for another play.
And that's an interception. Oh well. That.
Once again, just Billy's game plan running to a T.
Yeah.
He put that pressure on with that first field goal and kept the pressure up throughout the game.
That first field goal was everything.
And was able to just force those errors and ultimately take home a Madden game and give his team the early lead, and another interception coming out here.
That's to be a touchdown. And despite the score, this was not a
blowout.
Yeah. Like, it ended up being a blowout, but what we talked about earlier, well, we've talked about this multiple times on screen now. They're going for 2. They want 21.
I'll say, it's one of those games that, hilariously enough, happened, I believe, last weekend, where you look at the game and you're like, oh, this is really close. And then you look back and you're like, wait, what happened? What changed?
Because so when you start getting down in certain games, you have to play a little bit different. Your game plan changes. And that's what happens in Madden.
Billy. Okay, this is the patented Billy the Goat mind games that will exist in the UEL. Once what ends up happening is Billy starts going for mental damage, and it's just a matter of I'm gonna do this thing. And you're just like, all right, can I just get out of the game? Can we just move on to Rocket League? Can this be over with and be done with? But I think the Ghosts look composed today. I think that they're ready to take that fight. Running forward, I think kind of just saying, all right, well, let's end the game. Let's move on.
No, I think they won it. Wow. So it looks like right at this point, the Ghosts have 5 total yards. They have 10 rushing yards. Think about that for a second. They have 5 total yards, and 10 of those are rushing yards.
So they've gone backwards, is what you're telling me.
-5 passing yards.
Yeah. Rough game.
But CTR's next.
Yeah. See, Rocket League is next.
No, CTR.
And for everybody just joining us, we are here at the UEL. We are a little bit different. We won a multi-genre gaming competition for $100,000. 4-hour matches, and 2 of these teams are competing, and the first points are on the board for the bots.
And so we are now on to CTR. I imagine we're going to see maybe Silver and Scants here. So from what I heard last week, the Ghost said Zack Attack said they practiced this a little bit for 2 days leading up to the last game. And they said that LJ and Dev were the worst 2 to go in for it. I imagine OG is probably the person you want the most in there. But I did hear our lovely head of production, Polo, saying Rad top 5. So, I mean...
And that's a statement. For those who don't know, Polo is...
I don't know if he's being facetious.
That's the big thing. I didn't
Polo's
know that
joking.
as well.
Yeah.
I don't know which way it falls, but for Polo to make that statement...
Joking. He was... But...
Are you sure that he was joking? You never know.
But Polo is friends with Rad, and Polo is really good at CTR, so I'm sure he's been showing him some pointers. I just
want to bring back Rad in Fortnite. Everybody was like, "Oh, okay, Rad's good. How good is he?" Dougie's before. Look, when you shoot, edit, Dougie, edit, shoot, and you do it just repeatedly and just kill somebody, I'm like, yeah, cool, that's just what I do. I'm not going to doubt the skill here. It looks like Rad is going in, so we will get an answer to it along with Zack Attack.
And Silver and Scants, like I thought, were going in.
Okay, once again, sibling. I love the sibling energy. You always bring a sibling energy into it. Kart races are the games where sibling energy.
Well, I know Silver and Scants aren't bad at the game, and so we'll see how the Ghosts look at this game right now. And there goes Hollywood, an enjoyer of CTR.
So for you, would you say this will be a good measure of Rad's skill? If he's able to come in and maybe dominate, would you put maybe some more credence towards Polo maybe being a little bit serious?
So whether he wins or he loses, you can still kind of tell with a skill. CTR is a relatively easy game to see where somebody's skill lies, whether they win or they lose, because we'll just look at the mechanical skills. Items can mess people up and such, but you can tell pretty easily um how good. So it looks like the top ones are gonna be the Ghost. Top right is gonna be Rad. We're probably gonna be looking at top left is gonna be Zack Attack. And I've seen Zack Attack play. I think they're gonna be relying on Rad here.
Okay.
And then
They did have the choice here to put some money in.
Yeah, bottom left is gonna be Silver, bottom right is gonna be Scamp.
Here we go, we get another arrow roll.
Top right. Right? I mean, he doesn't look.
He clearly understands the mechanics of the game.
So bottom left is
Tekken 8 for the next roll.
So Silver and Scamp's probably gonna be going right back in.
Yep, and it's a good game to help get that reset as well. That I know that the Ghost are
bottom right, so top right and top left. So the Ghosts are in third and fourth right now. Let's see what they do, because if they use the mask first and then they should use, if there's no communication, use the mask first, so you don't so your teammate can use that and without having to worry about
harming you.
Yeah. So top left right now is Zack. So it looks like he is doing well right now.
So Rex, for the people at home that might not necessarily know, how do we run CTO here?
So it's a 2v2. Obviously 2 people from each team. It's a cup. So, 4 races. It goes based off of points at the end, right? So 9 points for first place, 6 for second, 3 for third, 1 for fourth place. And at the end, whoever has the most points, whatever team has the most points, wins.
It looks like Rad is also starting to find his rhythm, is able to start hitting these shortcuts and is able to start just consistently hitting these boosts, has put himself back up and forth, giving his team control of the game once again. And is in first, yes, and is trying to pull away, gets hit there by a blue shell. I believe right here at the end, is he able to maybe clutch it out and get the win? They're coming around the turn.
All right, let's see what we have here. Oh,
a nice bomb for him to take first in the race and ensure that his team has this early lead. The first place finishes end up mattering a lot if you are a solo player being super strong.
And I want to say this is probably the Ghost choice in maps. So we'll see how they end up doing. So we have next. So what was the place? Do you remember? So first and fourth.
It was first and fourth, yes, for the Ghost. So the Ghost once again are looking for another first place finish here. Now, the thing that I will point out, and I know you have a lot of experience, even just teaching early on.
You have to hold that item to break open the shortcut. It might be the only shortcut I want to say that requires an item, and you want to hold on to that. Nobody has the item to break open the door right now. Let's see. Nope, still nobody has that item, so that shortcut.
And Rad gets hit with 2 back-to-back projectiles, falling down in the third.
First and second look like they are the.
Yes, and then the bottom right here we have first place. Now looking very clean from Scance coming out and just kind of taking control. He does hit.
And you have to jump, yep.
It does look like Rad is eating these power-ups every single time I glance back up there to that top right screen.
And who's bottom left? It looks like Silver had an item to help protect them. Nobody at this point has an item to open up that door. But you can still drift when you're like this.
Let's see. The game isn't too far apart.
Yeah.
Sometimes we get into these situations where somebody pulls significantly far ahead, but does.
You can open up that door. You just have to. Yep. And so that's the first time we've seen that.
And that puts him right behind the leaders. He's back in this race, still able to make sure that his team gets those extra few points.
And honestly, right now, who's Scance, you have to hold on to that item. You have to kind of look and see who has AoE type of power up that can, like the clock, the orb. So let's see, third. So it's going back and forth. All it takes is one little thing for Rad to really take over. But Rad can use that to open up the door, and that should put him right in first.
Does he know this though? If he went by the door, I don't think he's aware of that.
You can just use it to shoot. Now, hear me out. If Zack Attack is able to get like a clock or something, and they can combine that clock with that, they could take first place, but it doesn't look like he's able.
He's going to have to hit it here. It's going to come down to what item he lands on here.
And And it looks like first and second go to the box. So it's going to be hard now because now you're relying upon Zack Attack. Before it was fine. You could, if Rad was able to get first place every time. But now you're relying on Rad to get first place. Now you're relying on Rad to get first place and also for Zack Attack to get something other than fourth.
And it is even harder because you almost need that second place finish because both the bots finish first, second.
Yeah.
So you need not just like a third finish, second place finish is really what you need to put yourself back on track.
So let's see who knows the shortcut and then decide like if they can have a good grasp of how to hit it. Because the last time I remember the bot playing CTR, well, Silver, there's a shortcut right here that they kept missing. That bomb, if that bomb blows up, it'll hit everybody around them. So looks like is Rat. Nope, nobody goes for the shortcut.
I think for the most part, the bots are starting to realize that Rad is good at the game, but they might have the experience to be a little bit more comfortable than he is.
Well, they realize that they just have to go up. They're essentially going up really only against Rad at this point. But it looks like bots are first and second, and bots have a really powerful item sitting there, so we'll see if anybody passes them up what he elects to do.
And the big thing here coming up
there's
is
a shortcut on the left. I don't think first place has enough speed to hit it. Neither one has enough speed to hit it, and Rad is not going to get to that point. So they just have to play the race out. There's little shortcuts you can do here and there. If I'm Zack, I'm shooting that item off, and I'm trying to cycle through items because you can't contest anything with the item that you have right now. You're not going to be able to hit anybody. You're not going to be able to support your team member.
I think the big thing here as well is, unlike the end of that last race, we're seeing this gap start to widen. Once again, you talked about how comfortable and how much experience Silver and Scans do have on this game, and it seems like as the races have gone on, that's starting to shine through a little bit more because this gap is widening to a pretty big level, and it's...
Well, the thing is, the maps have become a little bit more... not basic, right?
Yes.
Because those first two maps are pretty basic, so that leaves less room for expression of talent. So let's see what we have here, and I believe this is gonna...
And a good set of boost from Rad. Like, Rad is still trying his best to find maybe an opportunity, maybe there's a mistake to get back in, but already being there at the finish line, they're looking to finish up the race. It was Tekken.
Tekken, yes. Okay, so Silver and Scans right back in. And the benefit of having that 5-man lineup because they wouldn't be available if they were running 7. Because
is it one of them? Because it should have been.
Oh wait, yeah.
2 for Madden.
So both they can both go.
Okay, they both can go back in.
But if Madden, if they ran 2 more people, then they wouldn't be able to.
Exactly. It's one of those things of where the 7-man, I think being aware of your opponent and what team they may be running is super important here. Because looking at what's coming up.
And Coco Park, this is a very basic map. I showed you this actually yesterday. There is a little bit of a shortcut coming up here on the left. Obviously preferable to have speed, but you can use the speed to kind of just jump through there. And you can drift while you're in the air if you start to drift while you're still on the ground.
And Rad taking out an early lead, showing that he knows that shortcut that you were just mentioning.
And honestly, at this point, if you're Silver and Scans, you have to start cycling through items. It's going to be hard, especially if you're not hitting that shortcut. But what we need here is Zack Attack. If Rad is able to get an item that can protect him, like a bubble or a Uka mask, that'll go big for him. Because it's not... Right now, it's not about Rad catching up. It's about Zack Attack.
Finding this 3rd place finish, 2nd place finish to keep these points close enough to hopefully off of a win here if Rad maintains first to maybe go ahead and take a W.
Yeah, and then that's going to... All right.
Nice job dodging the potion.
Yeah, so like you see right now Rad is shining a little bit more on the more simplistic map.
Yeah.
And so them having map control, you can start drifting here.
Ooh, a little bit of a slowdown. This should let the bots catch up a little bit. The gap has shortened a little bit from where he was able to hit that.
But it looks this could be a
finish.
1st place finish for the Ghost, assuming that nothing crazy happens. Like I said, the boss really need to start cycling through items.
And there we go. Rad with another 1st place finish, shortly finished there by Scans coming across the finish line. We see Silver pulling up, and Zack Attack coming up in fourth.
And despite them losing, this is what we needed from the Ghost rookies. Is we didn't need it like for you need less games where you have to have Hydro, Dev, LJ, OG, and you need more games where your first option would be what's it called, Rad or Connor. Now, unfortunate, we're talking about the lineup. We're not going to see OG, and we're not going to see.
We know the Ghost lineup because they have 7. It's going to be Connor Mystical, and LJ Skirtle Girl. Going into the option here of the bots to basically say
Silver and Scants. Go ahead.
Silver and Scants, and their 5th should be Mordecai, who
the third.
Their 3rd.
Yeah.
And just Mordecai
good at Tekken
fighting
7.
games. Just fighting games. Just in general, Mordecai is one of those reliable players in the UEO when it comes to fighting games that you can just assume that he is at bare minimum an above average player that knows his way around the game and knows and understands the mechanics. I am happy, like you mentioned, we did get a little bit of that teasing this morning from Polo about having taught Rad. And I think Rad already kind of proved himself to say, hey, against some of those maybe less experienced teams especially, he's already competing with those players.
And they don't have their, I would say OG will be the second to him. So like putting those two together might make a little bit of a difference.
Because he took 2 of those first place races, which is a huge step to say like, hey, in this situation, we ran into 2 people that on some of those more complicated technical maps, they were able to use their experience to help them get those wins. But a lot of people have to realize now, like, hey, don't just assume that, they're rookies.
Yeah.
They don't play CTR.
So this is certainly going to be interesting. I mean, like I said, that's what we need to see from the rookies. Like I stated, is those games that we don't need to see OG or Hydro in for.
I think right now we know, and I look specifically at Connor and Rad a lot. Mystical also had a great performance in their Wolves matchup. But the rookies do threaten games. Like a lot of teams have already taken note and they've been spoken about very highly with the Ghost rookies. It is about expanding that coverage because a lot of us know, and you've been here longer than I have, that a lot of people come in being great at
a handful of games,
especially within your genre. If you are a shooter like the Ghost Star, we expect that.
Yeah.
But to see you come out and perform in something like CTR, especially of all racers, CTR, it's like,
okay, that's something to keep note of.
That's to me that first spark of, okay, you got the end gamer in you.
Yeah.
You have the ability to cover all of these different genres and start to perform really, really well.
Yeah.
And the bots went ahead and took CTR.
They were just adding up the points.
We just always add up points just to be safe. That first and second place finish on those middle 2 races, helping them edge out that victory. But again, the bots, I think, maybe weren't expecting that level of challenge coming out in CTR, just thinking that, hey, it's a pretty free win.
Because especially if you watched them the last time we saw the Ghost play, it wasn't quite to that level.
Yeah, and
they would have won. I think with that lineup performing at that, they would have won.
I'm looking back at it, knowing like if Rad's in for CTR, we got to be aware and be prepared. I do have to give them credit. And Zack Attack, I think you can see that he has the mechanics down. Maybe just a few more reps can help him also elevate that level.
It's about consistency.
Yeah. It's one of those, CTR is also one of those games. So like we said, we knew these lineups pretty much coming in.
Yeah.
Of note here, I want to give a shout out to Silver here on the board. Silver, over on his Instagram, go ahead and check him out. He posted that he was the 17th best Lars in the world. So I'm definitely have some high expectations here for what he's able to do.
Yeah, I don't think the Ghost let them play it. Because you know Silver wanted to be the first person to get a sweep in Tekken. Like a proper, like, I don't think he, like, not losing.
Oh, you mean like be first player and then just not lose any rounds? I'm just saying that man Poe.
Did Poe go all the way through?
He had a reverse sweep. I think the Phantoms, he
Rocket
did it on
League.
the Brian.
Yep, and this is what you want
Rocket League.
So I say, imagine we got at least OG and Connor in. Now, how many people they decide to send in is going to be interesting. I think the bot send 3, get a reset, and call it a day.
Do you send 4 here as the Ghost, hoping for a full reset next?
I think if Hydro and LJ aren't part of those 4, then I think you send 4 just to get you back on a reset quicker. I think potentially.
I'm gonna say Mr. OG, Connor, Mystical, Zack Attack.
Okay.
How would you feel about that lineup possibly going in? Because you have Rad in case another shooter comes up like Fortnite.
Imagine Fortnite roll up and he's not available.
It would be
tragic.
It would definitely be tragic. You have LJ for the Guilty Gears, the DNFs. That could possibly pull up as well.
Yeah.
And then Hydro covers those sports games, UFC, and some of those the fighters as well. So you have like this pretty wide coverage. And in a strategy situation, we know that Zach is probably a coach here for like Yu-Gi-Oh to be able to help with those as well. Pokemon. So I expect them to I think that would be safe. And knowing that you have your two best players in, you can make sure to cut the lead before it gets any bigger.
Yeah. You need to stop the bleeding here. You can't lose a game that you come in expecting to win, especially being down 3-0, right?
Yeah, I think 3 is always that number where afterwards you start to get a little bit worried.
Apprehensive.
Once you're at 3, you're like, you can I can come back from 3 in 15, 20 minutes, depending on the games, right? Once you start getting to 4 or 5, you're like, okay, now I need my roles. And I need them in the right order. Not in this case, because we're not playing StarCraft against Billy. But StarCraft and League are both 15-minute games. I would love those games, but there are moments where I'm like, I have half an hour left on the clock and I need some wins. I can't go for that.
This is a really pivotal game for the Ghosts because, one, the Ghosts still feel like they have the potential to maybe win their division, but with them already losing to the Reapers and the Cobras, 2 teams in the division, this is huge because this is also another conference game, right?
Yes.
Even if you don't get the first seed, you probably want seed within a certain range, a higher ranked seed. You don't want to be the 4th or 5th seed.
For those that maybe haven't seen, because it's a divisional game, yes, if you are right now, if playoffs started today, whoever is in that 4th or 5th seed, you play a match against your opponent in the 4th or 5th, and then your next opponent is going to be the Reapers. And
how
these
the standings are right now.
Yes. And that means our 2-time champion is who you're meeting game 1. And I can promise you teams are trying to duck that matchup as long as possible. Save the final boss, maybe to another level.
Who did the bots lose to?
The bots lost to the Reapers, in fact. Okay. They had an early lead in the first few games, and then in the second half, we kind of saw the Reapers return to what is the expected standard and form of them, and end up taking the game. On the flip side, the Ghost beat the Wolves in a pretty hard-fought game. I will give credit; they were running, I think, 5 rookies that game.
Yeah, it was something like that. It was OG and Hydro, and then 5 rookies,
and they managed to go ahead and pull out a win. So both of these teams haven't had an easy road. And something to keep in mind is the bots, because of weather, did get their match against Eclipse,
moved back.
Just took down the Reapers, moved back to later in the season. So both teams I think you are reaching for a win. And here we are getting into
the lineup we have is Silver, Mordecai, Billy, Labama versus Rad, Zack Attack, Mr. OG, and Con.
No, okay, so we're doing a 3v4. So this is one of those things of maybe they decided that Mr. OG should be enough to go ahead and handle it himself, and they don't necessarily need that extra help. We got Silver here on the bots van. Like the Mystery Machine, the squad is together, all riding for the win.
So General Rick, that would be on the Ghost side. All right.
Let's see, here we go, boom. And we're taking it back here. Mr. OG going up. And once again, this shows why they are confident to play a 3v4 here. Mr. OG is actively flying on everyone else. Everyone else is on the ground just looking at Mr. OG float up in the air. A nice set to the middle. No one's able to finish it up. The bots kind of do all seem to be competing for the ball. King of Fighters, 15, coming up next.
And the only person that will be out will be Silver.
I'm actually interested. I want to see where the bots are in KOF. I want to see where the bots are in KOF.
Without that goat, Paku.
Yeah. I just want to see, got to find out. The happily here, one we saw during the Cobras game, actually.
Oh, looks like a few bots actually, went up in the air, contested.
That was a great opportunity here. But lineups are looking, I think, pretty good for the Ghost also going into that next game with the people that they would have let out. A nice shot from General Rick, putting it down, putting it in for...
Is General Rick Zack Attack?
Oh, that's what I'm looking at. it might just be.
Is Zack Attack that guy?
I think this is one of those games that I've always looked at the Ghosts as like a team that have a lot of pride in their skills as
Oh.
players. And so a game like Rocket League to me feels right up their alley, where they can really show just how good they are. And we're looking here at the desktop. But here we go.
Let's see if
Silver
he-
back on defense. Got the van ready to
Let's see
go.
if he's going to contest that.
Nice
Oh, no.
defense.
Whew, that was dangerous.
For a second there, the angle looked a little
like
bit.
it was going to bounce back in
Mhm.
anyways.
Nice job flipping it out. This is only a 2-point lead, and Rocket League points can be scored fairly quickly. So I'm looking here to see, are you able to go ahead and contest that? Nice job sending it back the other way, and now they're starting to look for plays. But the Ghosts are relentless. They are not
Pushing.
letting
With three
any
people.
opportunities. Nice job going up. You finally get it off of your side of the pitch, but guess what? It's right back in there, going right in front of the goal.
And it just
Let's see,
took
are we able to get it ahead and get it? And Mr. OG.
I know that. So I know that's OG for a fact. So
Mega Matt with the shot going in. Nice job from OG. Once again showing. And this is pretty,
convincing win.
yeah, it's
So
showing
far.
that, hey, they have people that play Rocket League. They sent 3 before in, so you can tell they didn't feel threatened. And so far, that looks like a great decision. Good job, it looks like, right there to
Oh.
clear it and send it back.
Oh, but
Cuts
good job.
across.
Yeah, keeping it out of go.
The big bus. Sending it back the other way.
I mean, it looks like some people on the box at least have some sort of aerial presence.
And the nice setup there coming from General Rick to Mecha Matt. You'll see a good bit of dribbling here and a willingness to just stop, let the ball go forward, play a little bit of defense on the possible stop, and the bots just aren't able to get in front of the ball in time.
All right, so let's see what we have going on here.
See, are they able to make a play here? Okay.
At least get some points.
Is this did we get to that point now where it's like,
I mean,
look,
it's possible to still win. Like, I mean,
but you're like at the very least get a point on the board. You
Yeah.
don't ever want to get goose egg. And I think that like this could be the exact moment that the Ghost want to get like this first win, knowing that they're going into something like KOF where they have a couple of their fighting game players available. It's definitely a winnable situation.
Yeah.
See, nobody's able to touch the ball there. I want to see which team manages to get control of it a little bit quicker. And here we go. We see Mr. OG setting it directly in front of the goal. It goes over, goes wide, but is already ready to play off of that turn and come back.
It looks like somebody got demoed.
General Rick said, I'm done with it. PC3, out my way. Mordecai, no more playing the game.
All right. So about a minute left, and barring a great comeback, this is going to be a Ghost victory. So and it's this crazy thing about how much better they could be because
Yes.
they don't have Connor in.
And that's the big thing is like in their last game against the Cobras, Connor played kind of the more defensive, safe, muted role the entire game, which tells me that he kind of understood the situations where he needed to go in, where he needed to maybe make a play. So it leaves me with a strong understanding that they have people that play this game. They know when they need to be on the attack, know when they need to maybe leave somebody back on defense, and
do
they
the
feel
flippy dippy.
yeah, and they feel completely comfortable having 3 people going on the attack. But you see here, this leaves them open to an attack opportunity from the bots. The bots still trying to keep the ball up. They're just looking for that one score. It's back in the open field.
This could be go for okay.
No, he managed to have the boost. So got to beat it back around, but it's right in the middle of the front of their goal. No one from the Ghosts were able to make it
But
5-0.
Looks like it's a goose egg unless they can keep that ball up.
And there we go.
So we are on the board for the Ghost first win.
in Rocket League. That's a really good game as well, I
And
think,
the
to win.
game that they skipped that first that just happened to roll right on back.
Yes. Now, KOF, I wanted to bring this up. This shows the smartness in leaving leaving Skater Girl and Hydro out. 2 of their go-to fighters, especially in this matchup, that are going to be necessary for this fight.
So who do you leave as anchor? Oh, so they did send Connor and his Rad is mad. Okay.
So it looks like Connor went in instead of Rad, which I'm going to guess then General Rick maybe
Was Rad? Oh,
was Connor.
Yeah.
Because I was assuming that was Rad, but I think good team play overall. Everybody kind of did their job, was helping out in some ways. Great play from the Ghost shows they have a strong fundamental understanding of the game, and you can always work from there. Fundamentals in a team that has a bunch of rookies is something I always pay attention to.
Yeah.
You have to learn how to walk before you can run. But looking at KOF, I'm looking at Hydro and LJ to come in, and you pick one of the rookies to go in here.
Who would you send in? Who do you think would be a stronger anchor if you had to anchor one of these?
Rad.
Right?
I think Rad has proven that almost any shooter that rolls on that wheel, he can almost solo carry by himself against
against
even the good teams. Even against the Reapers, they were able to challenge them in some of those shooters
because of him.
Because of just his strength alone. And I think that puts you in a position where when you're talking about the Reapers, the Eclipse, even the Ghost historically have always been a strong shooter team. It's one of the things that people have always tied to them. As
XM, Cutters, some of the people that were on the team.
Yes.
They really think about.
They always have a strong lineup and are able to contest here. Now, this is going directly from PC to console. If y'all are wondering, that setup timer is how quickly they have to get the game loaded up and set up. And I'm looking once again at the experienced players here, the Hydros, the LJs. Y'all were setting up KOF. KOF isn't difficult to set up. You just got to get everybody in.
Neither one of y'all were in the game, and you didn't necessarily need to be there to coach.
And you also know that you're playing this game.
Yeah.
Like, this is one of those things that if I'm Hydro or LJ, one of the two of them knows they're at the bare minimum going in.
Yeah.
So you gotta be
gonna be a
getting this
forfeit
all
from
set
the
up.
Ghost. Yep.
I don't know.
So they probably don't send. They don't probably send Hydro in. Then I think you send. I think you send in everybody else.
I wanna dive into this for a second because like, if you don't fight KOF, and maybe again we mentioned Paku and we mentioned Mordecai. We know Mordecai is good. Billy is always above average. La Bamba is also always above average. Scance is above average. The bots are a strong fighting game team.
Here's what I would say. I think Scance is the best fighter in other stuff. Oh, Fortnite.
And exactly what we were talking about. Fortnite graces us with its presence. Now, do the bots play this?
I think they play it.
Billy doesn't really forfeit games unless like time or the situation dictates it.
But I think back to Scance. I think Scance has the best coverage of all the fighting game people outside of fighting games.
Okay.
And that's my opinion.
No, I think that's fair. Like, it was funny. I was having this conversation talking about all three of the brothers.
Thompson brothers.
And I was like, I feel like all of them have skills outside of fighting games. And where Scance shines of the three is he is the most proficient in the most
stuff
categories and games in those categories of the three.
And then you see somebody like Scarlet who comes out and impresses us a lot in F1. Now we know that he's been getting better, that he's decent, but that was a really good showing from him in F1 the other day. Against the Eclipse.
Yeah, and I will say, like right now, if I'm looking at these lineups, if I'm gonna parallel two players, I think historically Hydro and Scance have filled similar roles of they are reliably the person you can anchor, and if they go in,
they're not going to look like idiots.
They're going to be above it. They're going to be to the standard of UEL.
Yeah.
And yeah, there could be situations where you can tell, okay, this might not be one of the games they've spent the most time on.
But they spent time on these
Exactly. Games. And that's where I'm looking at it now to say, okay, I may be a little bit sad that I don't get to see KOF today because I love me some KOF, but you've helped me also kind of realize, okay, makes sense why we're not
playing these fighters.
Wow, yeah. Especially again, we mentioned Dev not being here. Dev is one of those players that we all know are.
So I have a question for you. So you're not playing King of Fighters and Tekken, right? Tekken was an obvious one, right? Tekken kind of was like, okay, well, makes sense for them not to play. Silver and Scance are available. King of Fighters was a little bit, I don't want to say puzzling, but King of Fighters was more of a canary in a coal mine, as in it really showed us, right? Because it's like, if they keep forcing fighters that they're obviously not going to win, then they feel like they're not going to win King of Fighters. I think the fighter that they have the most comfort with will probably be Smash. So what games...
Are we going just fighters? Or just games?
No, like what games do they forfeit? Because I imagine they've already forfeited Tekken, so that was on their list. They forfeited King of Fighters. I imagine StarCraft is on their list.
Guaranteed.
League of Legends has to be on that list.
It's really interesting because I think for whatever reason, that's a game that teams believe they can beat the bots in.
Because they like, and I'm sure there was miscommunication and everything, but the Ghost did lose against the Wolves last time out, and then
Yeah.
like comparing the Wolves to the bots in League of Legends is really unfair. So I wonder if they've straightened themselves out or
But
if they anticipate.
but on that flip side, I think the Ghost managed to beat the Reapers in League, if I remember correctly.
So, and that's what I want to know is where their heads at, because there has to be certain games. That
So
they're just like,
that's where my confusion comes in, right? If you're saying Tekken and KOF were forfeiting, as a fighting game player, you're going to let LJ play DNF. DNF, LJ should historically has been the best DNF player in the room. Guilty Gear,
Mama's up there too, though.
yeah,
That would be
I
fun to
agree.
watch.
I just grappler, any grappler, you got to have godlike reads, and I have to see you on the day to know where you're going to be. Looking at those other games, they may be forfeiting. You mentioned StarCraft. You don't play StarCraft against Billy other than to see where you're at.
Yeah.
Because I always make the joke to people that Billy has never actually had to play StarCraft seriously in the league. He is having fun, he could be on the commentary desk with us with his computer right here. Something like, oh yeah, I'm doing this and blah, blah, yeah. Oh yeah, they're doing this. Yeah, it'll be whatever. That is the level of StarCraft that he is at. It is just
because they've used 2 timeouts. Granted, 1 hour has gone by, but like, I just want to know where they see themselves.
And remember, we only have 5 forfeits. So you've used 2 and used them on 2 fighting games. Now, again,
DBZ could possibly be up there.
Yeah, because like,
and then you also have to consider bad rotation, because there's gonna be certain games that if you have some of these rookies and you don't want them to play regardless.
Now, like, with your last 3 rotations, with one having to be StarCraft, like, you just have to. Like, this is not me. Because here's the worst thing. If, to people out there in the league, I'm saying this right now, if you think it's bad in Madden, if you put Billy in StarCraft and let him decide when the game ends,
it's going to be all day.
You will be here until it's like, all right, cool, I got to go to the back.
Or if the match is over, let's go ahead and patch it up.
He will be able to dictate that, knowing he can end it in 5 minutes or 30 minutes. And that's where I'm like, you have to hold that. You do not give that level of control over
StarCraft, yeah.
So I'm looking like, what other 2 games? Because the fighter category, you have kind of already said, like, we're kind of giving this up.
So, like, Guilty Gear, maybe they play it, but I feel like they only play Guilty Gear if LJ is available. And then that's still a big Street Fighter. I do not see them playing. If they play it, I don't think they...
That's my issue. Is like Street Fighter and Guilty Gear is hard sell for me, because not just because of LJ is or isn't available. LJ plays Chip, and Billy plays Nago. He needs to guess right twice, and you're dead. Game over, man.
And doesn't Mordecai play Chip?
Yeah.
So you have that matchup knowledge.
This is one of those situations where my thought when I saw this lineup and didn't see Dev was legitimately that they're saying, we can give up every fighter today, but if we make it up in shooters, especially, it doesn't matter. Yeah. Those 2 categories are roughly the same in terms of game count. So it's okay to even
balance it out.
Yeah. So, okay, if we lose 8 fighters but win 7 shooters, we just need to win, in this case, Rocket League. We just need to win maybe some sports games, maybe a couple of the strategy games. Both teams are actually, I'm thinking of that right now, both teams are pretty good at Dead by Daylight. I would love to see actually the Dead by Daylight matchup between these 2 teams. I think it'd be pretty fun.
Wait, is that the game that you won? Oh, did they just forfeit the bots?
I think there might be a technical issue. Oh yeah, I guess the bots forfeited. So once again, they found this out. Some of the rookies found this out in our game against them. You get 1 clip. When you put a clip out of somebody, people will not want to be the second one. People will be like, nope, Rad is available. All right, cool. We're going to move on to some Valorant.
Shout out to Cutters for being that clip.
Hey, Cutters, you was a great dance partner for Rad. That man. Body, but guess what?
Valorant.
From one shooter into another, Valorant popping up, and the Ghosts I know are happy regardless of how this lineup plays out.
But I want to say that the bots probably are too. I think they feel comfortable.
They've been showing some really good Valorant play. In fact, looking back at playoffs when XM did show up and come into the building,
did they lose?
XM, they managed to take the Valorant off of them, And everybody was like, well, is it because the bots just started practicing? No, they just look really coordinated. I know Silver's been playing a lot
Yeah,
of the
Silver's
game.
been playing a lot. Sage, I think.
Yeah, and Silver is historically one of those players that be like, okay, shooter Silver
Yeah.
isn't the greatest in, but showing that he's put that time in, this lineup can very easily be scary. And I think
It depends on how good the other people are that have to go in. It's gonna be how good for the Ghosts, how good those have to go in people are.
And we've talked about it, but that means we have to look at those rookies again. The Connors, the Rads, these players that even the Mysticals, the players that have historically they've locked down shooters this season for
I
the
feel
team.
like you're looking more at Mystical though in this situation. I think I remember seeing Connor and Rad play
Mhm.
Valorant, and they're not horrible. Like it's still some basic shooter mechanics, but I don't think Isis is like they're gonna have the same impact in this as they do something like a Fortnite. So I don't know how much time they've been putting into it, but so they did anchor Mystical.
So going in here, this is one of those things that like I kind of agreed with because Hydro and like when you anchor, there's two ways to anchor. You're anchoring because they cover
The
most, but also you're looking at what's left on the wheel and you can kind of protect them from maybe like a weaker area.
Mhm.
And this is not to say that like some of their really veterans, the Ghosts like Hydro need protection.
Yeah.
But I think that with everything that Hydro is balancing,
Yeah.
being a new GM, I think
It's a
that
lot.
he recognizes, all right, I'm not doing great in this area. Maybe it's better to put somebody else in as a veteran here. But we see Hydro, Mr. OG,
Oh yeah, so they definitely did
LJ, Rad, or LJ Connor,
that.
and
Mystical. So it looks like it's gonna be Rad, Mystical, and Rad, Mystical, and Zack attack available.
it's really interesting. We will see. Once again, the bots lineup basically doesn't change because we're going from a 5v.
5-5.
We're going from through a 5-game
Through a
thing to
5v5,
reset
yeah.
their lineup basically to the same state that it was in. This is really interesting. I think we were catching up lineups on lineups chat in case you're wondering exactly what's happening there. You got to remember that we did have the KOF forfeit into the Fortnite forfeit.
And what I want to know is
So that's a what 6-player swing
yeah.
that they kind of have to account for and then still pick their 5 going into the
So it
next
looks like
game.
right now we have Silver going to PC1, Scansa PC2, 3 is Mordecai, 5 so we're gonna skip 4 is Billy, and 6 is La Bamba. So on the opposite side, PC7 is Connor, PC8 is Mystical, PC10 is LJ, PC11 is Hydro, and PC12 is Mr. OG.
All right. Starting with veteran players on the Ghost first, because I think that's the place. Hydra had been working with this game last season and a lot of those areas, so game he's more familiar with. Mr. OG and LJ are both experienced and have solid strength in
yeah.
Valorant and knowledge. I want to see if they play open rosters because I think in a situation you want open rosters.
Well, because like if you look at it, your Valorant people, the ones that play it a lot, are probably a lot better with some of their agents that they choose as opposed to base upgrade. Because,
Also, the bots like to have fun. This is a really small thing, right? The bots like to have fun with some of the other teams. And so they're more willing to be like, yeah, we'll play open rosters. Where some other teams are like, no, we're playing with
it
those
doesn't
base.
look like we have open rosters.
So, sorry, I promised y'all fun. In fact, we are going to be getting the standard base rosters, which here in the league are Jet, Sage, Brimstone, I said LJ Skater, Silva, as well as Phoenix. Now, I will say one good thing about this, though, is a player like LJ Skater Girl does play Silva by default. So it doesn't matter.
Recon.
Yeah, so she will probably have some lineups here. She will have some opportunities to really show
How good she's going.
that, as well as like, hey, I'm playing my main. Maybe you might be a little bit more uncomfortable. We're looking at Connor here on the Phoenix, checking out his knife. I'm looking to see who got skins. Which one of y'all spent money?
Scan
Yep.
equals wins. Hey,
You
there
spent
we
some
go.
money. Okay. You might play this game a little bit. Might play this game just a little bit. So it looks like here we're looking at the Ghost setup for an A site execution.
Did we get the Will Smith for the next game?
No, because we had the FF from Fortnite and we went
Stuff
right
just
into Val.
happened.
Yeah. So we'll be getting that here shortly. So we're gonna see this execute. This is Looking at it, the setup was the Ghost, so it looks like the Ghost picked Ascent, which is really interesting. I feel like the bots have played Ascent almost every single time they look to play. Swing the corner and immediately get dropped by Mordecai. Not able to really make a play off of this, but they're still surging forward to take the site. They look like they're planting the bomb, and they have firm control of the site. So, again,
Apex.
as a duelist, that is your job. You want to get in on site, and they're getting some kills here. They're taking control. There are only 3
got
bots
Flash.
left. But looking at it here, they're both low players. Some good trade kills. LJ's going to have to play a 2v1 here. Just play for bomb. You don't need to do something
And go ahead.
crazy. And Mordecai, once again, he got the first kill and the last kill for the bots on the Phoenix and goes ahead and clutches out a
Good.
win.
Well, I mean, and with it, definitely with it being pistol round, you have no idea how the rest of these are going to play out.
Yes.
Like, I feel, because like it was close for the Ghost there. But, alright, fast walking here.
All right, so we're seeing the same setup before. So we were watching Mordecai again. We saw him get the first frag. He's wanting to play kind of this front side of the B site. He's able to listen out here to see if maybe somebody's on catwalk, which is the other direction near the tree, or here in a main pushing
And
it.
yep, and looks like they're just slow walking. Is somebody gonna come out this way?
He's checking just to make sure. It looks like, in fact, the Ghost wanted to press the other site, but have already kind of gotten pushed back a decent bit. And now we're just kind of playing to see maybe where they can find. They don't want to commit to either side. They get vision. They know somebody is on the other side of this wall. All right, now I'm looking at decision making. Somebody's got to start making some calls and making, like, giving some direction here.
There hasn't been like a whole lot of engagement. Well, as I say that, somebody died.
We see Silver with 2 kills. We saw Mordecai get a kill, and then they were able to trade it back.
And it's gonna be a
Silver with the 3K.
let's go Silver.
He ends up going down, but ultimately, Billy the Goat is still up. There's 1 Ghost left,
And then yep.
and it's such a hard situation to be in to be able to take a win there.
So much damage to them through the wall.
Alright, but yep, we have
And Billy just passing the gun back off to his team before he himself heads back on over to Heaven here on A site. Just going ahead and watching. They very clearly seem very comfortable on this map, and that was very interesting to me. Is I feel like Ascent is a good map for people to kind of learn some of the stuff about Valorant, learn lineups, angles, places to take fights, the different just areas to watch and crosshair placement. But what it also means is teams like the bots have now shown multiple times that they are proficient on this map. And having like a secondary map, especially if it's your setup, to maybe avoid playing on here would be a good thing. Billy holding that doesn't end up taking a challenging gunfight, but is able to call out to his team that people are coming in and are there. He might be able to be seen through that little crack. I don't know if anyone is looking. They realize he's now in under Heaven and trying to do their best, but once again, were we able to use Silver taking damage?
And it looks like right now heavy favorite for the Ghost. And there's 1 person left. Is that the Jet?
And this is Scans here on Scans on
Jet?
Sage. Thank you. The first second it took my brain. My brain had to remember.
Oh, yep, and got that
He
kill. So good on the Ghost. Start to stop the bleeding a little bit.
I like that they chose to go back to that A site, right? They managed to get the plant down last time. They just weren't able to cover the site and didn't win their gunfights. Recognizing that, they kind of say, hey, let's not do because the B execute went far worse. Let's not wait and see what they're going to do. Let's go back to the site that worked. Very clearly, they are realizing, I think, that the bots are on a pretty standard setup. They're not like over indexing like one site.
All right. So,
All right, here we
look
go.
like somebody
Listening.
stand out of- Yep.
La Bamba was basically listening, and if somebody ran through there, he was going to shoot through the wall and possibly get a kill. But this is what I'm saying. Like, they're looking to execute right here once again. This is an operator with Connor sitting on catwalk, trying to see if anybody maybe is going to push out for a cheeky flank. Now starting to rotate towards his team to maybe make a play. Swaps back over here to the Phantom to push in maybe for these closer range engagements. It's a little bit scary to leave an op just kind of sitting out. And now the Ghosts seem to have elected to maybe push up mid to look for another play.
And there's somebody there, a lot more confidence in their play right now.
Yes, and now I'm liking these rotations more. Notice they went back to what worked, and then the bots, they recognized the bots kind of over-index on a response, and Mordecai caught with the fireball in the hand, was waiting to flash that corner, and whoever was on the other side said, nope, Billy has 2 people. Is he able to pick up a kill?
There's a whole squad right there.
Billy got hit with that very simple thing of like, oh, there's 1, there's 2, there's 4. Oh my, okay, who do I shoot first? And ends up going down with 2 people left on the bots. This is really good for the Ghosts going into, they're going to switch sides after this round.
Yep, and now they're going in.
So they could hopefully get a 2-2 round with all left being silver. Now, we did see him get a 3K. He's going to need to pull off the A solo here. And he's unable to do so. So we have 2-2 as we switch sides.
All right, so it looks like, yep. Now we're back to pistol round. Pistol round was last one, or first one by the bots. So we'll see if they're able to recreate that success, and if they're better on offense than they were on defense.
Yes. It was really a good adaptation because I think like the first round we saw really good play out of the Ghost. They did a really great job of executing on site. And in that second round, they almost like they second guessed themselves. And that's where the bots were able to get that 2-point lead. Once they were like, you know what, we're better. Sometimes you just have the confidence to say,
I'm just simply better.
They hit their shots that game. It's not that they are better than me. They just happen in that situation to hit the shot. He's looking to place the wall in case they push out. But here we go. We see the bots are ready to execute. They drop their smokes. They're heading on in. They're able to, are they able to? LJ's able to trade 1 and gets the bomb down there. Billy is down, so now they have to run in, but they're able to trade back through the smite.
3 to 4, right?
Both sides are trying to get in. They're planting the bomb. Scance is down on the Sage. Labamba's able to trade on the Mr. OG. Dingus is able to then trade another kill, and now it's a 2v2. Both teams looking to execute. They didn't manage to shut the door here. So, but when they turn this corner, they got to be ready for a fight. Hydro steps in, is looking for maybe another opportunity, and a good shot from Mystical with the Ghost. You know one more is around. You got to find where he is. Good job checking main. Just keep him off your teammate. Keep him off your teammate. Make sure he can't get that shot, and a good job. The Ghosts go up 3-2. All right, Ghost. Good defensive play there. I think the bots made a few opportunities. Great awareness by LJ to get that kill, probably communicate, hey, they're pushing A, and is able to buy enough time for a team to start to rotate. They get a few good trades in their favor.
Honestly, they just need 2 more rounds here, and it'll be a 1-point game.
Yes.
1 game, 1-point game.
This is going to be the big round. If you're the bots, you want to win this round to give yourself something of an advantage.
Economy, yeah.
You want this to be even. You don't want to have to be winning 2 rounds back-to-back.
3 rounds, really.
Yeah, if you really want to take this game, they're just waiting here. They're listening, okay? That's what we're watching right now. I can tell you right now they're listening. Hydro hears the footsteps, puts up the wall to stop the push. This will give his team a chance to rotate if they absolutely need to, but they are also checking mid. They're repositioning, maybe hoping that the bots...
Looks like somebody's breaking through that, so just wait for the...
And a nice job throwing up smoke. Is anybody going to shoot the dart? Doesn't look like it.
All right, so Silver Dart, so they have an idea where they are.
And a good flash. Is he able to get out of harm's way? He is. Took a little bit of damage on that.
Yeah, they're pushing down to side B.
They're trying to close that door. Is he able to get that kill? The issue here is Hydro might want to swing and do something, but it's really difficult to not die just like he did right there. They're able to trade 1 kill, but they trade it immediately back. It's 3-3 still, so it's going to be a nice ult here coming out of Connor. He flashed around the corner, looks to play, but a good... Sage wall denies the play. This ult ultimately was able to get a little bit of information. Billy is able to trade a kill.
106 jet. Just Sage left.
And I hear Nice is coming out of the bots.
All right, so...
All my nerves are kicking in.
What?
I gotta calm down. I gotta calm down a little bit.
And a good job by the Ghost. They managed to secure that round. I think there was a lot of quick trades, but there was just a realization that, hey, sometimes they hit their shots as well. You can't be mad at your opponent for playing well at the
Yeah.
end of the day.
So you guys know
They're
Hex's
doing
link
what
is not working,
they're
that's okay.
supposed to be doing.
All right, so this is match point for the Ghost. We've
After
seen
being down 2-0.
they figured it out on offense and managed to tie it up, which now means like that defensive situation. This is the round where the Ghost figured it out as well. So I want to go ahead and see if the bots can do the same thing. Is this third round? Okay, you've hit both sites now. You kind of see what their setup is. Can you figure out how to break through? All right, he's looking. This is the newest weapon, and we've seen a lot of players use it as they're trying to get more and more experience, because it is a one-tap with light armor, I believe, to the head, and it still can be to the body a lot of damage.
Nova mid.
Labamba picking up 2 kills. This is really good for the bots if they're looking to turn the tide.
3
Now would be the
kills.
time.
Oh, wait.
But trading back 2 quick ones, it's a 3v2 for the Ghost. And as long as LJ and
Yep, you got him, LJ.
Connor are able to play well off of each other here together, there's no reason that this game is over. Picking up the Vandal.
Nice, good shot.
And LJ just killed Mordecai to even it up. It is a 2v2. This could be it for the Ghost.
Spike playing it, but now they're essentially having to play the...
LJ shooting ult, trying to see if maybe she can tag somebody. So if that tags someone, it does show them for a split second, checking the corners, just being safe. You can tell they play because they're checking a lot of small areas where people could be, but Scance immediately dropping LJ and peeking where your teammate peeked. Scance says, I'm still here. I'm waiting.
I'm just going to go ahead and hold this angle.
I got ultimate this next one.
And drops him down. Both LJ and Connor, they played really well. But like they made that situation be a lot closer, and I can tell, that the bots are probably sweating a little bit. Okay, you can play.
Yeah.
So good.
You can play, you can handle this.
But the Ghosts need this win to get this game closer.
Make the difference between 3-4 versus 2-5.
Yeah. That's back to the 3 points. It's a 2-point swing.
Yes. Always. All right, here we go. Checking out on Cat. He sees nobody mid. They see the arrow checking A. I want to see when they rotate. They're going to have to, where first contact is, I think is going to matter. The bots have favored A, but a good shot from Connor to win that. He's almost out of armor, but is able to heal back up and knows that, hey, somebody was mid. I can just now back up, hold this angle a little bit tighter. We're already up on man advantage. Someone on the bots is going to need to make a play here. They have to find 2 kills if they want to take this game. But I think the Ghost have their composure. They have their setup.
They're like, you won that last round. We're not about to do it again.
Yep. We're in advantage now. Billy, that Madden box, you're in our Valorant box. Okay? Figure it out.
LJ,
So
what was
with
that,
Dart,
LJ
Oh,
with
get
another
the
kill.
kill.
It's 5v3.
oh, very precarious.
And that's with an op. They were holding angles. And here we go. We're going to see it here in a second. The bots are going to have to execute with 30 seconds left. Scance is able to get a kill on the Connor. This gives them access to the A site. Billy jumps in, is going to plant, and then probably immediately run to heaven to try to make a play.
But
But it's
somebody there
taken out.
Heaven.
LJ with the operator.
He should let somebody know. Yep.
Scance did a great job putting up the wall and is now just holding. They're like, hey, if this bomb goes off, we win. I don't have to do anything crazy or wild. They're looking around trying to figure out where the Ghost get a kill. It is
You have to
Mr.
hold it.
OG and LJ Skater
using the
Girl.
Grim ult, and that's why probably to prevent somebody from coming that way, but he has to notice somebody. Did they kill?
Is this enough?
Yeah.
Was this soon enough?
Yeah.
Okay. It's one of those things that are really close. It scared me there for a second when Mr. OG turned around to help with the gunfight. But the Ghost find a victory, bring this game within 1 point, and we're starting to see that teamwork that everyone's been looking for from the Ghost start to show up in both Rocket League and now Valorant.
Yep.
They were
Despite
very
the
much on
loss,
point.
CTR.
Yes. They very much are on point with how they are playing.
So now that we're 5 games, then you want to go over a breakdown of what team won which games?
Yeah, we can go ahead and do that. So we opened up actually with Rocket League, but the bots won RPS and quickly went. Yeah, go ahead, throw that back. We're not doing that
We
right
want
now.
Madden.
Yeah, go ahead. Madden came out, and Billy was Birdman hand rubbing, laughing with that smile that he gets like We playing Madden, and did a great job. Him and Labamba taking it over Mr. OG and Hydro. We then moved into CTR, and although Rad was able to put on an amazing performance, especially for a rookie in that game, Scants and Silver as a duo, once again, were just too tough of a wall for them to go ahead and get past. And then we got into a little bit of a back and forth FF situation where Tekken was FF by the Ghost.
Fair enough.
Scants and Silver, need I say more? You at home, if you don't know, the Thompson brothers, the family.
It's all about family.
In Tekken,
yeah,
you better duck, run, dive, backdash, Korean backdash, get out the way, because they is taking.
Move. Get out the way. Hey,
Rex knows. Look, trust me. You see them play. The fact that both of them, two of the siblings were like, yeah, like I'm top 20 in the world on my character. The game's been out a week. What do you mean top 20 in the world? What? Huh? But then we went into Rocket League where the Ghosts were able to start building this teamwork and show they went in 3v4, took the bots down with a clean 4-0, and then back to FFs. They FF, KOF, having to look across the bots with a pretty good lineup ready.
Fortnite was next,
and no Dougies today.
Rad is mad.
No Dougies. And just now you saw our Valorant gameplay into a great roll off of a reset.
For Apex, that's a great roll because now you don't have your rookies. And the only thing that you don't want right now is like a Call of Duty because might not be so good. But
we were able to steal a Call of Duty game. I'll tell you that because we were definitely looking at them like, are they? Are they? No. Okay.
Let's go ahead and
go ahead.
Let me
mine. It was just crazy. So as we set up here, this is the Ghost setup. So I'm looking at the Ghost now and I'm saying, cool. So that was a bot setup. So that makes a lot more sense for Valorant. Ascent seems to be the bot's map of choice.
So right now, if we're looking at it, even setups, well, when the scores are even, it's going to be bots.
I'm going to show you a little thing. Vince showed this to me back during the week. If you look up next to the worst setup right here in the middle, we got a nice little arrow now. Yo, Lewis, thank you. I don't think you understand. Chat, y'all don't understand that, like, that little
nuance.
It's so quick to just be like, oh, yes, it is the Ghost setup. Yes. And it'll flip back and forth.
And I'm curious to see what game mode. Please, for the love of God, do not pick control again. That is hard to watch.
I'm looking at the Ravens right now. All of them, I'm looking at them. Why y'all picked control at the end of that game last night? But that's definitely a thing that Billy the Goat would do. This is why we're happy it's a Ghost setup. Because the Ghost, I'm almost certain we'll take either gun run or team deathmatch. Not really worried about the map as much.
I think with them having them 3 shooters, I think you take gun run. But I feel like they're probably more comfortable with more weapons than the bots would be.
Do you prefer map or mode for Apex?
I don't.
And I'm not even saying for your team, but you personally.
Personally, if I had to choose, I would probably take game mode. Me personally.
Okay.
Now I'm far from the
best shooter.
Yeah, on our team. So
yeah. You know, I understand. Trust me, as someone that understands, I'm like, yeah, give me the game mode where I get to pick how we play.
For those who are accurately impaired.
I like that. I'm going to steal that. Write that down, chat. Write that down. Accurately impaired.
I prefer to choose game mode. Like, I don't have to do gun run. I don't have to figure out, like, oh, so Team Deathmatch Skull Town. We did see Skull Town a lot at the start, and then people started picking a little bit things like Watson's Tower and stuff, but it's good to see TDM.
Yeah, and this is really interesting because the bots aren't slouches in shooters. So for those wondering, if you didn't catch...
These are probably the 3 that they want.
Yes, definitely. If you didn't catch, on PC2 we'll have Labamba, PC3 will have Mordecai, and PC5 will have Billy the Goat.
So PC7 will be Connor, PC8 will be Mystical, and PC12 will be Radish Math. So we should begin a wheel spin probably here shortly while they're still choosing their ops.
All right, cool. Are we locked? I want to see if the rosters are locked. I'm Stop being scared, chat. Play everybody. Show me your creativity. Express yourself.
Express yourself.
Let them know. But it does look like base rosters. And Gears 5, the shooters are rolling, and I can tell you...
They're not going to have either Connor, Rad, or...
Oh, they should be able to get one of them.
Actually,
One of them.
I'm just, hey, it's one of them. But this is that moment where you don't worry about that. You don't tell the rookies what game just rolled. You just tell the rookies, hey, this is your time to do your thing. Show off. If I'm looking at the three of them,
But here's the thing: the Ghosts want shooters.
yes.
They want them at certain times, though.
Yeah, you kind of want a game in between each one so you can get a better lineup. But in this moment, if I'm looking at Rad, Connor, and Mystical, show the rest of the league another game they need to forfeit against us.
So what this is PC4? I'm blind as that.
PC4, yes. We're looking at PC4. I love the numbering system. Mystical and PC7 is on that team, so PC4 should go ahead and be Rad is mad.
Wait, there we go. I'm good. I got game sound now. This shit was fucked.
how do I turn off toggle aim?
It's in the setting.
All right.
All
so,
right, and here we go
No.
in this map. So let's talk about Skulltown. Skulltown, I feel like
I'm low ground.
there are two major ways to play this map, and both teams have already kind of opted into this. You're either playing low in the buildings or you want those rooftops. And we generally see it be this corner building.
Last one there.
Billy the Goat. Oh, and the bot's out to an early lead, losing one in a trade for the
Hey,
entire
go ahead,
Ghost
go
squad.
ahead and play the time right now. We got one kill. That's all we need.
Bro, y'all don't get how much that aggravates me, bro. Playing y'all was so... I'm like, can they do something? I'm not even the best shooter, but can y'all... Just let me talk to you. Come on down here. And here we go, back on hype, but the Ghosts are taking their shots. They're looking to get an opportunity to challenge here. Mordecai gets dropped.
All right, so it looks
Or
like
Connor, excuse me. Connor went ahead and got dropped here.
still 2-point lead.
It's called dropping in. Is he able to win this gunfight? He's still pushing it, recognizing that he doesn't want to wait. Can his teammate pick it up? It looks like in the case of Apex, the bots have maybe found their footing.
It's up 4-5 right now. So, but care package. All right, so
All right, Mr. Call, show me some Pathfinder
What's it?
movement. All right,
I
we're going up.
believe I could-
True. All right. You
And
see
then
the ping. You know where they are.
All right, nice shots from a distance.
Nice.
It's a tied up game now.
Nice kill. Can you get another kill? He's Flesh dropping down to probably heal himself. We're switching now on over to
Do not die.
Connor on PC7. Connor gets broken. Both teams are looking to fight. You jumped into a 2v1, Billy. What's going on?
And using a Bangalore smoke to shield back up. I'm gonna be honest. He probably didn't see the person
Exactly.
behind. Yeah. It's 7-5. Ghost starting to take a.
So I think the Ghosts are starting to find their footing. This is the thing when you get rookies playing. Rookies sometimes need a little bit more of that warm up period. You and I know it in fighting games as like you sometimes need a download / warm up round, right?
Yeah.
And in the shooters, I think the same thing is you're not at home. You're in a little bit of a different place. They're starting to find it, but they are taking some fire. He's still trying to get this healing on him. I'm hoping he's communicating to his teammates that, hey, I got to back off. I got to back off. I'm not in a great spot. Once again, dropping even lower now, completely giving up height.
Honestly, let's see. Where is he being shot?
I'm dropping.
All right, you got 3 hostiles. You got to get up there. Your teammates are in a fight.
Yep.
He pops ult. Now, this ult makes people easy to see. And for a shooter, that's always a great thing. Comes out, challenges.
And able to get the kill, get up by 2 points now.
Scans is down, but the bots immediately enter back. The bots aren't letting this game run away from them. They're making sure this is a hard-fought game. Once again, a flank from the bots. Ends up running into 2, but is able to keep movement up. But once again, they're able to take Billy. And now that gap that you mentioned before has sprung up
gap.
to 3.
And like I said, this was an early favorite. This early lead from the bots evaporated.
In a second. So I'm looking at the Ghosts, and they really are. The rookies are showing that, hey, like, we can contend with you as fighters, or not in fighters, but in shooters. We can fight you in shooters. There we go. As my GM will sometimes say, gun is always plus.
Hey.
Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter.
It's unblockable. What do you mean always plus?
Oh, Tekken can't hurt us. Tekken's not on the wheel anymore. We have already gotten past Tekken today.
But it looks like
This call went down.
And is that Bangalore? Oh, not Bangalore.
Yeah, it
Maybe-
looks-
Oh, wait.
That's Bangalore. You're right. That was a Bangalore ult. Just being willing to kind of
It's 11-9 right now.
shut down the pacing. So they managed to get a kill, even though they lost height here. Now, they have to be aware that, hey, you know they're up on top of that building. You were just there. Y'all need to form up together. Why are we taking, like, these... Like, I get that you may think you might be able to get a cheeky kill, but you can see the three of them kind of formed together, ready to turn on...
A dime, yeah.
On you, that unless... I don't know. Maybe I'm going to say this is that rookie confidence.
No, we'll watch it from the perspective of the bots.
But that's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
I don't know why the rookies on the Ghost are taking, like, why are you, each one of you, peeking out one at a time to try to take a fight? Look at the bot. The bots, you see two people shooting at one person.
But also the bots, you have to score advantage. The bots have to push you at some point. They have to full team wipe you without getting killed.
But that's what like the Ghost here are still hopping up on rooftops, taking these fights, challenging, and they lost a person.
Yep. And this is their best. This is probably their best Apex lineup right here. Are they able to get a kill? Yes, they are able to get killed. Move that back up to 3. All right. Okay, unfortunate, but there's two, like you said, two bots right there. They're playing 4, somebody 4, 4, and 3.
Hey, look, I'm doing my job, all right? I'm getting a kill for every time I die.
No. What I'm saying is, on terms of deaths, there's kills. There's 4 kills, 4 kills, 3 kills.
Okay, we're good. We're only up by 1 though.
Or well, it looks like they got another kill, so somebody, it's either all evened up or... But
now, one thing I will say compared to some of the other Apex that we've seen, especially like looking at that game from last night, it's not just even more interactive. Like, teams are willing to challenge each other from longer ranges. These two teams are, you can tell they have players that play shooters, because I feel like a lot of times in Apex, and maybe they're not the biggest Apex players, because Apex players do have a tendency to play. The bots have gone up, actually. The bots are now in control of this game. I want to see how the rookies are able to play together to maybe get a recovery out of this.
And I'm curious to see how much time is left on this, because it is first to 25 or
first
8
it's
minutes.
25 or 8 minutes.
So let's go ahead and go to 8 minutes when you're playing against the Bandits.
Y'all can't see how I'm looking at Rex right now. Man, it's always gonna go to 8 minutes. I'll get one killing and running a pyramid and just sit there.
Oh, but it looks like they got the lead now. 15.
All right. So now I'm calling it into question. We see, I think that was Mr. OG in the background, someone picking up the headset. A coach has got to be in their ear now saying, you have the lead. If you go up by 2 or 3, slow down. Stop. You don't need to take fights. You don't need to be the aggressor anymore.
Don't need to be the hero. Maybe about 4 more seconds on that, and then two people up there.
Now, are your teammates able to trade back? Because this could be a swing. Whoever wins this fight is gonna go up.
It's tied up right now.
Yes.
And that looks like that's a...
The bots are up, 16 to 15.
Are we watching for the perspective of the bots right now?
Yes, we are on Mordecai, running around. Mordecai's like, I'm out. What do I need to be out here fighting, doing none of that? And they played for time. It looks like that was 8 minutes. So the bots waited till that last second, made their push, managed to take 2v1 fights. And we talked about shooters.
That's like, honestly, if you look at it, the Ghosts have done a lot of games that they probably won.
They had marked as wins, you think? Yeah.
I think shooters is what they want, because unless there's like a availability issue with Dev, because Dev isn't like right down the street, not having him available kind of indicates to me that they're not looking to heavily contest the fighters. Smash is one that they can, obviously. Silver and Scants play it, but they're not the greatest, so I do truly trust OG and LJ, maybe even just one of them, to be able to win that.
Okay, and I think we're going to jump into a recap here of one of our games this season. We can share this with y'all. So,
they're trying to make the
in the week 4, this was actually the Cobras versus the Ghost in Halo.
I forgot.
And I can tell you from being in that game firsthand,
PC3 is the
when
front
the Ghost
left,
get
so I
started
believe
and
that
you
was
get
Mystical.
comfortable in
I
a
think that
shooter,
dropped
they're able to take over pretty quickly.
triple kill
So
with
we
the
had
gravity
some
hammer.
pretty good control initially when this game started, but
Oh, it's
ultimately
actually
what ended up
rad. That
happening
was rad with the triple
was
kill.
the
You
Ghost
see they
managed
got
to get
the
a better
oddball
lock on
now.
these
Yep.
power
So
weapons,
that's one thing
and
about
then
these
made a
Xbox
great push,
shooters,
get
like you
control
said,
of the
the power
oddball,
weapons
and now how we're trying to play
in
into them,
Xbox
and
shooters.
we'll see
Xbox
here, I believe in this
shooters
clip.
meaning
The
Gears of
grab
Halo.
hammer
Yeah,
wreaks
and I
havoc
totally
on the Cobra.
and I totally missed that.
line.
I totally forgot that the grab hammer
As
was
just trying
actually
to
another
approach, and this
power
grab
weapon
hammer,
that you can use
the
on
player
this
is
map.
able to
So the
constantly find
grab
kill
hammer,
after kill while being supported from range by his teammates. That is the terror of the Ghost.
So we have Gears coming up, and bots aren't bad at Gears.
Not that they're not bad at Gears. I know. We generally see the Nasher shotgun go crazy, but when that long shot lands in La Bomba's hands,
Hey,
you better start ducking down, moving your head, bobbing and weaving, because he will take heads.
hey, there's been what 8 games played so far this half?
Yeah, this will be game number 9. Number 9.
So,
Well,
yeah.
not played, but rolled. We had a few forfeits, a little bit of.
So right now, if you're the Ghost, you need to take this.
Yeah.
And the bots want to win this, get up 3 points going into half, with only 9 games probably being played, depending on how long.
So I want to highlight this. I'm confident in the Ghost here. One, they pick Rad to go in. Rad has shown off really good skill. I want to say that, but you got to remember, the Ghost did have Cutters on their team, who was the premier Gears player, and I'm looking at OG, LJ Skater Girl, and Hydro. They worked with him. Hydro all the way back in season 6 when Gears was on the wheel, wasn't there for season 7, was playing with Cutters in that game. So I'm expecting them to have that level of familiarity to even against just the set of veterans that are the bots to be able to start to contend, and then maybe that X factor becomes Rad.
Yeah.
You don't know how good or bad Rad is. You might have been trying to watch and keep an eye.
I do remember seeing them play Gears at one point, and I think they lost it. But they've also been practicing, so we'll have to see where their growth is.
So I always say it depends. The context depends. Because if you tell me they lost it to the Reapers,
I don't think it was against the Reapers.
I'm going to look at you and be like...
So it wasn't the Reapers. Who did they lose it to?
Then it would have been either the Wolves or the Cobras, and I don't believe they won Gears against us, so I can say against the Cobras.
I'm pretty sure
won.
they lost Gears.
To the Wolves, then?
I think so. I'll have to backtrack and check that. Because, I wouldn't count losing Gears versus the Reapers as a bad thing.
Yeah. There's maybe one team that can even, 1 or 2 teams that can even start to look to challenge them.
Eclipse challenge.
All right, so this time... teams have been pretty good about timeouts and forfeits, so timeout or setup timer runs out.
Timeout after this.
Gears is one of those games that can be tricky. It is a bot setup, so I want to see if Billy is willing to go ahead and
might as well. You still have 2 timeouts to burn before half.
12 minutes left, roughly 12, maybe give or take. We have had a few timeouts, so we'll see. But we are shifting over into game Gears of War 5. It looks like we are looking at the coalition, that being the bots.
So it looks
Watching
like we
Mordecai.
should be getting a wheel spin shortly.
So for those out there that are wondering, PC1 is Silver, PC2 is Scans, PC3 is Mordecai, PC5 is Billy, and PC6 is La Bamba. And on the Ghost side of things, we have PC7 being LJ, PC8 being Hydro, PC10 being Zach, PC11 being Rad, and PC12 being Mr. OG.
So we are watching the COG, and who is...
the
COG would be the bot.
Yes. And so here we go. I think we are watching Mordecai. Mordecai looking to get a position here. They have their Nashers out, ready to take a fight. And as the Ghosts come around the corner, they're immediately met with some shotgun play, but they're able to trade those 2 kills back pretty quickly. The COG are... Oh, the score is tied. Okay.
Wow.
Both teams kind of fighting a position and then playing off of it super, super well.
All right, so... Oh, wow. No, this looks like... It looks like the... Ghosts are starting to take the lead here.
And this is what I'm saying. I think playing against good Gears players and having a good Gears player, this is not to say the bots don't have that, but playing against somebody of the level of Cutters will level you up, because this is a game that is very unforgiving on the mistakes that you make. It takes one wrong step, and it could be the difference between you living a shot from the Nasher shotgun, dying. But here we go. They're 3-kill deficit. We saw this. We've seen this before. It is fully possible, and we will get you this next wheel spin as the fight continues.
So, yes, it was against the Wolves. It was the first game played.
Interesting. So they would have had optimal lineup there.
Yeah.
then. And like I said, this
5
game,
to 6.
this game is not over. Mordecai says, "No, I'm not done with this just yet. I'm willing to take
Go
every
ahead and bring it over here.
single shot." Tries to bring it back in. Well, that was Was that Billy? Billy go crazy like that? I know Billy is different.
They don't call him Billy the Goat for nothing.
Let him know. I mean, let me know. He called a goat, but like, he's terrifying. All right, I need y'all to understand.
That was some goat. That was some Cutters level stuff.
And they
They about
have
to jump him. They about to jump this man. This man run for his run.
He's like, "Hey, where's my team at? I'm going home. I am on the wrong
Side of town.
street immediately."
No, maybe I shouldn't be here.
Yeah, and now that gap that was 3 kills for the Ghost is now 2 kills for the bots. The spawns have swapped as well. And the bots just, once again, have found the ability to win their gunfights. This is another kill. Do we get trades? 2 to 5? 2 to 4?
Let's see if they're
2 to 1? 4 to 1?
And then no more spawns now.
And here we go. This will be the play. There are 4 ghosts left.
Who's host?
We don't necessarily
Because host is the one person who
can pause the lobby for everybody.
Yeah, unfortunately does not have the ability to
Check controls or do anything while in game. That's really unfortunate. Now, once again, we saw the rally come out of the bots, and I think the Ghosts can do the same here. They just need to play up, form up together, but we see one more body being caught. There are 3 Ghosts left. And even though the bots are on the coalition, they are the ones swarming the Ghost here.
Yeah.
They're looking for
2 more kills.
that
They just need
win.
to get 2. So you just need 2 more kills, honestly, at this point. 1 more kill.
And that
Is a win.
is a win for the bots.
Oh, so we'll be getting another game then. Yeah.
Is it? Clarify to me wrong. Is Gears is one round for
Yeah.
regardless of game mode, or is
Yeah.
it 2 rounds?
1 round. So in
One
pretty
round.
much in every shooter, every team has to have the ability to do what the other team does. So when you consider something like push the payload,
Overwatch is the
in
simplest
Overwatch,
one,
yeah. But then when you have the time where it's a push map at both teams or control, both teams have the option to do the same thing. Then that's where you potentially get more than 1 round. Fortnite is different because Fortnite is a best of 3
Yeah, it's first to
to
2.
2.
Yeah. So it's essentially if both teams have the ability, generally speaking, if both teams have the ability to play offense and defense in a given round, it's 1 round. But if one team is designated offense or defense,
Yeah.
then we play multiple rounds.
But like
with a few exceptions.
with Fortnite being an exception.
That's fine. That's fine. Billy managed to squeeze in another game here. That's another W. And now we look into the situation that I want to see how the Ghosts are going to respond to this. Because, once again, they're always going to be a situation where there's a game you believe you have won that you lose. Almost no team ever just gets to be like, yeah, call every game perfectly because anything can happen.
And from what we've seen from the bots are probably the best Street Fighter 16. Now I know y'all want to have something to say about the Cobras want to have something to say about it, but from what I've seen, the bots have looked the most impressive.
Who got anything to say about it? As long as I haven't had to play a fighting game yet. My teammates are performing. What do you mean? We'll see the bots at the end of the season.
Yeah.
And I know the bots.
Wait, y'all don't play them till late?
They are the last game for the Cobras of this
You
season.
don't understand how much I wanted to see that, like, sometime. What day of the week is that on?
I'm not sure. That will end up being real important. But to your point, we even saw it against the Reapers. Billy's Marissa
Just
he picked everybody up. He's like, "Look, don't worry. I'll carry you to bed.
Hey.
Take a nap. Take a nap.
hey,
Take a nap.
muscle mommy, let's go.
Let him.
Let them know.
Just saying. But even beyond that, you have La Bamba, Mordecai, Silver, and Skins.
And we didn't. Who did we saw? We saw Saturn. That was the only person we saw besides Billy. And Saturn probably hadn't touched the game really at that
And
point.
I think he still did pretty good if I remember correctly. I don't think he just got washed. I think he
I don't
played it pretty
remember.
close. Played it pretty close. But here we go. This is going to be the first fighting game that we do see the Ghost, it looks like, elect to play.
So they must have been really well. I don't know. I feel like they're not because they're not putting in Mr. OG. And I feel like if you feel like you can win it, you put in Mr. OG. But if you don't feel like it, you anchor him. But it's a timeout for the Ghost. That's interesting. Maybe OG isn't the best Street Fighter person on that team. Or not
Who does
one
he
best,
play-
but
who-
like
do we know who he plays?
who?
Last
OG?
in 5, he played Dawson.
Dawson.
Does he play Dawson in 6?
Probably not, because Dawson, he doesn't like how Dawson feels.
Dawson's a character.
Yeah.
It's someone that Dawson's a character, and we're gonna get another wheel spin. Maybe. Oh, there's a forfeit. So yeah, kind of that theory that we presented, and I like this.
2 more timeouts. Please don't be like League of Legends or
UFC and Mr. OG has to go in.
You won it. You won it.
Against Billy of all people.
You won it at this situation. You wanted it to be Hydro available, but now you have Mr. OG up against. And I don't think Mr. OG is gonna be bad at, right? Like fighting game players have an inherent like knack for this
Understanding,
game.
yeah.
Like 1, 2, 3, 4. Like it's the same concept.
I want to highlight that we talked about it, briefly touched on it. When it comes to the strategy, I'm happy to see the Ghost. Like, there'll be people out there that say, well, like, the strategy's not working, so it's not good. But I think making and realizing the decision that are there categories that if we give up one, we can take another? Because it seems like the game plan here is we're probably not winning fighters, especially not with them running a
outside of
5-man.
Smash.
Yeah, especially not with them running a 5-man.
Because like okay, so here's my thing with this is that they shooters is what they want, and they're not winning the shooters right now, consistently enough. And then they want sports games probably. If I had to guess with this lineup,
Yeah.
because like I don't think you want strategy. Like
It's a very weird situation. Dev is good enough of the strategy games that also, again, I think you mentioned that he has a few other games that he's good at that maybe people don't always see. So I agree with you on that front. That is what they're playing for and hoping to get wins
but
in.
like they're down to 2 forfeits, and StarCraft is still up there.
No, like legitimately, I'm not. It is that game that you just hold your last forfeit for. I don't care what else rolls on that wheel. League of Legends, playing it.
Hey,
Uh,
how about you look League of Legends? Just stay back, let them take all your towers and destroy everything, and call it a day.
you know, that's a strategy and a half. But overall, I do think that like I like it, and I think that strategy is actually more viable this season.
Yeah.
So with the changes to the setup timer, especially, on average, I think we're playing more games this season.
Yeah.
And
like
so
there's certainly sorry to interrupt, but there's games that we don't see a high score, but we most times often than not go over 20.
like right now, like even if we play one more game, this will basically be 11 games and a half, which is about 22, right?
Yeah.
Which means you're basically betting on not seeing 10 of the 33-ish games appear, which makes a lot better of a strategy to say, cool, I'm giving up this portion of the wheel. Now, there's a conversation to go with the top teams in the league about maybe not doing that, right? I think Eclipse and the Reapers are both saying we need to win as many of the games that roll.
I would say
regardless.
the Reaper, Eclipse and Reapers on the opposite on that. Because Eclipse will play every game out. Reapers will look at a game, be like, hey, we win? No, okay. Blank in, forfeit.
Yeah.
Because they did that against the Eclipse. I forget which game it was. But
I agree with you, but I think that's the thing is some of the, I don't want to call them like, some of the teams that aren't the teams we've seen in the championship the last 2 seasons have tried to have that master of all mentality when the reality is you're learning 33 games
that's
and
a lot.
looking at the Ghost in terms of Connor, Rad, and Mystical, that's a lot to put on people. If you've never played a fighting game, it's a lot to say, hey, learn eight of them.
And then the other thing to think about is like, so I never liked the excuse of my games didn't roll, luck, whatever, right?
Yeah.
But you have a better chance this time of your games rolling, especially if you forfeit. Because here's my opinion on my games didn't roll, or like we got a bad wheel rotation. How good or bad a wheel rotation is, in my opinion, based upon how you do it.
Yeah.
Because like if you cover more games, that's not going to be bad wheel rotation.
Yes.
But it looks like we have.
I definitely agree with you. But
Ortega versus Vote. No.
Yeah. My man Volkswagen.
Yeah, he's Volk. We have
boy.
Ortega versus Volk.
All right, and we will get in here and we will see. So I'm looking to see who is going to get the advantage here. Now, we haven't seen, I don't think, Billy play UFC this season, but Billy historically has always been a submission player, at least on the base. He kind of knowledge checks you with that to begin with. Do you know how to deal with submissions? Well, what both players are looking to play the ground or the standing game here.
I'm guessing OG is Volk, though. Not OG, Billy's Volk, maybe. It looks like a hefty
Some big swings, yeah. Some bigger swings, both looking to take a shot. Both seem kind of comfortable on the game. They like, sometimes we can kind of tell really early, like, oh, you don't play the game too much. You don't have perfect understanding of the controls. But both are looking to make a play. There was an attempt at a grapple there. It looked like you about to fall. You all right, my guy?
Hey,
You all right?
the ground moving.
We never know here. All right.
Oh, it looks like
The
black
black
shorts are
shorts?
actually Billy.
So you were
he's
right.
Ortega.
Yeah, you were right. Mr. OG is Volk. Is the guy Volk?
But it looks like Billy. Oh, what is Billy doing? He's just a swinging and a missing.
This game is a little bit different from UFC 5. So if you haven't necessarily touched UFC 6, there are some like different systems. And I think one of the big things, even for the context of the league, is the lack of HUD.
Yeah, so you
means
can't
have-
see stamina.
You have to feel it out almost. You kind of have to know, okay, I've done this many hits.
And
many
there
clicks.
goes Billy with the
And we'll
attempted
see.
takedown.
We're
He's
gonna-
he's about to skill check you because
Yep.
he's like, say, do you know how to deal with this? Because if you
Oh,
don't,
if you want to hug me, I hug.
hug me, baby.
Here we go. Billy just pounding away at his head. And this is one of those knowledge check situations where, like, the ground game in UFC, it both is and isn't intuitive, right?
Yeah.
There's some stuff about it that is very easy to understand, but there are very niche situations that you just won't ever see. And if you don't know that situation exists, you kind of put yourself in a really rough position. A really rough position where you kind of see the game was fairly even in the air or in the air. I'm thinking of other fighting games. Yes,
Yo, if I
if
see
you
some
didn't know,
people start doing some aerials, we're gonna have a problem.
humans can fly. But we can see Mr. OG finally finding his legs, able to get out of Billy's grapple. He's taking some shots in here. And Billy is still looking, I think, for this submission. He's looking to get back into a position to where maybe he can get
But it
Mr.
looks
OG.
like Mr. OG is now punching him. He's on the ground. Ooh.
And I would count on this being the case because in their last matchup, the Ghost did actually take a loss, I believe, to submission. So I would guess that at least a few of them have worked on maybe their submission play.
Well, it makes sense for whoever's your anchor, whoever you feel most comfortable with anchoring, knowing how to play these 1v1 games, at least moderately well.
Yo, this man's leg,
He's got him like a pretzel, like Auntie Anne.
bro. Ooh, you missed the swing. Now Billy's back in control of the fight.
Billy's like, I'm the big spoon now.
Not the big spoon. Help, mom. The soup spoon is beating me up. All right, here we go. And they're back on their feet. This was actually pretty good. Again, I think that, like, on the feet, I felt like OG had a pretty good understanding of the game and was able to challenge Billy decently well. But those ground interactions really showed, I think, Billy's level of comfort in comparison.
Yeah, like, definitely. Like, it's just the little things that's going to make the difference here.
Okay, nice moves, nice moves. Get around. Get your hands up. I need a hug, bro. Please.
There's about 40 seconds left in the round.
So, based off of what you've been seeing, who do you think would you give this first round to?
That's hard because, like, I feel like I don't know, because I feel like Billy's probably gotten a little bit more off of the ground.
Mhm.
But I feel okay, yeah. So we'll have to see. But also, I mean, Billy's been getting his legs taken out from under him a little bit, so I would say OG because OG's not getting dominated on the ground, and he's done some work. And especially these last few interactions,
Ooh,
right there,
a
right?
great shot. 3, 2, 1.
Let it rip, babe. Like, ooh, dude looking kind of wobbly.
All right, cool. Both players seem all right. They seem at least a little bit comfortable with everything that's happening. All right, boom. Here we go. Let's see what we got.
Oh, yeah, he's like, I'm going to touch glove. Nah, son.
Billy said, touch gloves if you want. I'm going to take that arm off. And Billy immediately stepping in saying, hey, you down for a slugfest? And it looks like Mr. OG is kind of backing out, saying, like, let's play this spacing game.
Hey, this wasn't what I expected. And here goes Billy trying to take him down again.
It's like, hey, let's take a nap. Let's just take another
nap. Is he able to get him off of him? Oh, and he's able to reverse.
Ooh, nice job.
And I wonder how much they practice submission defense because they know they're going up against Billy.
I really do believe, because especially since they took a loss to that recently, I would have to believe that you know that that's going to be a threat. But this looks like a really dangerous position to be in.
Your neck got to be hurting.
His whole calf on the back of your head, but is managing to break out. But now Billy is in control. He has control of the situation. Good job by Mr. OG, but taking some more head damage, and we're back on our feet.
I mean, this is a much closer game than I anticipated, personally.
I didn't think the skill level of UFC in the last couple of seasons has really started to, like, step up.
OG started to step up because he's shown at least some ability in this. Ooh, that was like, he slid in there.
Yeah.
It's like...
That was Roman canceled there, chat?
Hey.
Ooh.
He's plus there. No,
the way his head's snapping back, I agree with you. He is. Mr. OG's placement on these jabs is really good and really well done, but he gets taken down again, and every single time, it feels just like Billy has a little bit more control of these ground situations.
But no, I feel like they definitely had to have practice the ground get up.
Ooh. I'm liking this from Mr. OG. Sometimes we can kind of say, oh, if this goes to the decision, this is the person that's winning.
It's hard to tell.
Like you mentioned, it is a very close matchup, but Mr. OG, they're like, hey, let's click each other, okay. Once again, taken down. Billy is going to keep knowledge checking you.
But once again, Mr. OG
gets out.
Yeah.
He says, now I know exactly what your setup is. What do you have? What's different? What else can you bring to the table? Billy with a nice knee.
All right. Can't parry knees.
Ooh.
All right. Throwing them bows there.
Looking for a big shot, isn't able to connect.
And I don't think anybody had like a lot of damage on any one particular spot. Oh, nice fake there. Side. Okay, yep. If he keeps hitting that side, we're gonna have a different discussion.
Yeah, neither one has had a situation where their characters looked really shaken, and the Superman punch doesn't manage to connect there. But again, I think starting to show the threat, just making OG maybe think about a few more options.
And that's going to be interesting. If this does go to decision, with neither side really having a clear lead, do you think we see them start playing a little bit more aggressive when that time comes down?
I do think that people will start taking risks, and maybe not Billy. Billy might just feel comfortable in the situation. He's now done that a few times where he's starting to kind of feint, I feel like, with the leg grabs and the takedowns to kind of say, hey, I'm still looking for the leg setup. And this is similar to conditioning in some of the more traditional fighting games. Of if you over these first 2 rounds can kind of set your opponent to start to think, oh, I'm gonna do this. I'm gonna look here. I'm gonna go for this. Then you can set up a situation where they are 100% able to find that big shot to maybe get the surprise knockout that you thought you had covered.
Oh, yep. And then he grabbed the leg, gets him down on the ground again. Not unable to break it immediately like OG's been doing some of these other times.
Get off me.
Let's see if he's able to get
Billy's like, okay, cool, I got you. I got you. Hey, hold this really quickly. Hey, hold on. Yep.
Oh, and you need to block that.
Ooh, that dodge was clutch. I feel like that punch might have been the
deciding factor
if he didn't dodge that punch. And the funny part that we see this season is more players are willing to use that movement, even though it takes a lot of stamina, just trusting like, hey, you've been doing left, right, left. I'm going to go boop, boop.
Do you think they do it because, like, risk management, or do you think they do it because they don't see the stamina dropping so much when they do it?
I think not having that bar at the top of your screen makes it a lot easier to do
Things you probably
risky
wouldn't do,
stuff
yeah.
until you see your character be like, whoa,
Out of breath.
maybe I should slow down a little bit. So nice shot from Mr. OG. Both are still getting their shots, and both are bloodied and bruised.
I think this round goes to Billy. I don't think it's a decided, like it's a big. Oh, if that landed before. Oh.
But I agree. I think that interaction where we were probably the closest to a knockout we've seen all game. I think that really starts to swing maybe in Billy's favor a decent bit. The round here. All right, here we go. Third round. Let's see. All right, Billy goes for another takedown, and we've been in this position before. I think Billy also does this because if you've played submissions a lot, even without the HUD, you have a better idea of what the stamina usage in these situations is going to be like. Whereas OG might not necessarily. And Billy
Dodges to the right
twice. He was like, you're going to just do it again. Like, you're going to do it again. I'm going to take my turn.
Look, OG was like, bet he won't expect me to do it twice. And Billy's like, gotcha.
And guess what? We stood back up, manages to stop the takedown this time. But Billy, once again, now is just really relying on those grapples, maybe lulling OG into a false sense of security before the big flip. OG's back on his feet immediately, but you know that dealt some damage.
Oh, yeah, but he's starting to stagger a little bit. Oh, but if OG can, this is the thing is like you're one big shot on either person away from winning it. And if he catches him trying to grab him one of these times and like throws out a kick, that's
it'll be unfortunate that like Billy might just find himself on the mat himself, just knocked out and gone.
But
And just guarding up, just trying his best.
those hits look like that hurts.
Yes, those are blows. Can he get him off there? Billy trying to stay on top, isn't able to.
Swing in a little bit, swing and a miss.
Oh, and there's those legs that you were talking about where Billy has been leaving his head open just enough, and OG's found a couple of those kicks. I think it's one of those things where every time we're like, oh, maybe Billy's starting to run away with it, OG finds these shots that it feels like puts him right back into the game. Ooh.
All right.
Okay, Ghost. Okay. Mr. OG says, I'm not going down, Billy. You might need to go.
Yeah, you might need to take some of that. Oh, my God.
Ooh. Billy said, I am the GOAT. Billy said, I'm going to pick you up.
He said, who's not the GOAT?
Yeah.
Who's not the GOAT? Who's not the GOAT? Like, hey.
Hey, yo, just go ahead tap. Go ahead tap for me.
Hey.
Go ahead tap for me, brother. No, you're not going anywhere. Nope. Okay. I'm going to get here and bop. Oh, my God. Fight back. Okay, we're back.
Oh, wait. Is he about to
Please flip him. Please. Nope, never mind. He's like, nah, just go on back down.
And now, like, I feel like Mr. OG has to, at this point, knock Billy out to win this.
Oh, yeah, 100%. I think this round the opening sections of this round have fully been in Billy's favor. Like, if the other rounds were close,
then you would say, but
this one was a one-sided affair where the multiple takedowns, the just general play, but he's still going for those shots. And you can see exactly what you were talking about when you asked me earlier. Mr. OG is answering your question right now. His guard has been down a lot more. He's been willing to take these bigger and bigger swings.
Wait, is this one go to...
There's a cut. It looks like Mr. OG has a cut.
But here's the thing is we've seen people stay in for, ooh, that's a deep cut over the forehead, though.
Yeah, we're going to see. What's the doctor's call?
Here's the thing. It's harder to...
If it happens again, I'm going to have to take him out. Okay? Don't get hit in the face no more. Don't let him flip you on your noggin.
And this is one thing. Is like, if it's on the cheek, it's fine. But right there, like, there's so many blood vessels that you, a lot of times, just keep bleeding until, like, you put pressure on it.
Yeah. Ooh.
But now, yeah, us the OG has...
And now Billy knows. Billy knows he just needs to work the head more. This is a type of finish, a type of TKO that we have seen more this season than I feel like in previous seasons, where people are playing to just damage the head and damage the face and ultimately...
Choke him out here. You got to choke him out here.
Yep. But Billy says, I submit people. This is what I've been doing for seasons. For a job is what I do. This is what I do on the regular. You think you taking me out?
Nah, son. I'm taking you out for dinner. Hey.
Yeah, but OG is staying in this. I have to give credit here. OG is managing to keep this fight, but this might be it. I think that we're going to see the call here. I think the doctor, after that one, is going to go ahead and call this fight. We'll see. Who's able to take it? Done. And that is the fight. The doctor stopped it. He said Billy to go. And this man, OG, reluctantly has to go ahead, hit the fist bump.
But hey, good on Mr. OG, though. Like, he would have been a lot of bad people in this game.
Yeah, he really showed a good fighter that, hey, if you're not against, I think many put Billy up there as like one of the top 3 best players in the league in the game.
But now we have Pokemon that you can be joined after halftime. So we'll see you in about 15 minutes.
15.
For me where I'm at now, I'm on a whole nother level. Wanna get a brand new bezel. I got 20,000 on me, trying to get another 20 for me. For my bitch, for a brand new flick. Ain't no skits, I just keep my shit 100, no bullshit. I got money on my mind, I don't never switch. Since I was a little jit, I'll slap the shit out of a bitch. Don't get disrespectful with me, I be checking homies. I got too much money that's reflecting off me. So let's reflect, and I be talking to myself. Niggas, time to get this money, time to strap around that belt. Wanna run your mouth and I take that off and I whip your ass myself. I ain't playing around with no game system, I take it, put it on the shelf. I'm on high levels, elevated, pretty bitches think I made it. Now that don't get shit confused, it's me and money, we related.
Said that you were there for me, whoa, where you at now? Spin it till I'm dizzy, I get busy till I black out. You throwing stones from a glass house, never feared a thing, I'm a king, I don't back down. Said that you were there for me, whoa, where you at now? Spin it till I'm dizzy, I get busy till I black out. You throwing stones from a glass house, never feared a thing, I'm a king, I don't back down.
All right, and we are back.
Second half. It's time to get into it, and we are here with the resident Pokemon master himself, Rex.
Hey, and we have Strix.
Yeah.
So we are going to get a 1v1 Pokemon situation where one person goes in for each team. It's a very coach heavy game where it's not really execution based. So you just like literally just click the button, right? So at this point you put in whoever has the least amount of value in the lineup.
So Zach and Silver went in.
Yeah.
And I think Zach is known to be their kind of strategy person anyway, so I think that's fine. Let him, especially in these 1v1 niche games, it's always nice to have the strategy player in, someone that's had to try to coach their way through. Yeah. You always make mistakes because you're just used to, okay, cool, just do this.
Yeah, and they should have the game set up. Like, the game was pretty much set up for them before the game match even started. So this is a bind you, also a ghost setup.
Please, I would like to see your Pokemon teams. I said please, all right? Please, I want to watch.
But we haven't really seen the ghosts play.
They have not played it.
And we've seen the bots once.
They played the Reapers.
Yeah. So
and that was where they played it was like a Grimmsnarl. Hollywood was playing their team, the King Gambit team that they've been running.
Yeah.
And they played, I know that they played into there was a Grimmsnarl, there were I think a Gold Dingo. There were a few different mons, but they played it felt like a slower team.
Yeah, when you typically with Gold Dingo, it's either Tailwind or it's bulky. So we'll see.
They wanted to slow set up. Oh, that was to remind you, I just thought about it. Billy and the bots had Annihilate.
Okay.
And that's
yeah, I do remember.
Yeah, that was I do remember. Which game.
Didn't we commentate that together?
I don't know
if I commentated with somebody.
I think you commentated it, but that was where Billy got 2 bulk offs up.
Yeah.
And the question was was it going to be enough to reverse sweep? And the Reapers managed to hold it down.
Yeah, okay, so that was that matchup. There was a game that the Reapers played Pokemon that I missed it.
We played them.
It must have been against y'all. I think it was against y'all.
We played them, and they, I think, took the dub on Pokemon.
Yeah, it was a close game, though, right?
Kind of close. They got the early lead, and one of our Pokemon we didn't realize at the time had
agility instead of
expanding force, which helps a lot.
But now we have about a minute and a half of setup.
This does have me a little bit worried that it's taking this much time to get into Pokemon because
there's no strategy to not, right? Because if you look at it, all right, so it looks like we have the team.
Ooh, okay.
Bridgerton. So it looks like we have a Rain Dance team.
So we saw one of these yesterday.
Yeah. Moongift, Fluttermane, Bascalibur, which we haven't seen Bascalibur much since the start.
So there's been some study. There's been a few creeping up. The last few tournaments, the meta that was kind of in place initially for Regulation F has kind of been shaken up with a few of the more niche things, and then going into a team, in fact, I'm very familiar with the biggest difference being the addition of Raging Bolt. I'm
gonna be honest, this team goes really well into it. If they can deal with certain things, I feel like whose perspective are we watching? We're watching definitely the bot's perspective. So I think a big thing is how do you deal with that Raging Bolt, and I think Amoonguss deals with it really well. I think Amoonguss deals with a lot of stuff on their team really well.
It'll be really interesting to see. But funny enough, last night you were highlighting. You were the one that was highlighting. We haven't seen very much weather control, and now we've seen consecutively 2 days in a row, both teams playing weather control of some.
Ooh, this is. I think this is a very good lead for the Ghost. You can just Mortal Kombat. So what you can do is you can redirect, and maybe depends on if that with that Chien Pao has Sacred Sword, it's gonna do a chunk of damage.
Yes. I'm looking here, so we know that the Electro Shot's probably gonna go into. I mean, you sent it into the Ogre Pond Wellspring. Pretty much. Like, I know that it's probably going to be redirected.
I'm going to be honest. I think if you have body press, I think you do that to Chien Pao. And that's, And that stamina buff doesn't matter because Sacred Sword bypasses defense.
Yes.
Yep. That's okay.
I find it to be really interesting because I think you could have double attacked into either slot and just guaranteed the kill.
I think I feel like you body press here, but you body press the Chien Pao. But because the Chien Pao is the thing that does instant. Okay,
but generally you run it with Focus Sash just to be a little bit safe. In terms of like getting at least some damage, not getting one shot immediately.
So I imagine that we might see redirect here.
So yeah, the big thing that's going to happen here though is he was able to get Tailwind set up with Pelipper.
Yeah. All right, so that should kill Chien Pao. I'm surprised we didn't see a Sucker Punch here, knowing that you lose the speed interaction. But Electro Shot, that should be another. You should be at +2 special attack now.
Oh, this should kill. This.
Yeah, and even so, the Ogerpon can't do anything because all of the moves that Ogerpon has is going to be resisted ×4. But that does not kill. So we're probably going to see a Horn Leech again into Pelipper. So no more Trick Room setup.
But Pelipper's already done his job getting that first Tailwind and basically trading out with a Chien Pao, which is a pretty strong attacker.
Yeah.
Normally you want Chien Pao to at least trade into.
And the fact that there was no. The fact that there was. I think you lead Ogerpon. Not Ogerpon. I think you send Urshifu out there. And at this point, it probably just.
I'm trying to think what he could what he has what does he have in the back to deal with the Urshifu at this point? Have you gotten enough pressure and enough
yeah. And honestly, if you want to, you could U-turn that slot.
Overdog.
Yeah, I think what you do. Ooh, there's a lot of options here, honestly. Because what you're worried about is a follow me because the Urshifu is going to go first.
Yes.
So if he followed me, he's gonna die to. Okay, so he doesn't follow me. Yeah, that's in the rain.
This is you're already hitting on it. The idea of like Urshifu is kind of Urshifu and Flutterman are the two most notorious, I think, offensive Pokemon.
And I'm gonna be honest, it's hard here, right? Because you need to protect. You need to protect to get rid of some of these Tailwind turns. Mm-hmm. Because I think they have a Flutterman in the back, and Flutterman can deal with both of these Pokemon relatively well. Especially, considering how low that is, but with the speed boost from the
critical hit ensuring the takedown. There was no world where Wellspring. Now you're down 3 Mons.
And you have 2 extremely hyper offensive Pokemon out. Well, you have this Duraludon or Arcaladon at +3.
This is going to be a really difficult one.
No, it's going to be... I don't see a world where you win this, if I'm being honest.
Okay, so another strong Mon coming in Raging Bolt.
I think you protect the Urshifu. Let's see. He doesn't have that. You probably. I think.
Tailwind should have 1 more turn, 2 more turns.
Yeah.
So you're probably gonna get this off.
But what does he protect?
Do we see Thunder?
He doesn't Thunderclap. That's really interesting.
I'm wondering.
So that wraps up the game.
So I will speak from somebody that we played a team very similar to the Ghost team against you.
Yeah.
And for me, this feels like they aren't super
knowledgeable.
Well practiced. I don't want to say even knowledgeable. Just they maybe haven't played into some of the common. Urshifu is like a super common mon.
Pokemon.
Similar,
And that is like literally the worst Pokemon for Urshifu to see right there.
yeah. You normally also the fact that died makes me feel like no, it's at +2. It's at +2.
Who?
I had to think about the fact that whatchamacallit is at +2.
Rage Arcaladon?
Yeah.
Is that +3?
So that okay. I was gonna say normally Raging Bolt can take a little bit of damage before it dies, but the fact there that it went out, I also personally don't.
He's Terrazzaslicing wasn't to normal?
Yes.
Probably.
Well, conventionally, if this is just a standard team
Extreme speed.
for the extreme speed,
Normal, yeah.
but that's the one thing that I do disagree with when I saw this team initially. I feel like Entei and Dragonites are very
Oh,
similar.
and he loses
roles.
that resist, so like,
Yeah.
well, he's not even extreme speeding.
Well, he didn't have an opportunity to do.
No, extreme speed has the highest priority.
Oh yeah, I thought for whatever reason I thought he swapped in here, but
Ariel, you do you.
okay, no, this is one of those situations where the person saw super effective and
Yeah.
clicked it versus understanding exactly what the situation is. To the Ghost, if you're watching this back, I think you know the team, but I don't know how well you are. Practice some more. If you're looking for some practice, go on Pokemon Showdown. You can pick pretty much whatever team, run it, hit up different people on your team, and play a little bit more. I will highlight that having played a team similar to that,
You like
Dragonite,
Lancelot, yeah.
yeah, for me, Dragonite and Entei play the same exact roles on that
Yeah.
team.
Next to
Take
Chien Pao.
one of them, not having both, and maybe having
I think you
a
take
Rillaboom, for example.
I think you take off in this instance. I think you take off the Dragonite
And you-
because you don't want another that's another Dragon type move, another type that you're weak to dragons, weak to ice, weak to fairy. Well, Arcaladon's not weak to fairy, but it's neutral damage, but still.
and again, I think
and MK is next.
that's my thing. My brain goes to Rillaboom as like a possible threat of maybe being able to take
Fake
Surging
out.
Strike and fake out U-turn as well to be able
Utility.
to the utility along with Grassy Glide and
terrain control. Yeah,
there's reasons. I think that y'all played the team. I think y'all picked a conventionally strong team, but I would say get some more reps on it.
and that's the thing, right? Like you can pick a strong team, but you need to know how to pilot it.
Yeah. Billy's team wasn't. It has a set of strong mons, but very clearly, Billy we saw sitting there with Silver was kind of like, okay, go do this. And once he killed, I think the Chien Pao early, he was able to just be like, hey, we're just gonna use this advantage to just run away with the game.
Steamroll, right? And I mean, they were able to get the issue was they were able to get so much pressure off of that initial start, and when they start steamrolling, Tailwind didn't end until the very end.
Well, that was the thing is like they opted as well. So I mentioned this in the very first turn where I said, wow, they didn't like
Double
I
into.
would have doubled into just one of the slots. Pick which one. If you don't think you can stop Tailwind before it goes off, just hit the Arcaladon and kill it.
Yeah.
If you think you can outspeed the Pelipper and maybe not allow Tailwind to actually get set up and then
And
kill
no
that.
sucker punch.
Yeah, don't split the damage between the two.
And they didn't
because-
sucker punch the Arcaladon, which is still more damage into that
Yeah.
slot. But it looks like so back to this. We have MK going up, and we have Hydro and LJ versus Labamba and Scant.
So Scant was pretty strong at MK11. His spawn knowledge checked people pretty well, and once again we've talked about the solid fundamentals that is always going to be there. Speaking with LJ Skatergirl actually during halftime,
She said this is a game they believe they can take. A
Yeah.
fighter.
and she feels like she's one of the stronger players on her team, if not the strongest in Mortal Kombat. So I'm definitely looking at that matchup as being the key. And then once you have that out on the table, now you look at Labamba and Hydro
See how they do.
and see which one is able to put some more pressure.
And one
on
thing
them.
I will say is initially I was like, oh, it sucks because they don't have silver. But in MK11, I remember MK11 was by far his worst fighting game. So maybe it's not as big of an issue as we thought, as I thought originally.
It's just one of those things. I look at the bots lineup and it's kind of like
Who's really good at MK?
not even just that. Like even their worst fighter is better than like
A lot of teams
most of
best
the
fight-
leagues. Like okay, cool. You're not my best, but my good fighters.
Yeah.
Which would be a little bit of.
And the Pokemon didn't last that long. It was 10 minutes. I mean, they kind of steamrolled through that.
And I believe, so going off the top of my head, I believe Hydro plays Smoke. in MK1.
Okay.
Yeah, and like you said, I didn't even realize the Pokemon took 10 minutes.
It took like 5 turns. That's why
I'm used to Pokemon just kind of
Because the turn that Tailwind ended, that turn after they won. So yeah, it was 5 turns.
Goodness. Okay. So there's some room to cook. But Hydro plays Smoke, which can be an interesting character, especially once you get started. At least that's who he played, I believe, against the Reapers. Unfortunately, there he had to run into Cat.
Yeah, that's
which
those,
in
them
and of
claws
itself,
came out. Yeah.
it's a not somebody you want to be sitting across from. We are looking at this timer coming down towards
So
the
P1
end.
is going to be La Bamba. Well, it's going to be the boss, and La Bamba's up first. And P2 is going to be the Ghost, and Hydro is going to be up first.
And even though for everybody out there watching, even though it does say here 4 timeouts, both teams have 2 now that we're in the second half. You do lose 3 of those timeouts, whether you use them or not.
You only have at max 2.
Yeah, so all they will have left is at max 2. Very similar to, I believe, American football and how that...
No, it's 3 timeouts for half.
Which sports? There's some sports ball that you lose timeouts after the half. I don't know sports ball, maybe.
Hey, and
League of Legends. Guess what? Rex on commentary, you know we're getting some League of Legends.
so
And there we go. Reiko
it looks like
League.
Hydro's doing really good.
So it's looked like maybe, and this is something that happens early in the season, we do see a little bit of people fluctuate characters, maybe a little bit more often. Maybe he finding Lee May is like a good option for him and something that he just works well with and enjoys. And is definitely showing some dividends already. La Bamba, while having played the game, maybe hasn't played somebody of
His level.
Yeah, his level, which ends up being pretty important in Mortal Kombat.
And they're trading, and honestly, trades are not in the Bomber's favor right now. All right.
And that is the big question of the day, by the way, Rex. Like, we have to remember, if the Ghosts are able to take this will be their first fighter win of the day. This is the first fighter they've played today. So we know there has to be some confidence there in what they're able to do. But if there's a man... There are a handful of people in the league where if you came in and said, hey, you got to take 4 lives and not lose 2, I think Scant would be high up there.
And that's the thing, like he's such a great fighter. He's such an end gamer.
Yeah.
We talk about top 10 players a lot, and for whatever one reason or another, Scant's name is not really brought up like that.
I think that there are a lot of players that are kind of overlooked, or because of the
team that they're on.
Not just the team. I want to say it's the age of the league. Like, we know the league is growing and expanding and developing fast, but the people that had those highest highs early on, sometimes I think either the people that know, like yourself, know how good they are, but then, you might come in and be like, well, Scant's always just kind of played his role and did his job. I haven't seen him go off and just win. And,
Here we are
in a moment. So who is he... Okay, hold on. I need to learn. All right, cool. So I was super happy. For those that don't know, Scants does play Zato in Guilty Gear, which is another
line.
Not just blind, but a negative edge puppet character. So I'm happy to see because Kenshi is always a fan favorite. I love Kenshi. I want to see what maybe Scants is cooking. But it looks like Hydra's picking up right where he started off with a good 36% taken. And here we go. What's the punish? Nice knockdown.
Maybe he's not as comfortable. Maybe this isn't a bot game.
So the big thing about Kenshi is Kenshi has a few tools in this current stance. But what he really wants to do is get into a combo and get the opportunity to bring out his puppet. Once he does, the tools for the character really start to open up. And he's able to do a lot. But it looks like Scants has kind of worked on the core basics. Isn't able to get the combo there, but still able to keep the pressure.
And then one touch away from death.
Good job jabbing him out so he no longer has access to the puppet. Now is going to be a big-time Hydra. You got to find your opportunity. A good job dodging, but in fact puts himself in the corner and loses his first life. So if Hydro's here, Hydro all just pretty much needs to focus on is just getting 1 life. If Hydro can get 1 life, obviously he wants
a lot of pressure in the breakaway there.
Good job. And Scancha just always looks ready to check him. Good job going into the combo here. He hits it this time and makes the connection. A good 30% coming off. Tries to reset his puppet. Hydra's ready for the punish, ready to go in. The puppet is unfortunately too far forward. And here we go. We saw this combo before. 30 damage of his own.
Oh, and putting the sword away ends up getting
Yeah, and so now he's back into just his general stance and is just looking for this. So this move is a little bit tricky to block, but it looks like Hydro's starting to figure out exactly what to look for. But that
Is he gonna fatal blow here? Is he able to get a fatal blow combo?
The Frost Assist did a good job. Nice job using armor to take this turn, push him full screen, and kind of look. And
he
a
gets the
nice
win.
double overhead from a Hydro to secure a round. So this is Scance's last life, Hydro's last life. All right, let's see. All right, boom.
All right, so let's.
Chat, let us know. Let us know.
All right, so he's doing a good job there. And let's see if is Hydro able to clutch this up here.
Here we go. Scance got the starter that he was looking for. He now has him sandwiched, but a good challenge once again coming out
Oh yeah, this
of
is
Hydro.
obnoxious. This is obnoxious.
Yeah, no, you don't ever want to be between the two of them. Honestly, like,
Worst place to be.
but it looks like there's definitely particular ranges where Scance feels pretty comfortable.
Blocking the armored move. Fatal blow. We want to see a fatal blow.
Nice break to stop the damage.
Oh,
The
whoa.
next big touch, this should be the
He's dead.
combo. Hydro should be able to end the game here. Is he ready for it? Good block.
I'm
Into
surprised
the punish.
I am surprised he didn't just fatal blow off of the freeze.
And that is the first win. The first dub
Fighting game win.
for the Ghost
And
today.
League of Legends is next. So we're going to see how they feel about this because that is a game that could go on for a while.
Yes.
Or it's going for 15, 12. Well, I guess it's not that long.
Minimum 15 minutes. Minimum 15 minutes is
Unless you
definitely gonna be
just,
out there.
unless you're just like, yeah, we're just going to stay back here. You have fun with our. Oh,
Yeah, please don't. Please let's not have another 30-minute League of Legends game with one kill. Please. The Ghost is who it's happened to,
Yeah.
so I know the Ghosts are not about to allow that to happen once again. But I want to commend them.
Do you put Zack Attack in here? How good is Zack at League? Or is like Hydro the better option?
I know Hydro and LJ have both been playing since last season, and you know, there's this thing in me to always default to Hydro.
Yeah.
Of just like, hey, if I need to send somebody in,
Oh, forfeit?
I think they didn't have their ideal lineup. They didn't have who they want in there. And talking again with some of the Ghosts during halftime, they came in with a plan. And obviously, people can argue
Say what they want.
about, you know, well, like, should you keep following the plan? But if there's games you know that you're not winning, even being down by 6, you won as many times to say, hey,
So I think that last time out has to be for StarCraft.
oh yeah, that
Yeah,
forfeit. If you don't, Billy will hold us here till the end of the game, and he will not build
Is
after
Zack
15
Attack
minutes.
the last one that they put in? Yeah.
Yeah. So if you're doing it,
F1.
and F1, Mr. OG is available, so I think you send Mr. OG in
And
here.
Mordecai. Okay.
Mr. OG to go ahead and play and be able to take this. I know Mr. OG has been practicing F1 a good bit and has consistently performed well in the game. Able to contend, kind of getting towards that upper echelon of player here in the league.
And
so
now we have Mordecai.
but Mordecai don't sell, man. Mordecai's one of them players that doesn't sell. Now, it will be interesting to see how much practice he has because we do know the
Scans
bots,
is probably the person that they want in for this.
the bots are always looking at either Scants or Buckets for
What
one of
is
these
with
races.
the Thompson family, that Tekken family? They good at F1. Scarlet, Scans, and Buckets. Now I don't know how good Silver is, but those like
precision, high speed precision. They are a family.
maybe Silver's not good at. Cause I don't know, man, just be mashing on people.
Hey, that sounds like a great thing. Skirt. Doesn't matter. No slow down, no breaks. But F1 I think is a pretty good role because I feel like this is a game you can definitely take. Looking maybe at a COD role as well. Like it's one of those small things that should always be highlighted. I think again we talked about this briefly, but 8 is the biggest comeback we've ever seen in UEL, and it was from starting basically from a half.
What you don't want, the worst thing that could possibly roll if you put OG in right now would be Smash.
You want both of your Smash players in OG and LG.
Because like I feel like one of the two could probably win it depending on a few things, but like you don't want to risk it because Silver and Scans both played it in the past. Now I know they've dropped it, as has OG and LJ, but
philosophy wise, I'm of the opinion when you're down this much at this point,
yeah, you put your best in.
you just have to full send, and then this is where that little bit of like
Will Luck and
luck. Just all right, cool. We're gonna be prepared for whatever comes up, but I can't try to play the prediction game on the wheel anymore.
yeah, no, it's impossible because it's RNG.
Yeah. Well, I mean, you can.
The statistic you can show like there's a statistical chance of it's going to be a fighter because of there's 8 fighters left and there's 10 games left. There's an 80% chance that the next game is a.
All right, now look. If that's the case, you better not send your fighters. I don't care what the world. If you tell me there's an 80% chance of something rolling,
Joe Wreckfest. Look, hey, put somebody else in and be like, pretend this is Wreckfest.
why you bring up Breakfast? My
Hey.
feelings is hurt.
It's my second favorite racer.
Like Wreckfest and CTR.
I mean, Wreckfest. I think Wreckfest might be a
and CTR.
Wreckfest might be a top 10 game for me on the wheel.
But I think this is it's fine because again they won MK. What this means is like those other fighters, and they did feel talking to them during the halftime. They felt confident in the fighters that were left on the wheel,
Yeah.
very much still being in their favor and being possible. So it's one of those things where, hey, unfortunately, the fighters that rolled were the ones that we would have hoped to avoid at this point. But here we are. We got a minute left in setup time.
Yep, and OG is the one that's going in.
I think it's smart.
Yeah,
OG
no,
can definitely
you-
take this. I think
yeah.
OG can definitely take this.
I mean, there's a lot of tomfoolery that happens with F1.
That game lasts 2 days ago in the Eclipse. If you-
Where it was
literally Scarlett got behind a jury, pushed him into the wall.
Jury bounced off the wall.
Jury's car bounced off the wall, and Scarlett smashed into it. I'm like,
But here's the thing: Jury's front end was also in the red, so I don't know what world you survived at with full health.
yeah, because he could have kept racing. That was the funny part. He could have been like, all right, cool. I'm gonna just.
Anyways, making my way downtown, walking. Hey,
Come on, chat. Swag surf with me.
so it looks like the ghosts are on the bottom. That's Mr. OG,
Okay.
and then Mordecai is the top.
All right, Rex. So, what are some of the key factors you look for in a good F1 player?
How they take these turns, because everybody can go fast on a straightaway. So I want to see how they do on some of these straightaways.
All right, here we go. I'm noticing immediately Mr. OG in the first person viewpoint. Good swerve to just ensure that
And
he
need for
doesn't
speed.
wreck out early on. I like just a quick adaptation to just avoid possible problems.
Because like people brake check,
And now this is the worry that I have. Mr. OG is up in the middle of the pack. He's starting to fall back now, which I'm fine with. But the computers in this game are lethal.
aggressive.
They do not
Be
care.
aggressive.
Be-
Be aggressive.
But we see also as well, I think that there's some good coaching coming to Mordecai, just being like, hey, let him possibly make a mistake. And again, this is me saying right now, if I was Mr. OG, I am slowing down to 19th place. I don't need to beat 18 AIs. I need to beat one human player.
I need to beat one bot.
That's literally true. And we can already see Mr. OG's front of his car is already in the red.
So he can't take much more. Unless you're a jury, because then you can run into a wall, bounce off that wall, and keep it pushing.
Hey, it's the jury magic, bro. You just got to ask jury about it. He'll tell you how he did it. He'd be like, I don't know. I
But I mean, Mordecai's making his way. He's trying not to die. He's trying not to wreck.
yeah.
And he's doing a good job of it.
Now, I will say that Mr. OG is maintaining speed, which is really good. But something that was highlighted to me is there is a new heat mechanic.
Oh, you can overheat.
Yeah, but you overheat your brakes. And so your brakes
Oh
don't
my
always
God.
work the same way. We mentioned how lethal the AI can be in this game.
But the good thing is there's only one person between him and
Mordecai now.
Okay. Slow down.
Okay, cool. Okay, yep. You glanced the wall a little bit.
But that wasn't enough to do anything.
You came back so fast.
Okay, yeah, check him out. Check him behind you.
So there's nobody between them.
Okay, so yeah,
Because that
somebody-
last car wrecked out after, saying hello to Mr. OG. So now, OG, you can... I like it. Notice he's taking the turns a lot slower now.
Yeah.
He's kind of just pacing himself. He doesn't have to worry anymore about the AI behind him forcing him to maintain his speed.
Yeah.
And so he's able here to
It's all on him.
just go. And again, Mordecai's not changing his game plan. I think this is definitely smart. It is one of those things where OG, you already saw that OG got away with wrecking once. Like, not wrecking, I should say, once. But again, I think the adaptation here shows the level of the veterans on
The Ghost.
the Ghost, of just recognizing the situation and him even realizing, like, okay, I was playing like I'm playing a top
Player.
5 racer in the league. I'm playing Buckets because Buckets will be up there in the front. You're going to have to compete with him.
Oh, yeah.
Whereas against Mordecai, you're like, all right, not as well versed. Take my time. This doesn't have to be like a standout perfect performance for me. Right now, my team needs a win. We need some momentum to go ahead and take control of the game. So commend Mr. OG on that front for just recognizing the situation. It's something really small, and that awareness speaks to his level.
All right, so there's a gap between them. OG is speeding up a little bit now. Probably doesn't want to get too lackadaisical about it. Doesn't want Mordecai to slowly make his way
Back into the race, yeah.
Because if Mordecai catches up to him, all Mordecai has to do is to give him a little love tap. And
In fact, that's why I think like Mordecai's willingness to just kind of drive the race kind of slow is smart. Because inevitably OG will either have to match you or he will catch up to you.
yeah, and there's still 3 more laps, so it is possible. But yeah, Mr. OG's playing this correctly because like you're on a razor thin edge right
Yep.
here. All right,
And did we see what rolled next?
League of Legends. No, not League.
That
of
was
Legends.
before this. Yeah. We had
Need
the
for
FF.
Speed. Need for Speed.
Need for Speed. Okay, another racer, which again I think also is a.
I don't know how good either one of these teams are. Like the Ghost lost their best Need for Speed people, I believe.
Yeah, but I think that vacuum can sometimes give
feel-
people room to like someone will try to step up and.
This
take
is why I
that
need the
space.
rookies at.
I would love to see again similar performance we saw in
CTR.
CTR in Need for Speed would be really commendable and really big.
Helpful.
Yeah. I think it's about a half a lap difference. I think, but now basically between Mr. OG and Mordecai. And also just looking at it in general, we have 2 more laps left for the game. And Mr. OG definitely has settled into kind of like this comfortable pace where he's able to take each turn exactly as he needs to.
Yep. So there's not a lot of action from either side. And I imagine it's gonna be hard. So like if you're Mordecai, you either hope that he wrecks or you hope that you get overlapped, the bots, the AI come around and put OG in another one of those situations.
Yeah, but that's my worry is because Mordecai will meet the AI first and going the speed he's going. You better just slide on over, buddy. Go ahead, get in that right lane
Let him pass.
on 95. Don't even worry about it no more. Just going around.
If he slows up enough, he could get passed up by Mr. OG, and
I think that's finally enough. Though. I think that's the intention.
like you can't stop.
But you can just have really slow laps. This is really interesting because I don't think we usually see this type of back and forth.
What do you mean, like what we see it where this long? Like normally, somebody crashes out, even with the good players playing.
So I'm gonna pose this to you again. I always love like having coaches, GMs, different people on. Need for Speed's next game. Mr. OG probably has this race. So if you are in Hydro's position, knowing it's probably going to be at least some of your rookies going in, what is your approach to preparing for that next game?
Well, first and foremost, everybody, we need this game loaded up on as many pieces as possible.
Because it will be a 2-minute setup, and
if everybody's not comfortable, if you don't put time into this game, I need y'all to be the robbers. Not the robbers. I need y'all to be the cops. Because you can't have one person slacking.
I feel like Need for Speed is the exact game where if you're like, all right, we just don't want this person to be the most and the most wanted.
Yeah, that's happened twice to us.
Every single time, it's the person you don't want on Most Wanted.
So it happened against the Trolls last season, and I'm trying to remember when did it happen.
When y'all played us, was that one of those situations?
Was it? I'm trying to think who's Need Most Wanted versus y'all. I think so. I think so. No, it wasn't that game. There was another game. There was one game where it was Mad Genius, and one game it was somebody not Mad Genius.
I think Mad Genius might have been against us, honestly. I think.
No, that was against the Trolls
Okay.
last season. But it looks like they're passing up Mordecai now. So you said about half. It's the top two people. So it's the pack. Okay, I'm about to say the pack hasn't really joined yet. But.
So to give you an idea, right? The best lap from Mr. OG is 2 minutes 6 seconds, right?
Yeah.
He's currently approaching 2 minutes, and it is 2 minutes 30 on Mordecai. He's at 50 minutes, so there's about a minute or so difference, give or take a little bit, in terms of their general pace. So yeah, it should be about half a lap between both of these players in terms of distance.
Don't wreck out here, buddy.
Well, I think that's the hard part. Is like when going slow in this game, the AI is not going to change its path or change what it's doing until it needs to change what it's doing.
Yeah. Ooh, is OG going faster now? Maybe it's because he's on a straighter road. It just seemed like he was going a little bit faster than he was before.
But you got to be paying attention to exactly where Mordecai is. Because as long as you make sure that you don't ever catch up to him.
So if they finish the race, can the AI still go around the lap? Because you know how some racing games, when you finish, the AI will still.
I believe so. I think the AI will still keep going. But I think with this half a lap difference,
it doesn't matter.
Mordecai, I don't know if he has time anymore to actually be able to stop Mr. OG. As long as Mr. OG is willing to just give up that lap time.
Yeah. All right, so I mean, this game lasts longer than Pokemon. Holy moly!
Hey, it's one of those situations where
neither person is really crashing out.
We've gotten really in a situation where players are so good they're taking risks, so we're seeing faster crash outs, and then just the general waste starts to feel a little bit longer. Mr. OG does have a lot of speed, but again,
I mean, Mr. OG just has to play his race. Doesn't look like anybody's coming up on him either.
Mordecai is in second gear, by the way. I need you to understand. Mordecai is like, look, I'm going to get my one chance. One way or another.
I'm going to find you.
Yep. Boom, go ahead, swing around this corner. He's already 30 seconds slower than his previous lap.
Oh, wait,
is this Mr. OG? This is Mr. OG. We're going to see the moment right here. The checkered flag. Mr. OG slowing down just to ensure that he never has to interact with Mordecai at all during the whole race. Incredibly smart play coming out of Mr. OG. You can see the smile on his face like, nah, I know what the game is. I know what the game is.
All right, and now Need for Speed.
Need for Speed. And whose setup is? It's the Ghost Speed setup, so they also get the choice of what they want. So, do you take 2 rookies and 2 veterans, leaving 2 rookies available for whatever rolls next?
I think you just save Hydro. Well, it depends on who's better. I think you leave either LJ or Hydro out, and then you choose Cops. And we don't know how good they are at Need for Speed, the rookies, because they could be amazing at Need for Speed, and we just don't know it.
Yeah, my one question is, the worry is if they... I'm going to give the scenario of when they played the Reapers.
Yeah.
It was Hydro Rad, I believe, and it just so happened that Cat and Hollywood were able to squeeze out a win. And so do you try to maybe play for an out there? Or again, like you said before, just full send and let the wheel decide.
Full send. I mean, you're down 5. You win this, especially a game that you can win quickly. It's a 4-point game. With an hour to go. There's a lot of stuff that can happen. I don't know what games the Ghosts particularly want right now.
Smash. Call of Duty, Smash. Call of Duty Smash. I think some more of the shooters that maybe we're forgetting.
DNF.
Halo. DNF would be another good option.
So we already wrote Fort
Strategy wise, DBD or Texas. Because we haven't seen the bots really play Texas. The Ghosts left some to be desired the last time they played, but it's definitely possible.
And what you don't want also is you don't want StarCraft in any way. Not because you're going to forfeit it regardless, but that's still a point. And catch up on point requires time.
You would rather it get to like a sub 3 difference and then maybe StarCraft Frozen, like, cool, get it off the way. Versus like this going back to a 6-point deficit at this moment. But the hope here is that, and to your point, they left out LJ Scared to Grow, and I think this becomes smart because with those fighters left, you're counting on LJ solo carrying.
So right now we have Billy, Scance, Mordecai, Labamba. Billy on 1, Scance on 2, Mordecai on 3, and Lambamba on 6. I got you. Got you, fam. All right, so now we have Connor on 7. We have Mythical on 3. We have Rad on 11.
How's Mythical?
Sorry, not 3. What did I say? Mythical on 8.
Okay.
We have Rad on 11. And we have Hydro on 12.
All right, here we go. So PC 1, that's going to be Billy as the most wanted. His team is protecting him, trying to help him escape. We will see where everything goes. So we are currently watching Mordecai locked in, focused, and ready to go.
That might be a game that they want. I think
Hydro? LJ Hydro.
Yeah.
That leaves you open for a fighting game, but hey.
That leaves you open for Smash.
True. Oh! I was like, is this over now?
Oh, wait, no.
They could have busted one of the racers and basically made the decision not to.
I mean, that may, because like this early in the game where they're not going to be too far away from you. What is going on? This reminds me of the Reapers Eclipse game the other day where there was just a cluster of people all in one spot.
It looks like they're just trying to get that little bit of space, just trying to get away.
Yeah.
But they're not able to, and with the cops right here on top, the spike strip should be coming up here shortly. We have a roadblock also called in progress, so that's going to stop Billy from getting too fast, but Billy manages to slip through, getting too far, excuse me. Not the best drift, but he's going to need some help because he should have 2 or 3 cops coming up. While his teammates are there, it will be difficult. They pop a jammer just to try to hopefully keep him off. All right, let's see. Can you hit this drift a little bit better, Hydro? Yep. I like the angle.
And he's holding it. Let's go.
And there you go. He's back on it. Is someone going to spin another jammer? They have to try to keep Billy safe. But now the racers have caught up.
Oh, my God.
And the pedestrian says no, Hydro.
Hey.
He is the GOAT. He is my GOAT.
Yeah.
All right, but this should be
That's a really
fine.
messed up car.
He is on about 30% though on health wise. Nice job dodging the double spike strip.
All right.
He's trying to catch up. This EMP I don't think is going to have a target to lock onto. And now here we go, Mr. Call. I'm looking at you. The focus is there. You can see him. He's communicating still with his team, letting them know, like, hey, I got him in my sights. He's still here. I'm on him. I'm probably going to need some help.
Pressure, yeah. Like you're keeping them in the game.
Nice drift. He's holding this angle.
All right. He's out of, roadblocks. Nice,
right,
nice.
cool.
Slow him down. At least a little. Oh, my, okay.
The jammer here, maybe to try to throw him off the scent if there's like a shortcut or something for him to take. So if there is, Mystical is going to have to be the person to call, but Billy slides by the roadblock. They left the right side just open. That's crazy. And now one of the racers have caught back up to provide Billy with some support.
And if they're able to just hit him a little bit.
Nice job swerving back onto the road. Mystical is trying to keep this 1v1, but one of the bots here on PC3, Mordecai saying...
Nice dodge of the spike strip there.
Mordecai saying it's a 2v1, not a 1v1.
There's a cop, though, behind, it looks like.
Yeah, but now there's space between you...
PC2, Rex... Oh,
that's one of the cops that should be down if PC2 was managing to wreck somebody out. they've lost Hydro in the race. We saw his health being pretty low, so it's not surprising that maybe an EMP, another bad crash, could take him out of the race. So they really are now relying on those rookies. Rex, you brought it up. Their level is looking pretty good. He has an EMP that is more than likely going to hit. Nope, he managed to dodge it.
Okay, good job there.
But what he's doing by just staying up here in the race, he still has plenty. His car is damaged, though. This is the really scary part, is when do you, as one of the racers, say, I'm going to try to get you a little bit more space? Or do you just let Mystical, because he has to catch up?
Mystical has to get you 2 people. Or get you a person, and then he can.
And he has somebody coming up on him fast. So now he's basically dealing with 3 racers by
Does he have a
himself.
spike strip, though? Okay.
Does. It's a nice spike strip.
Oh, and this.
Oh, my. Thank you for opening that for me.
But Mystical had to slow down a little bit, too.
And you can see Billy near the edge of that ring over on your minimap on the left. Billy is approaching the zone where he will start to be more free. And he has 2 teammates between him and
the cop.
Yep.
And Mystical is just driving. He's really impressive right now.
Yeah, he's doing a good job because he can't really take big hits anymore with the state of his car. He has to drive with a decent bit of precision. I heard someone call out to make the right. So again, I'm loving that I'm hearing communication. I'm loving that we're going. And again, looks like Hydro's locking back in, trying to maybe give some tips and some information.
That person's a bit of a distance away, whoever that Hydro.
To his teammates. No, I think Hydro got taken out here.
PC-12, yeah, it's Hydro. So who are we watching? PC-1.
This should be. We know that Mystical on PC8's up there, so this is either Rad or Connor.
Oh, there's 2 people right now.
But there we go. I think we lost Mystical there, which puts Billy in the cooldown. He was the only cop within range, and Billy's now escaping in no time.
And that's 2 impressive showings from somebody in the racers on the Ghost. Unfortunately, they weren't able to close it out, but
In-gamer PC7 is the last cop.
are they slightly in range?
It might be because of the turns.
Look at the distance. Look at
Yeah.
look.
Yeah, I don't know about being slightly in range.
You
actually.
in a different city.
Truly. Why isn't this? Oh, the controller disconnected.
They just unplugged it. Like, we're done with this.
I guess that's the game being called here by the game master.
GG's, shake my hand.
And in-gamer PC1 escaped. That's another bots win. Another bots win. So that lead does start to expand back out. So looking at 2K, this is that situation where if I'm going to start calling out, I'm going to call it right now. So the Ghosts, right now, what's going to roll? 2K, LJ, Hydro, go in, domination.
Smash?
Nah, next, Dead by Daylight, Mr. OG, domination.
All right. So that
Call of Duty Warzone,
Rad and Connor?
Rad and Connor,
That's 3.
domination.
That's 8 to 11. Come on. Come on.
Okay.
Speak to me.
Okay.
Come on, speak
Now
to me.
from there,
Smash?
Smash rolls,
LJ and OG.
and in the reset with everybody else, they sweep that. Cool. Now we're looking in a situation where we need another sports game. This is where NHL comes up and you get Hydro in with the 2 rookies to help get that reset to where it needs to be. DNF rolls. LJ goes in.
Does her thing.
Boom. That is 5 games. It's a 1-point game. And now we're looking at the wheel for what's left. And I think about the games because I think I'm missing a shooter.
Overwatch. Halo.
Overwatch and Halo. I think Halo, you get Connor, Rad, Mystical in there, and the rookies bring it home, helping out their team to steal this win back.
So we went ahead and gave you the game plan. Look at Hydro just big chilling.
Silver looking over, smiling, and looking like, "Hey, how's it going?" I was like, "Man, I'm ready to play some 2K. Just go ahead and load the game up."
Look at Hydro. Hydro's just out here vibing.
He enjoying the music, enjoying the ambiance of the arena.
And there's Billy behind them. So Silver and
I'm gonna also give you. I know that eye look. That's the. Y'all really gonna play this? Y'all know y'all really gonna play this?
I've seen the bots forfeit 2K more than anything else.
Y'all really. This was me, by the way. For those who don't know, this was me week
StarCraft.
2 looking at Rex. Like Rex, we both know y'all aren't winning StarCraft. Just forfeit the game, and like we can go to half. And Rex was like, nah.
No, because I've seen teams try to forfeit games so they can. I'm not gonna say what teams, so they can stat pad because losses or forfeits don't count against.
Correct.
So I've seen teams. I'm not gonna say any names.
We'll see when the awards come out. We'll see when the awards come out.
This person is 25-0. I'm like, oh.
Yeah. But that's fine. I think that's whatever. But no, like it's just one of those situations where I don't fault you as much because we were going into half anyway. So I get why you do it. But like
I know you just want to play StarCraft, so I'm giving you the opportunity to play StarCraft.
Yeah. I'm also going to say this to anybody out there because there are people in the league, and I always speak to players. I always tend to have a focus on that. They might be like, "Cool, I'm tuning out. I'm relaxing here." I'm like, run until the whistle. This is just something that's core in sports and any competition. Until that timer runs out, you have to play like you can win the game. And I get there are worlds where literally it becomes physically impossible. But I will always remember one of my favorite basketball players of all time, Tracy McGrady.
Oh.
For those that don't know, the Rockets game where he scores like 50 points in like
Last
12 seconds.
yeah.
It was something ridiculous. People were like, oh, like, but the game was over. It's like, is it? If you're willing to hustle, and this happens all the time, you play into that final whistle and everything should be good. So I know I like the look of this already. I think the Ghosts are already going to be ready to set up the next game that comes up. Once again, my call on that was Dead by Daylight. No, they don't want Dead by Daylight next because Mr. OG would have to. They wouldn't necessarily get Killer. I think the bots would take Killer.
Who set up this 2K?
I think 2K is the setup of the Ghost, if I remember the arrow correctly. The setup of the Ghost. All right, so let's see. And we're looking at these beautiful PCs, these plush chairs, into
Shaq
2K.
Is Hydro, Jordan is LJ, and then Silver and Scans are the other two.
Kareem Abdul-Jabbar and Kawhi Leonard. Kawhi is Silver. Kareem is Scant. So we'll be seeing Scants on Hydro and LJ on Silver. I don't know if I've ever seen Scants and Silver play 2K. I don't legitimately think I've ever seen them.
The bots would just be forfeiting that. So, like, we haven't seen any of the bots really play.
I guess that's true. They played in playoffs. They tried to, I think, against the Ghost in the first game of last season's playoffs, in Season 7, and then realized, like, halfway through the game, like, all right, cool, we can save time. We can just go ahead and call this one. Go ahead and call this one.
Also, they're just changing the buttons now, their shot meter.
This is one of those small things we see everybody focused up. Again, I like to see this. The Ghosts are locked in, ready to play, ready to go, ready to
and we
compete.
Got the next wheel spin, so.
What is next? Okay, that's actually not bad. I don't know if we've seen the bots. Have we seen the bots play? Chat, let us know if we've seen the bots play Forza. I don't remember off the top of my head of seeing the bots play a Forza game. Because they had a 3-man. No, they played in the 3-man game. I remember that was
and they won, right?
That was the infamous Toyota. That was the Corolla situation where someone was just on the Ford Focus.
Let me hop in that Prius real quick.
Yep. And this is LJ once again picking up season 6's rookie sports player of the year.
Because 7 was Pop Candle. Yep, so 6 was LJ Skin.
Picking up with the Jordan right where she left off. There we go.
Miss, and you have to pass that out.
Contested shot by Silver.
And they just left somebody wide open.
Yeah, okay, so the bots... Note to self, the bots don't really play 2K like that.
Maybe just these two, though.
Right now, yeah. You never know. Like the bots, you never know what Billy is planning.
Scheming. Maybe they just don't want to show it yet. But
You never know. They might play the bandits and need to make sure, like, hey,
okay, buddy. But anyways,
LJ
that-
with a nice shot.
yep.
Think we see a 21-0?
No.
Why you say that so confidently, so quickly?
Like how easy it is just to score at least once. Like I can't.
Okay, we got the left, right. Okay, the fact that. Do you want to? Do you want to change your answer, sir?
No, I keep my answer loud and proud.
All right. Ghosts are currently winning. If we have not said that, Ghosts are currently winning. Ghosts are in the black. In the white, we do have the bots. I'm checking in with Rex one more time. This is off. Never
I
mind.
stand by my answer. That
All right.
the bots will go score a point, or I will go out there and score one for them.
I'll do it myself. Oh. I'm actually looking out like, again, credit to both Skits and Silver. You can tell this is one of those things that, like, it's still 33 games, and of the available people on the Ghost, this is the Ghost best line, right?
Yeah.
This is one of the reasons why. Oh, he has it. Can you do it? Can you do it? All right, Kawhi, you going up for that? Okay, now I'm looking at you. Watch you go for that. I was asking the question. Oh, Kawhi is cold, but Silver is not afraid to take that shot. Shaquille O'Neal also not afraid to put them to 10 points.
Yeah.
Body's all right. Kareem with the handles. We see Scants here looking for a play. Scants pull. Scants drives in. Nope, that's going in. That's going in.
Hey, they got a point. Hey, I was right. They weren't getting shut out.
This man Rex. This man Rex. This man Rex is a good shot. It was a good shot by Scants. Nice job. But Silver once again having control of the ball. Silver's shown that he's not afraid to take these shots.
Do you think? Question, because one of the last times we saw a sports game be played, there was a little chatter in the chat saying, "Hey, I can't wait to play this team."
Yeah.
You think we're gonna see that right now? From a certain team, that they
No.
can't wait to play the bot.
No,
You don't think so?
no, I don't think.
Been awfully quiet.
I think that banter is always fun.
Until you get held accountable.
Um,
Hey, they scored 2 points now. Hey,
Banter's always fun, but where there's a snap, crackle, and pop, there's smoke. So
Hey,
you might not always
pop
want,
smoke.
You
Hey,
might,
let 'em
you
know.
might not always.
hey, look, they got 3 points right now. Comeback season in the works.
Ooh,
Hey, you're doing too much. You're doing too much. You're
ooh,
doing too
blue
much.
shot.
You're doing too
Got
much.
his own rebound. No,
You're doing too much. You're doing too much. Come on, homie. Come on, homie. Bob's about to make this comeback.
nice play by LJ to take it in. It's 3-15.
All
Like
the
we
Boss
said-
need to do is go on an 18 point run, and they got this. Hey,
Kareem's about to go
dummy.
7 for 7 from 3.
Hey, let them know.
Don't tell them. Don't let them know. Boom, and there we go. I think this game is squarely in the favor of the Ghosts. I will call Billy the greatest mastermind ever if something all of a sudden happened and he's like execute
why try?
order 13. All of a sudden they just start playing like gods. Be amazing. But 2K is one of those games where now, especially that it's 2v2, I think some of the skill expression is even higher because you really get to see who can
People get
handle
exposed. What's the next
who you can handle or who can handle the fight the best. And there we go. 4 points on the board. I wasn't going to say the Ghost, but the bots making sure that they are able to take big dubs. Take big dubs. There, it looks like I'm looking at the Ghost because you want to finish this as cleanly as possible. You want to finish it quickly, quietly, and are able to. They just need a 2 here to go ahead and close out the game to be a champion. Do you realize that you are a champion?
Well, and it's clear to show that the bots clearly don't play 2K.
Clearly don't play. kind of an understatement. No, but Scans and Silver, like they've done their best, but again, against one of the known duos in the league, especially in terms of 2K players, of Hydro and LJ, you got to be recognizing a nice play that got sent. Okay, don't be afraid. Go back up again. That's what I like. There we go. 5-19. This is where I'm looking again. The Ghost, you got to close this out. You have an hour or so left. You want to get to your game as quick as possible. They're starting to force plays, which has me a little bit worried.
And nope.
Has me a little bit worried. Let's see. All right, cool. Ball goes out. Looking for the play. Playing off the corner. Is LJ just going to end it? Nope. Going in for a quick drive.
Which is a smart move, in my opinion. I think that if she knows that she can get in there, get what she needs to get done, and then get that next bucket, she should be good. No need to show off.
Take it safe. Make it safe. You don't need to I'm gonna get a 2 here guaranteed, and
nah.
the team loses. And this should be off. Able to get it, kicks it out, put it to 22. That
game right there was disrespectful.
The two of them leaning back. I was saying that's that so y'all really played that out. Y'all played that whole game. Like I know you played it for time, but y'all played that whole.
I mean, it was smart for them to play it out. Like right now, the Ghosts really need those wins. They really do.
And I'm joined by the illustrious
AV. Yeah, no.
Hey, let them know. Hey, and we are in it. So how have you been enjoying the game? How have things been going?
So far, so good. The Ghosts, I am surprised that there are some games that they lost. But I am really looking forward to the rest of the game. They still have a lot of games on the wheel. They got Forza up next, which I definitely think that this is a game that Connor will have the opportunity to shine. I think he's actually one of their better races on their team.
Okay.
Because even for Need for Speed, he was having some issues with Need for Speed as far as he plays on controller, and his controller was acting up. It kept opening up his window instead of accelerating, so he had to use mouse and keyboard, which he wasn't really comfortable with.
The infamous Need for Speed. Need for Speed is one of those games to all the rookies out there that is definitely like that. That controller issues plague the league, and that's one of those rookie mistakes that ultimately end up happening to everybody. You kind of just learn that once. I'm like, it's worked every other time I plugged my controller in, and it's like,
not this time. Oh, I did not mean to do that.
Hands up.
But hopefully they get that whole controller thing situated. Just because they really need these dubs, right? They already are moving forward, and this is what we see a lot from the Ghosts. They have kind of a slow start in the beginning, and then when it comes to that second half, they really start to put things, in motion really fast. The only thing that I would say for the Ghost is they need to start off just that strong, right? Because you're in overdrive the rest of the game.
It's an extra level of stress, right? We're looking right now, you're 5 points down, whereas if maybe, like you said, you could hit the gears start going up a little bit earlier. That's like a 3-point deficit, and you're like, all right, cool, I gotta go hard. But right now they're like, all right, we just won 2K, we need to run Forza. I don't know if you heard the lineup I gave where it's like, cool, they need Smash, and then they need Dead by Daylight, and then they need and Call of Duty, and then and you get this game where it's like, we need all of our games to hit, and we need to win all of our games.
Yep, exactly, man. And so right now, like I said, they're kind of in overdrives, and so they're playing the catch-up game. I do think that the Ghosts have the opportunity to catch up. It looks like we've got ourselves a timeout. If there is any way, production, for us to see the rest of the wheel so I can try and predict what games the Ghosts have the potential to win, that would be fantastic.
It's out there because it's one of those really small things that if we were in this situation, right, and say the entire strategy portion of the wheel hasn't rolled, all the fighting games haven't rolled, and you're down by 11 to the bots, I'm like, okay, now we're in a dangerous situation. Now I'm looking at you like, have you been practicing StarCraft?
Yeah, exactly. Honestly, what I really like about when it comes to the Ghost is the leadership that they have with their owner Ryan. He made this very valid point that I like to talk about, and that is for his players, they're like, you've come all the way down here, right? Just to take a L. Like, no, we need to wake up.
Yeah.
We got to change some things around. And honestly, just that type of mindset for a lot of the players, especially the ones that don't live, in the area that are traveling from, like we have people coming from New York and close to North Carolina. Like you want to make the time that you have as impactful as possible. So don't come into this building expecting to lose.
Yeah, I can't argue with that.
Mm-hmm.
Too many people out there as well. If you come and feel like you're gonna lose, I look at that than a preparation thing. Like, if you've been practicing hard or not compared to anybody. You
Right.
know if you've been putting that time in.
Mm-hmm.
And every single person I've talked to about the Ghost
Mm-hmm.
has no doubt about the talent of that team.
Yeah, 100%.
They have the talent on the team, the ability on the team to come out and take dubs.
I mean, but also it goes to show that like there still are a lot of, they have 3 rookies and then 1 sophomore, which would be Zach Attack, right? The rest of them are either veterans or in their 3rd year, right? But then you have the bots who have stayed the same.
How many seasons?
For so many seasons, right? So they have a lot more synergy within themselves, especially Billy, La Bamba, and Mordecai, and Scance as well. And it's not to say that Silver is like the odd man out, but you don't see Silver on the lineup as often as we would like to see, right? So for him to be here is really a testament to just how much that he can fit in well with the rest of the team. So, with that being said, when it comes to the Ghost, it's just working on that synergy. I know they practice these games.
Yeah.
100%. I know that they practice these games. Zach Attack talks about it all the time as far as practice. It's just about getting that synergy and just making sure that mentally you're prepared, and also communication.
Yes. It's the realist and the honest thing, because I will also add on to that that I think there's a microscope on those veterans and those experienced players, because they're all kind of in this season being thrust into more of a leadership position. Like, yes, we've talked about Hydro on the over the weeks being the new GM, but also in that moment having 3 rookies. I think during the Wolves games they played 5 rookies, and now you're looking at Mr. OG and LJ as the people that like your team is going to look towards. Like, all right, when I'm in my 2nd season, my 3rd season, my 4th season. What are the expectations? What am I doing? Where do I stand? And here we go. We are in Hakon.
All right, we got
and somebody's already spinning out. That is not a great
look. Now, I really want to see what Connor's going to do here. Like I said, he is one of their stronger races. NHL coming up next.
NHL, that can be another win. It was one of the ones that I think when talking about what was left for the Ghost. Nice job getting through. All right, Mr. Call out in front with a 7-point lead. PC5. That should be a bots player right behind him,
though. Able to see them communicate with each other. Who's on PC1? Oh, my God.
That should be Billy. I'm almost certain that's Billy.
Oh, man. And, like, that's what I love to see, bro. Like, them just keep communicating with each other. Billy just going off. If that is him. But
a forfeit by the bots, and that is a huge help to the Ghost in a world where you need time.
Yep.
Taking a game even like Forza, that's 3 laps, and getting that win like that.
Yep. Yeah, man. So now we got NHL, right? With NHL, I'm struggling to see who exactly the Ghosts are going to put in, because I don't think they have a lot of like sports coverage outside. Oh, well, at least for NHL.
Zach Attack. And this is the scary part. Hydro, and then you pick between Mr. OG and LJ Skater Girl.
Oh, that's right. Okay.
But the issue is that leaves you're hoping for Halo after that.
That's true.
You are hoping, like, let us stick all of our rookies in.
And we've seen that, how impactful the rotations are, right? And I'm going to be honest, man, and I'm going to call him out. Listen, I don't know about Zach Attack right now. He has dropped every game that I've seen him in. What happened to Pokemon, Zack Attack? What happened to Pokemon?
You know, he's a little unfamiliar with the team. A little bit unfamiliar.
No. He knows Pokemon. Just like he knows Yu-Gi-Oh! And if he drops Yu-Gi-Oh! Today, if it rolls, I am
didn't
going
even
to.
think about it.
Yo,
Nah,
yeah.
I'm saying that right here, right now. Get my man Zack Attack on the Yu-Gi-Oh! I need him to show out because he look. Having talked with him, he knows Yu-Gi-Oh!
Yeah.
There's an issue.
So he also knows Pokemon.
But there's an issue. There is a man that has known many a strategy game and is the master schemer here in the UEL. The GOAT himself. I don't care how prepared. Billy will come up with something that is like, yeah.
Yeah.
And you're just like, what?
Yeah.
What? But I would love to see that matchup and love to see. And again, I didn't even think about that, but Yu-Gi-Oh! Is definitely a game that is a ghost dub if it rolls. Should be. Should be. You already mentioned it. There were some games on this wheel that we thought were ghost dubs as well. That we thought.
So the forfeit was because
two of the bots had the same car, and in Forza, the way we play, it is 5 individual players, and none of the cars can be the same.
So it should be 5 individual cars.
Yep. You all can't drive the Ford Focus, okay? One of y'all get the Prius, the Corolla. Okay, we're gonna take some time there. One of y'all can hype on your bicycle even. We fine with the bicycle.
I mean, if we're doing Wreckfest stuff, then let's do it.
I don't want Wreckfest, honestly. I don't think the Ghosts want Wreckfest. I'm gonna be honest with you. You don't want to. Billy just, that game is too much fun, and you know Billy loves fun.
Yeah, he does. But with this NHL, who do you think is going in for the box? Because we kind of talked about a little bit about the Ghosts, but I who do you foresee? Stop putting your hand in the way.
Sorry, having some fun over here on the production side of things. But historically, I know we've always seen Billy and La Bamba. They proved with that Madden game that started us off on the day. The two of them are always good. And I'm actually going to make a pivot and call. I think Silver's out to prove a point. People like to typecast Silver in terms of what he's able to do, and I think this is the season where Silver comes out and says, hey, you said I couldn't shoot. In Valorant, I'm picking up triples. You said I couldn't shoot. In NHL, I'm hitting pucks.
He's still a fighter, and that's it.
Okay.
Yep.
No, I think that's very much a game, though, that the Ghost can win. So I'm interested here. We ran out of setup time. It is on the bots, and now I'm nervous. It was the start of the game also. The bots forfeited, if I remember correctly, NHL. And here we are checking out our beautiful PCs with the plush seats in the background. And everyone, plant your butts because we are now getting into some great NHL.
And like I thought, we have Billy in, La Bamba in, and Mordecai in versus Zack Attack, LJ, and Hydro. So Billy's red, La Bamba is purple, Mordecai is light blue. Don't know why he made
All right,
that.
so Mordecai was looking to take a shot. Here we had La Bamba also going and taking an attempt there himself. Aren't able to get it, and we are right back to it. Billy with control of the puck. Looks to take a quick shot, isn't able to. I think they're just trying to tire out the goalie. From the green player here, that would be LJ looking for maybe a quick goal or a play. But it looks like the Ghosts can't kind of get it together and get into a formation. They're just trying to get an easy goal. Hydro on that gold, trying his best to get something done, trying to check the goalie. Maybe the goalie lets the puck out. They manage to get it back. Hydro with control of the puck. He's sweeping around, but here we go. The bots on the offensive. La Bamba pushing up, looking maybe to pass it to Mordecai, but the Ghost stopped the attack with the swiftness. Zack Attack. I'm looking at Zack Attack because I do know that both of his brothers, who are also players, do play NHL, and having siblings that play a game is super helpful in terms of just both picking stuff up, learning the game, and learning how to get pretty good.
All right, so just for this easiness of it, Ghost are the white jerseys and the bots are the blue.
A nice check to go ahead and get the puck out, poked it out. Running back, so here in the blue, you see Zack Attack once again with control, looking up, LJ.
And he's trying, I would imagine he was trying to pass them, maybe, but taking a shot, and there's two people between you and go.
It's all right in this version of the game if you're able to force some of the stamina out of the goalie. I think it does
I
help.
keep pressing them.
Yes, but there we go. We saw Billy with even himself going from half ring, half rink,
Half.
halfway up the
Right.
field. But here we go, looking for a play.
Oh wait! Oh,
Unable to put it in. A good look by LJ, but not able to find that final little play. Hydro back on defense. They're trying to swing the goalie around. Hydro with control of the puck now. Sends it up. LJ looks again. It's lost, but Hydro manages to recover. But here we go.
It's going to go back to the possession of the Ghost here.
Here's Hydro. And the goalie now has control of it.
But
Are they going to pass it out?
no, it will be.
Hey, what do you mean? What do you mean? Go ahead, throw that puck out there.
All right, so let's see what they opt to do here. They're really clogging these lanes, not giving the Ghost any kind of ease when it comes to making it.
Tries to go for a slap shot. You didn't have that type of space. Hydro unable to get it, and it comes back over to Billy.
And pass
Over
out.
to
They're going deep.
Lamamba. Nope. It's unable. Hydro back on the counter attack.
They're spread out.
Rex, have we seen a closer game of NHL this season?
0-0. I mean,
I didn't say exciting wise. I think my teammate might have a word with some people. Managed to come back here, but a good first period. You held them scoreless, so now it still is anybody's game. Whoever's able to get a little bit more pressure. I know the bots are kind of happy on this front, and maybe the Ghosts are looking to do a little bit more damage in the situation. So here in the blue, they send it back. LJ's going to probably pick it up. LJ looks to move up the rink with it.
all right.
A nice...
Well, I was going to say it was stolen, but they just kind of let it go.
Bomba in. Okay, here we go. Hydro loses the puck.
And they're able, like, they're keeping the pressure on. So eventually, you imagine it's going to crack because whoever doesn't score this first puck is going to need two to catch
Three,
up.
in fact. It's a 3-point puck.
Yeah, but the first one and the second one after that's a money puck.
No, they're not getting both of them.
That's what I'm saying. They need to score twice.
Ooh.
Oh, tried to,
Hydro tries to cross him up a little bit.
but unfortunately not able to. So this game may be a matter of who scored first. Whether that scores by coincidence, whether they just happen to chuck in.
Here we go. A nice shot. Can you get it? They aren't able to get control of it one more time to maybe throw in another shot.
The good thing is neither team, well, more so the Ghosts than the bots, is getting these easy transition looks.
Yes.
There's always somebody there to contest. All right,
And they're fighting for the puck once again.
all right, they're just going to hold on to it.
From the goal. Good option. You don't want to risk actually giving that score. I was like joking a little bit, but obviously to
Pass it out.
You want to.
And they
hold
pass it to the
on
wall.
to it.
And it works out for them. Are they going to able to? Oh no, they had it. They had it right there. They had it. Unfortunately, we're not able to connect. But now the bots are on the attack. Are the bots able to take advantage of this opportunity given to them?
And if you can see here, so this is the Ghost in the white
Oh, they got
jerseys.
it in. Kucherov.
I credit to them that whether intentional or not, that play ended up working out in their favor.
And now the bots need 2 goals to catch back up. So are we looking potentially at the Ghosts only being down 3?
I think that we are I think this is one of those situations that sometimes, as much of like the jokes can kind of come out, there are times where your games are still on the wheel. And
good strategy by them by just opting to forfeit.
yeah, it is unfortunate that the bots use 2 cars though.
Yeah.
And we're lost the game
It's
like
time.
because even though the first person can finish pretty quickly, even on a map like a cone, you're still looking at maybe an 8 to 8-minute game ish.
Oh, and another goal. So one more goal and they just. Yeah.
Here we go. So for those that are out there that are wondering, regardless of what happens from this point on, we do play with special pucks on. These next 2 pucks, if the bots are able to score, we'll win the game.
Which is crazy to think.
This game is not over. And notice, you heard how quickly Rex stopped, because if that puck went in, this is a 1-point game, and that next puck will decide it. But right now, the Ghosts have squarely held control. And I know the Ghosts want to close this out. In their last game, they fought tooth and nail and had a team come back from...
Was that against the Wolves?
That was against the Cobras.
Cobras.
Pop Candle had his moment, scoring a hat trick of 3 pucks to go ahead and take the game. But they've been here. They know what it means to not let up, to know they need to keep this pressure up.
They
and
have some of the same
close
infrastructure they've had in the
it
past.
out. All right, let's see. Ready? And boom. Go. This is on. This is third period. So either in 3 minutes or in 1 goal, the Ghosts can end this game. They just have to.
Oh, and it went in. Oh, there's no way. There's no way that goes in. Look at Billy. Billy gave me that stupid little smile. Like, I guess.
Totally planned. Totally planned. That was completely intentional. Does history repeat itself? Chat, I need you to be vocal in the chat. Who are you looking to win this game of NHL? Do we see a second score come out of the bots?
And the bots moving the puck really. Yo.
Do we see a second score and the bots take the game, or will the Ghosts find that moment to put lights out? Right now, I'm letting you know the bots have had control of this third period in terms of offense. It has not come down the rink towards their side. It's coming back. Nice job by Hydro, staying back on defense, giving his team an opportunity.
Oh, my. If he let the slowest puck in the world. They're stressing now. They are stressing.
I know both sides are very quiet right now, because this is that moment where
this is like
it doesn't matter that
this
you're
is
up.
game changing.
Yes. This would give the Ghosts the momentum they need to be like, all right, cool. What's the next game? Let's play it. All right, cool. Hold on to the puck.
Keep the pressure on them.
Hold on to the puck. All right. So once again, checking in. 2 minutes. 1 minute, 57 seconds. 2 minutes, the Ghosts win. 1 score, the Ghosts win. 1 score, the bots win.
And here's the thing, the Ghosts have looked.
Oh my God! I lost sight of the puck. All right, we're coming back around again. All right, it's back in the bots' possession.
No.
A nice attempt by Zach Attack to just kind of flick it in to the far side of the goal. They throw it out to La Bamba.
And given a chance, right? Because the Ghosts are probably thinking, oh, they're just gonna.
Billy with control of the puck.
Is he gonna? All right, put it. But the goalie does
You got to get it out there. You just got to get it out there. Here comes Zach Attack. He has control of the puck. He's looking to make a move. Isn't able to make the shot.
They're going to let it out? Yep, they're going to let
Billy
it out.
throws it out. Hydro in position, though, to take the cut to lane. It comes back around to the bot side. This is Zach Attack again. He's not able to get the slap shot off. The goalie gets
The Ghosts have 2 winning options here. Don't let them score or score.
And honestly, both of them, I'm saying you want to be in control of the puck for the next minute. I don't care whether you win the game or not. It looks like Zach Attack is just looking for his moment. He's had a many good looks on the goal. He just has to find that one.
Pass it up.
Here we go. Mordecai looking for it, takes his own shot, isn't able to get it in. Billy the GOAT goes off. It's coming back around to the bot side.
There's about 30 seconds left.
All right, chat.
All right. What's going to happen here? What's going to happen here? They're going to
hold it. Burn 2 more seconds. It doesn't matter. All right, 27 seconds. We will have an answer to you within the next half a minute. It's okay. Yeah, this is where LJ just says, nope, we're just not letting you touch the puck again. Nope, you just don't get to play the game anymore.
There's been too many close situations.
My heart can't handle it with some good puck movement. But they are on their side of the ring. If she loses control of this, the bots have control of it. Oh my God! Yo! A last second score gives the bots the win in NHL.
And you can look at Billy. You can look at Billy and Mordecai and all of them, and they aren't expecting that. That was something they were not expecting. Oh, Yo,
even Billy, the fact that the bots aren't even moving, they're looking at it like, we cannot believe that with 5 seconds left on the clock, 5 seconds, Yo. Yeah, I'm speechless. I'm actually speechless. That's also the second game consecutively where the Ghosts were 4-0 up on an opponent in NHL and lost. And I want to highlight, I don't think what LJ did was the wrong call. I think after everything that happened there, playing safe, if you can manage that, even the bots players looked at that shot like, wait, that went in?
Because you gotta look at it, right? There's a lot of people that you can't just put this on LJ, right?
Yeah.
Zack Attack has had multiple opportunities with a shot on goal to close it out. Wasn't able to, right? Like Hydro, y'all had the full time of the game to close it out. And you weren't able to. So this is a thing that has to be, you win as a team, you lose as a team.
Yes. And here's the thing. There's still 40 minutes. It is 5 games. FIFA coming up next. And I'm looking here to say
Rad is going in. And I don't know who's next. Rad and Connor?
And I know Exile's sitting there a little bit. Exile has been wanting to play FIFA since he came in and has not had the opportunity
So
to.
Rad and Connor, I think you put in here.
Yeah. And this is that moment that
Do you put Silver and Scanton again?
maybe.
But I feel like Billy's better. So Silver and Billy.
Yeah. But I'm going to say this right now. To the Ghost, this is a pivotal moment for what's happening.
Yeah.
Yes, that will happen. All of us players have been in that position where that moment happens, but y'all have to lock back in right now because if you win FC,
yeah,
get that point back, next game rolls and win that one. You care about making 2 back-to-back points. Yes, it sucks, but worry about it after
the fact.
In VOD review. Worry about when you're looking at it and practicing this week coming up. Ooh.
That was so you have Rad and Connor going in versus Silver and Mordecai. That was I think that was the most exciting game of NHL. Most stressful. It's stressful for us and we're not even playing.
The amount of shots that went on there, and it's one of those games that you also look back on and it will be a shoulda, woulda, coulda situation. You should have done this, you could have done this. If I knew that was possible, was possible to happen, I would have done. It's one of those situations that if 5 more seconds pass, if 4 more seconds pass with LJ having the puck, and just it doesn't go in, or that puck doesn't go in, then they hold it, goes down to 3 seconds, and then they just play super aggressive, and again, another shot can go in. It's one of those situations that it feels and looks worse
than it happened. Yeah,
that is one of the. Again, when you look at your opponent and your opponents are all sitting there like,
that happened. When it rains, it pours. I guess.
that is true. That is true.
But
I do, and yeah, we do. Again, I want to highlight because the Ghost, that game I think has summed up
the whole match.
I want to say like a lot of their season so far.
Yeah,
their season has been them fighting hard, and it just so happens that the coin has fallen on the other side a few times. My hope is that they continue to get back up and keep playing that hard because everybody in the league has been saying the same thing. Like, y'all have the talent, y'all have the skill, y'all have the ability. You have to be willing to keep playing and pushing for that break because it will happen. And it just sucks that in this moment, NHL went like that. But I ask you, how would you rally the Bandits in this moment? If that just happened to the Bandits,
I don't think we need rallying.
Okay,
just built different, I guess. But anyways, we got FC coming on, and PSG is going to be the bot. Sakurai is going to be the Ghost.
All right, here we go again. Rad and Connor in versus Silver and Mordecai, and there was already a quick goal coming out. Soccer Aid going up. The Ghost taking an early lead. It might be on the rookies to find the opportunity to maybe when some of their veterans might be a little bit frustrated in the general state of how the game went, Maybe this is that moment where the rookies step up and say, I joined this league for a reason. Just going to walk it in. No problem. They're up 2-0.
Rad and Connor showing out.
This is that moment where everybody will remember what's happened so far. Everybody will remember that you stepped up here in this moment to find the opportunity for your team, walk it in, take some time, and it now looks like the bots are keeping one player back, and the goal is open, but unfortunately they're not able to get another shot in. And here we go. So blue and yellow will be Connor and Rad. Blue being Rad, yellow being Connor. Silver and purple are Mordecai, and purple is silver.
Yeah.
Mordecai is red. There we go. Words. Colors are difficult sometimes.
Especially when one of the names is Silver.
And here we go. This should be the bots coming back on attack, looking for an opportunity to get the ball in. They're not able to find any real shots on goal just yet. And a good job by clearing it. This should be another goal. Walk it in. Already, I want to highlight. We have seen multiple veterans in this league
That shot.
not be willing to just walk that ball in.
Yeah.
Be as safe as possible. And the fact that these two locked in, ready to go, are already there is amazing.
All right, so let's see. Oh, and yep, here we go again.
See, that's what I'm saying. Like, be willing to walk, just walk a couple more steps. You don't have to do everything. They're playing some pretty aggressive defense because I think they realize that they're pretty strong at this point.
They're not giving the Reapers.
Mordecai says, I'm ending this, but keep walking it up. Yup, keep walking it up. And a 4-0 lead, just like that.
They, what's the word I'm looking for? They are not giving the bots an opportunity to catch their breath, right? And
yeah.
That's just something that can be happening when you play a little bit more defensive. If you let the other team figure it out instead of pushing the issue, making it their problem.
I'm not kidding to you here. It's like, it's every punch now the bots have thrown in this game of FIFA. Rad and Connor have answered perfectly. It's like, oh, you want to overreach here? Cool. We're just going to walk it into your goal. Oh, my man is happy. They looking over like, wait.
Yeah, Silver's not looking too happy right now. But, hey, you've had your games today. They have theirs.
But that's what I'm saying, like, to the veterans and to everybody out here. Your rookies are showing out right now. They are proving that this game is not done.
You think Billy forfeits, or are you like, eh?
Oh, no, he's playing every minute.
The longer this game goes, the more.
He's playing this game out. You know what? Rex.
Yes.
There is 30 seconds left on the setup time, and 7 goals have been scored by the Ghost. If this is not a statement to say,
we're better,
that's just one goal. Well,
Yeah.
we're just better. We're just better.
And look, he just took that. He went into that man's kitchen and took his cookies. Like,
nah, this is a rallying moment. This is a rallying moment. I'm really happy to see. Every time I like pause, I feel like another goal goes in the net. Now I'm starting to wonder the question.
oh, hey, look, good job.
And
They
we got
got
the answer back. You didn't keep us scoreless. You didn't stop us. I got my goal.
All right.
Cool.
Oh, I think Hydra was telling them to slow down. We did see Hydra go over there because the more times they score, the less time they have to.
It pauses the game each time.
Yeah.
Now that you're up by 8, I think slowing down the pace of the game, unless you're just basically given a free goal, is a good option.
Yeah, they're 100% doing that.
Yep, nice job deflecting off, passing the ball around.
Yeah,
Yeah, because that was an opportunity at another goal, and is now just saying like, hey, you have control of the ball firmly. Just go make sure that for the next 2.5 minutes, nothing basically happens. Smart play. This ensures that there will only be 2 more minutes of FIFA. All right, but the bots have control of the ball once again. Are they able to get another score in?
Hey.
Slows down time a little bit more.
All right, so let's see what we got. Yeah, Kylian Mbappe.
Boom, nice move. Sending it over. 2 minutes.
All right, we have about 2 minutes left. This ball movement is great, making sure that and it's spreading them out, like spreading them out,
nice move.
finding opportunities to pass. All right. He kicked it in himself. Look at Hollywood back there enjoying it.
Oh, he looks like a proud dad just watching the game. Just
My son
enjoying himself.
Yeah, you're gonna.
This is something that I'm automatically like. If I would be saying like, "Hey, we need to go back on the offensive."
Yeah.
Because very clearly, like they're
can't-
off. Neither team has great defense here.
Yeah. The Ghosts' best defense has been their offense.
It's so difficult here. All right, let's see. You able to put it in? Good job stopping it.
Yeah, you like score at least one more to make it.
Ooh.
Oh, what the?
Yeah, I'm speechless. Like I'm watching this game because both sides now. It looks like the Ghosts are also willing to step out now a little bit more and just play a little bit more aggressive. Here we go. Can the bots find the answer? And the Ghost have
Just take it. Just take it. Just take it.
just take another point wherever possible. This is where like you have a minute left. You don't need to score 10 more times, but you can score once.
And that
And
makes
be all
a
right.
huge difference. Oh, yo, yeah, they're like, yeah, we need to score. We need to score.
Like playing safe is I would say you play to your win conditions, and sometimes your win condition isn't always the perfect play.
Yeah.
It's what will guarantee your win here, and I think them playing more aggressive and just be
No, yeah. Y'all need to go ahead. Look at that. Y'all need to just go ahead. Put a few more points on that thing.
Hey chat. Which one of y'all
yo, go ahead. Go ahead and put some points on that.
7-9.
Yeah, you need.
Go ahead. I'm speechless. I this is not where I saw like no. Nice steal back. All right, the Ghost back on the offensive.
Yeah, no, that's
Okay,
what
you have 10 seconds. You have 10 seconds. Please. Okay, look. With like 3 seconds left, just try to score a goal. Like I don't care. 2. What?
you don't understand how like that end of that game. The end of that game. That
We went from Mordecai and
1
and
to
Silver
9.
looking like, what are we doing to them walking away laughing and the rookies looking petrified?
Because that was, you don't want that. What would have made it worse? It would have been back-to-back games.
Oh, yeah, no. Now, like, the rookies are looking like, oh, wait, oh, Lord. But that's a win. Wreckfest is up next.
Oh my god!
You know what? Maybe don't play sports games with the bots. Because when they want to play sports games, that's stressful. Dear Lord. Why do I feel like that's the strategy team? Like that is the most strategy team thing in the world. Is to be like, the physical part of the game is not what we're gonna get you.
It's everything else.
Is like legitimately, I watched them go from like, all right, cool too.
Like when it was like
Chamberlain.
when it was like 4 to 9, you're like, okay. Then it was 5 to 9, and you're like 6 to 9. I was like,
This isn't funny anymore.
yeah.
This isn't. Can we swap to something else?
Hold up. Wait a minute.
Bring it back. All right, cool. We are at 8 to 12. It's 4 points, 30 minutes. Been done before.
Mhm.
Wreckfest can be fast.
Yeah. Get them buses out, boys.
And now this is where I'm looking. I'm like, all right, cool. You need.
Apparently, the bots didn't know who they were to start off that game.
Rex.
Yeah.
9 points? For 9 points, you didn't know? Sorry. That's I didn't know the door was pushed until the 10th time I pulled it. Sorry, that's my fault. I'm looking at them like
Halftime. It took you to halftime.
they figured it out. But this is definitely a big comeback potential here. So I'm looking at it, and this is that moment where I wanted to call it out, but they held out LJ Skater Girl. If these fighting games start rolling.
I don't know what's going on right here, but I love it. So we have Silver on PC 1, Scans on 2, Mordecai on 3, Billy on 5, a Bomber on 6. Now we have Zack Attack on 7, Mystical on 8, Hydro on 10, Connor on 11, and Mr. OG on
the literal one roll you don't want. Okay. Nah, this is good. This is good. Maybe Billy's out of rotation. I say as they play a 4-man, which is literally impossible.
He is.
Wait, he's actually.
I think so.
Hold on.
Wait, no. I think didn't they put Mordecai in for the last game, so Billy should be available.
That's what I'm saying. I'm like, 5 minutes really difficult.
That'd be hilarious if it was.
So it looks like the Ghosts have gone with a motorhome strategy, expecting the bus strategy, and they seem to be holding up pretty well. Billy gets a big hit there on PC-10, but Mystical immediately answers back. Billy now below half health on his bus. Let's see if he's able to get it done. Let's see. Ooh. Mystical competing with the bus. This is one of the few times we've actually started to see somebody try to beat the bus strategy versus just opting into buses themselves. But we can see one of the Ghosts are already out.
Oh, but
a nice big hit on Billy, but one of the bots said, hey, that's my
hands
goat.
off. That's
Mr. OG's about to go out. I think that might be the end of Mr. OG. I see his name disappeared.
Wait, how many people are left for that?
All right, there's at least one red name. There's at least one red name.
I got to see them get some points. I need the red points.
I think there might be one Ghost left.
So I see that they got points. Oh, yep.
All right, here we go. There's a couple.
Ghost is relatively healthy though. Like not super healthy. They taking a lot of front end damage.
A nice pivot. I don't think in the motorhome, I don't know if it can do enough damage to a bus.
You have to I think you have to use gravity against it. I think you have to hit the bus on
a turn when it's already tipping.
Turn or
Good job. That's one executed bus. You're still at 45% health. You just got to do a few more. All right, cool. Nice. Scans, avoid Scans. Scans is still pretty healthy, which makes your life a little bit more difficult. And you're limping a little bit here in this bus. But it looks like there are two red players. I see both this PC-7, who we're watching. PC-7 is Zack Attack, doing a great job keeping his team in the game. And Mystical both seem to still be up and available, able to race. So this game isn't over just yet. All right, let's see where we're going. Yep, and these two motorhomes, right? These two motorhomes that you see on your screen, these are the Ghosts. Mystical and Zack Attack.
Mystical's been showing out today.
Yep, and they're going on a great adventure. We haven't seen some bots in a while, which always scares me. Especially on this map. I feel like this map, Billy, I think that's Billy approaching Zack Attack.
This is the second time we've seen this map this weekend. After not really seeing it that much.
I love the experimentation that we're seeing. Oh, Zack Attack, you have two buses behind you.
Dun dun. Dun dun. Dun 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 dun. That's what
I'm not even kidding. Like, that's what it feels like. This area is a little bit dangerous.
He's kind of limping his way through.
All right. I'm wondering here with Zack Attack, what is...
Oh my God, the whole squad,
bro. I'm not even turning around no more. I'm not looking behind me. I'm driving forward. This is just faith. Okay, there's one.
Oh, they're ignoring you, I guess.
Well, because they're up on points by so much now. Them interacting with you and possibly, I don't know, somehow taking a bunch of damage is a lot worse than them just racing and finishing in the buses. Buses also are going to take a while to finish the game, so it's not like this isn't going to burn another maybe 5-6 minutes off the clock.
Yeah, they're 4 hours 7. So keep Zack Attack alive.
Yeah, if this is taking it's a minute a lap, that's at least 2 more minutes.
So be up 5 with less than 30 minutes to play. All right, but
Oh, here we go. We're on Mystical.
Ooh.
Did a great renovation. Wanted to open up the left side just to get a little bit more sunlight in. But it looks like it wants to tip so badly now.
All right, good job avoiding that stationary bus. All right, so
Let's see where we're going here.
they're not going to win by points.
This is where like I need some of the veteran talent on the team to start like making that aware. Because if you realize you're not going to win, either get yourself out of that game faster, or
Probably be faster just to get out run. Honestly, you can't actually forfeit because StarCraft is literally next. So you just run into some of those stations.
that's why I said like you in the game. Having your fate in your own hand is always what you want to do, because legitimately at this point when you're on your second to last lap, I don't think you can win the game fast enough.
Yeah, no.
Like you cannot. I don't know if you can take out 4 buses in the next like 2 laps.
Yeah, no, you're not doing that. They have to monumentally mess up. Because score-wise, they might quadruple them. It's 61 to 212 right now.
And this is one of those things that I guess I would personally say the mental damage. He's at least trying to stop him, like saying, "Hey, I'm not going to let you buy for free." So we do have a winner. So it looks like one of the buses did manage to finish. PC3. That's Mordecai finished up the race. Mystical tried to go ahead and take
Kind of too
a
late.
shot.
For that. Are they going to quadruple them up on points? You just need 15 right this second.
This should be Billy finishing the game.
Yeah, I want to finish the race.
What we have going on here? Oh, I want
Hey, it
to-
looks like that's the game. There was no way for them to come back into the game, so it's an unfortunate series of events. But for me,
StarCraft. I'm just gonna go ahead and forfeit this. Yeah, because it's Billy and La Bamba. Go ahead and F.
the issue is you have to forfeit.
Yeah.
Like, I'm not kidding to you that when my team played the Ghost,
Yeah.
it took 25 minutes to end StarCraft.
Yeah, you go ahead and forfeit. this.
Billy, who knows this game, will make you take half an hour. I don't care. And it's not that he's playing slow. He just understands the game that well. He knows exactly when and where he should be taking fights.
Go like forfeit this. Enough on a feel good game, a game that makes you feel good about yourself.
Halo.
Halo, Smash. I don't know what else, but
I'm gonna be honest.
Overwatch.
I don't think the veterans on the Ghost even want to play
Yeah.
like Smash at this point. I think they just it's one of those things where like when it rains it pours, and maybe it's worse that like in a sequence of games, if we are being honest, because when AV came in here, Need for Speed apparently I think Mystical's controller wasn't working. Mystical's controller wasn't working. NHL went the way that it did, and so you can argue those 2 points could have been yours.
and it'll be 10 to 11 right now.
And that's what hurts and does more damage than
Because a
anything
5-point
else.
difference. We actually literally said 5-point difference isn't as big. And it was just a exact score. We're talking about like how that's 10 to 11. Like 1 or 2 games go differently in NHL. That's the big one that hurts.
Yeah, it just hurts because you were right there. Like, it is the best example of tasting victory.
Because NHL, you win NHL, you win. What's the other game they talk about? Need for Speed, right? It's 10 to 11. You go ahead and forfeit StarCraft, okay, 10 to 12, and you start playing the odds here.
So while we get into this, we do have like 26 minutes. I want to start to talk to you now about some strategy ideas, because now we're towards the end of the game and we can kind of look back.
Yeah.
Was the Ghost approach of kind of giving fighters?
I think it was the
The
right
threat.
one. It worked because they came. Okay, so it's a 5-point difference right now, but functionally they came within 3 games of it being a different thing, right? I think that execution during certain times, right? Like the Need for Speed, the control thing is unfortunate, but you have to kind of make sure beforehand, right?
Yeah.
The NHL, you need a better situational awareness, or you needed something other than what you were doing.
Here we go. Next wheel spin. They did forfeit StarCraft. This is bog standard when playing Billy. You just don't.
Cards drift.
Cards drift. So this is one of those situations, and I'm gonna, if I'm looking at people in here, Mr. OG's available, who is, I believe, one of their Car Drift players. There are maps in this game
That super
are
quick.
45 seconds long.
Mm-hmm.
If you know that map, this is the moment to break it out, get it done, get it over with. You have one timeout left, so that could be another point. Once again, this
You
goes
could
back to
functionally get 3 games in.
yeah. This is one of those things why I say you still hustle to the very end. Like what people won't necessarily see from the scoreline, we know that hey, we can look at this list and pull out probably 5 to 7 games that could have gone either way.
Yeah.
And so if it's a 3-point differential, you can come away saying, hey, if we see the bots again,
3 games, it's tied up 11-11 right
yeah,
now.
we need to make sure to shore up those to shore up enough games so that hey, like we're never
CTR,
losing.
Mr. OG was in. Maybe that's a win, or Hydro. Maybe that's a win. Kind of situation. Like there's a handful of things.
CTR, yep, you mentioned that.
Racers are really CTR. Need for
Apex?
Speed. Yeah.
Apex, you were leading at one point. Gears, you were leading at one point.
I didn't think about that. So the big things, in my opinion, in this match are Apex, NHL. What was the other one that we just talked about? Apex, NHL, Need for Speed. Those are 3 games that y'all could have decidedly have won, and this has been an even score right now.
Yeah.
With Cards Drift, the game that you think that you have the advantage in. But I mean, we haven't seen the bots play this game, so we don't know how good they are.
Yeah, that's my really interesting thing. I expect the bots to wait out the entire setup timer
Yeah.
and then like make an FF if they're not going to play it. It's really interesting. I think Wreckfest is one of those games.
Yeah.
Like every game I'm looking. So you know what? We're in the last 20 minutes. Let's just go a full recap. So
Yeah.
Madden and CTR were the first 2 games that were both won by the bots.
Madden. Oh God, they could have won Madden.
Madden was a game that was a 3-point game literally until the last like 2 minutes of the game.
Yeah, because the bots gave the Ghost opportunity.
And they just weren't able to capitalize and then had too many turnovers under pressure.
And what was the next game?
CTR, where Rad won 2 of the
Was
races.
Madden right after CTR?
Madden was the first game because they put
CTR was next.
Yes.
CTR was right after that.
Yeah.
Yeah, because you put Hydro and OG in, so that yeah.
And so with CTR, Rad won 2 of 4 races.
Yeah.
And basically contested the bots.
You needed Zack Attack to do something in those other
Yeah.
races.
He very much showed he was familiar. There is great potential there. You FF Tekken, fair. This is an understood FF. Rocket League, you win. Great point. KOF, you FF. This begins that trend of we're playing specific fighters today. And unfortunately, the Guilty Gears and the DNFs, which could be Ghost favored, didn't roll. Fortnite, you came in, you won that. That was an FF by the bots. Valorant, you came in, you lost the first 2 rounds, and then took the next 5. Great gameplay. You won that. Then we get to Apex, where literally the boss last second push ends up winning. And now this is a great decision. I'm making a guess that this is by the bots. So Kami Road is very reminiscent to Initial D fans out there. You might see some familiar turns or familiar style turns, but it's one of the maps that if you get on, it tends to have some of these longer sections to have to play. And so looking at it here, this forces another 2 minutes off, where this is why I think for people out there, you shouldn't have long sections, short sections, and sections you're really good at, just so you know in Car Drift what you should be doing. Halo Infinite, another game they would have loved to see a little bit earlier in the game. But here we go. Car Drift is another one of those games where the people that know how to play are going to be able to get a lot more points and to have much more explosive opportunities. PC10, which is Mr. OG, clearly far and out ahead with double the points of anybody else in the game. But one of these small things that is really important for people that don't know maps is you have to be able to finish the map. So that at a certain point, you got to recognize, and he is the furthest ahead as well.
So if he finishes and 2 people on the other team finish, and his team member doesn't finish, it could be null and void.
Yeah.
It could be, but I also think that he will have enough points to just win it out right by himself. He's at 3K now, compared to every other person in the game. And the only other person that's close to him is PC7, which should be his teammate Mystical.
Okay, Mystical's been really impressive in some of these racers.
Yes. And while he's not doing amazing right now, it looks like Mr. OG maybe communicated like, hey, make sure you finish the race. Make sure you just get it done. I have enough points.
Yeah.
This will be fine. And he's recognizing this is not a game that you can just pick up and play. Of every game on the wheel, I don't know how much you touch this, but similar to CTR, if you pick it up and just think, oh, this is just like other car games, you'll be sorely mistaken really quickly.
I say that when the game first was announced and I downloaded, I'm like, oh my god.
Yeah, this game is not the like, yo, I'm gonna play for 2 seconds and like I haven't. This bridge here is the finish line, so it looks like both of the Ghost players have finished, and with about 15 seconds left, we will see if the bots are able to cross the finish line. They've already gotten up away from their computers. The Ghost have, seeing this as a guaranteed win. There's not much time. We're under 10 seconds right now. 4, 3, 2. Does Billy recognize he's not going to be able to get across the bridge? This guarantees it looks like a win coming out because both of the bots players have been disqualified.
And look at those points, 5,000.
That's what I'm saying. Mr. OG had his map. He knew that that's a dub, and that gives the Ghost another point on their total.
All right, so 9-14, make this a little bit prettier. And unfortunately now you can't get Billy and La Bamba in it for Halo. You're able to get one of them. I think you put La Bamba in.
You just hold Billy for whatever rolls next. So yeah. Fine. Where were we? So,
but now you get all of the shooters.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And this is another chance for them to score another point. And looking down here at what's going on, UFC. It's unfortunate, but you kind of had a bad lineup rotation. Mr. OG performed admirably against Billy, who Billy is known to challenge Cat.
Yeah.
And all those top fighters, UFC players, even people like Nexus in UFC. Pokemon rolled up. Questionable decision-making in that game. Looked like you weren't familiar with the team. So that's one of those games that say, hey, go back, look at Pokemon. You got to work on that. MK1, Hydro, sweep. League, you got to forfeit that to the bots.
Yeah.
F1, win. Need for Speed, close, but controller issues, so you lose it. 2K, you win. Forza, you win due to an FF, which if Forza played, the game is pretty much over here, by the way. NHL, heartbreaking loss. FC, you win by a considerable margin. Wreckfest, it's a 50-50 game 90% of the time.
Yeah.
StarCraft 2, that's a role that the bots want. You win Car X Drift and now Halo Infinite. Of the games that we talked about in that brief moment where we talked about them coming back in, 2K rolled, NHL rolled, even things like Car X Drift and Halo, like those small niche games that we knew that there was definitely a chance, they rolled. It's just cleaning up a little bit more for them to have
chance.
This is the difference and why, I mean, you and I have had conversation. The Northern Conference is a scary conference because of how close the teams are in terms of just being right there. If the Ghosts play 10% cleaner of a game, they win this.
Yeah, 100%. And honestly, what has Zack Attack showed you today that warrants putting him in over, say, Exile?
That's another thing that happened. Like Yu-Gi-Oh didn't roll.
League of Legends and StarCraft do not matter in this matchup. If you're assuming that he,
if we're saying he's a strategy player,
yeah.
That's a hard question mark. I think there is still some validity to saying like he's a second-year player and like he should be a little bit more composed than the rookies. If we knew that it was going to be this sports heavy,
Exile makes a little bit more
Exile
sense.
definitely makes some sense. Like it doesn't change the FIFA outcome, but maybe the Madden outcome, maybe
it definitely because Madden was the first
NHL
game.
outcome.
So here's the thing: if he's in, you put him in for Madden, right? Assuming he plays the sports, then you have either Mr. OG or you have Hydro available for CTR. So that's which could potentially have flipped the first 2 wins, and that makes it 11-12 right now.
And that's
NHL potentially.
That's my thing is like this game. I'm looking at it and I'm just like, it's the same thing from the Cobras game. Like, as much as the Cobras were able to win, the Ghosts have had, to me now, of the 4 games they've played, every single one except for the Reapers game, the other 3
Well, close.
could all be wins.
Yeah.
Which is great feeling. But it sucks for your playoff potential
To have that happen.
because we talked about it earlier. If they end up in, we'll say, 4th or 5th, they will play between the Bandits, Cobras, Bots, one of those 3 teams. If they win that matchup, they're playing the Reapers as it currently stands.
Mm-hmm.
Which means you know the mountain you have to climb, and you have to start working.
And then
towards
that means, think about it, having to play the Reapers 3 times in a season.
it's difficult. It's ridiculous. It's super hard to beat them once, let alone finding maybe those wins 3 times.
Yeah.
And each one of these wins will matter because it's not, the Wolves aren't a bad team.
Yeah.
The Wolves are not like, oh, they're just not going to ever make playoffs.
Yeah.
They have some games, like, for example, I think the Wolves play the Bucks again, which should be, I think, a harder game than people expect.
Yeah.
But if we say currently based on standings, the Wolves win that, now the Ghosts need a second win, and they have to beat the Wolves and hopefully find another win. And it's still a hard road. But of any team in the league, I think
that could turn it around.
The Ghosts can do it because they're a team that,
it's a
like,
timeout from the Bots here.
Yeah. Being an underdog for the Bots or for the Ghost is
yeah.
always a good thing. I think they thrive in that environment of you thinking I can't do it, you thinking I can't beat you. That's where I'm gonna hear to prove you wrong. And I think a strong showing from the Bots, showing
that, hey, we have our full squad.
Yeah, and remember, they were ahead of the Reapers in the first half of their game without this squad. These people. And so now I look at it and I'm saying, there's a reason all of us still say the Bots are scary. When the Bots come to play, you're dealing with a championship caliber team.
Yeah.
Period. But we'll go ahead and get into this Halo. Again, how's it that last whistle?
So right now we have Silver on 1, Scans on 2, Mordecai on 3, Labamba on 5. We have Mr. Kyle on 8, Zack Attack on 10, Rad on 11, and Connor on 12.
Okay, let's see how it goes. All right, cool. So 8 minutes, chat. So if you're wondering how we play Halo, regardless of the game mode, we're going to get some settings over here. Rad feeling like something's off still. This is what I like to see. Recognizing something's off, still wanting to go ahead and changing and fixing something up. Labamba went ahead and grabbed the skewer out of the middle of the map, and they're already trying to control this corridor. It looks like they are playing team deathmatch, so if they can score these kills fast enough, they should be able to go ahead and end the game relatively quickly and not have to wait for that 8-minute timer. And we see Rad going in and jumping, able to get a couple of kills before he goes down himself. Looking over at one of his teammates' PCs, maybe checking to make sure everything is good. And here we go back on Labamba. We see all the bots kind of playing together, right? They're not giving any real space to ever take 1v1s. I think this kind of shows their understanding of the matchup. They're not going to try to beat Rad 1v1 individually.
Yeah.
They're going to say, like, hey, Rad, you're going to fight 3 of us and you might kill 2 of us, but the last one of us standing is enough to
we're going to make things difficult for you.
Yes. And so the score right now is, it looks like 2-9, 2-8 in the favor of the bots. So I'm looking now, maybe Rad might need to kind of, even if he has to get his team to help keep up with him, or he's going to have to slow down a hair to play with his team.
Yeah, Polo's going to be like, yeah, Rad, let's go ahead and put down that CTR, get on this Halo. Because, you know, Polo's out there somewhere.
Well, I think the unfortunate thing is, like, he needs to be able to do both. This is like, you got to secure your games as well as win over. This is Connor using the Sentinel Beam, doing a great job of constantly threatening and continuing to help his teammates. This is that team play I want to see out of the Ghost. He's even being pushed here. He's able to turn around and get both of those kills and secure for his team the opportunity to come in and play.
All right. So this game suddenly become a lot closer now.
It really has.
So Rad's doing a good job of routing the troops. All right, throwing the nade there, trying to nade them out. There's a few people, and that's the thing that can happen when you are huddled like that in the cubby.
Rad playing defensive, unfortunately sticks a teammate, I think twice. Teammate would happen to be in front of him, so that wasn't able to get any damage into that corridor that it looked like the bots wanted to push around, but he's looking for a quick flank to get some damage. He's moving out of the way, able to stay alive. Once again, he's constantly just kind of putting this threat out and trusting his teammates to follow up with him. That should be a kill.
Oh,
Is
but he
able to
misses
follow up there.
He missed. Okay, he missed the melee at first.
Yeah, but he's able to pick up a double kill here. This is Mordecai playing safer here. But the score has starting to tighten up. It is 17-12. Each one of these kills will end up mattering immensely. 13-18. So we got to see somebody on the team, and we have to look at Rad. Rad and Connor, these are the shooters that we've been talking about all day, being able to kind of bring this point lead. We saw it in Apex where the lead started to go out, and it was instantly compressed. If they're able to do that here in Halo, they're able to pick up another win, which will be big for their team.
Yeah, no, we definitely need that. Because like Rad and Connor, right? Like you're supposed to be these amazing shooters, and you are amazing shooters. But what does it matter if you're amazing shooters if you're not winning the shooter?
Yes. Like right here, this is what I'm saying. Look at the difference in the Ghost play from when the game started. I'm seeing them covering each other. I'm seeing them help take out the bots as opposed to just trying to 1v3 the bots. Yes, you're good. Yes, you can beat.
But at the end of the day, this is a team game.
Yes. Even the best players in the world don't generally 1v4 organized teams. Here we go, another Sentinel beam, this time in Mordecai's hands. Let's see if they're able to take it down. We saw Connor do a lot of damage when he was able to pick it up.
All right, getting some shots out. All right.
Okay. Immensely gets bursted down. Had control of that cloaking, could have been a really big opportunity to maybe make a big play. It now looks like they're maybe running in pairs, trying to still find these fights.
Oh, wow.
All
No,
three.
there's three people pulling up on you. All right, kill assist.
Pushing in, saying that he has control of it. All right, you don't have any knowledge of where he could have gone. You finally find him. He slipped off to the side. You're doing a good job. It is 22-23. The Ghosts have brought this deficit back. They are still playing to win. It doesn't matter. They are going to hustle, and they're going to prove that, hey,
this wasn't this was no fluke.
Exactly.
All right, getting some shots off there.
All right, they're pushing around. I hear some conversation. Again, the bots aren't letting themselves get pushed over, but this game is neck and neck. And I'm looking at the kill board. PC3 with 10 kills.
That'd be Mordecai.
Mordecai is fragging out for the bots. Really a big part. Almost half of his team's kills are on him. And the lead's opening up just a little bit more again. I want to see. All right, cool. I see Connor. I see Mystica. I see Rad. They're all talking. They're all chatting with one another. They're calling out what they need to get done. It looks like they are together and willing to play. Let the rookies play. Let the rookies prove a point. Next time they come in, maybe this is a game that the bots are a little bit more hesitant to play. Nice job grabbing the skewer, but a bots player is ready to challenge him there.
All right, yep. There's some shots right there, and it looks like is the lead starting to open up a little bit? No. So 32-25?
Yeah, it looks like this lead is swinging pretty considerably back and forth both times. Right, this player's trying to rotate around. You threw a plasma grenade in the wrong direction. That's all right. It's a little bit chaotic. PC, what's that? PC6?
Which would be
PC5, it must be. La Bamba getting a kill there. All right, cool. Once again, creating these impassable areas without taking huge risks. They have to push through, and you know that you've run into 3 bots every time you've pushed into some of these areas, and it's just going to be a matter of look at this. Mordecai is just willing to let them focus on his teammates and is able to pick up a double kill himself while assisting on the other 2. This is why this is a 10-point lead right now.
Because Mordecai is doing a lot of heavy lifting right now.
And do we start to see the rookies maybe run out a little bit of steam? Maybe they thought this was going to be a little bit easier. Once again, coming into this league, a lot of people have to realize what it means to be an end gamer. And even though
passing through the barrier, not knowing that he's still there, and
to get the kill is on a killing spree. Drops down, looks to take another fight. Low on shields already, but says he's not worried. Turns with his teammate, picks up another one, turns around. His teammate has his back though. He has to fight in this hallway, jumps up. Once again, is playing, finally falls down. Mordecai finally drops, and we're back on Rad. Rad looking to take another fight, looking to take another opportunity. Ends up getting taken out by La Bamba. 10 seconds left. Can the bots close out the game? I think this is just going to end on a bots win in Halo, and we'll move on to the next.
One final game, 34-44.
Not a bad showing.
Not a bad showing, no.
And it's one of those situations that I look at the rookies, like that's an opportunity for you to see, once again, I always phrase that for any team. If you're playing Eclipse, the Reapers, or the bots specifically, these are the three teams that have won the championship here in the UEL at some point. You understand what that hill looks like. And sometimes it's good for a rookie to just, hey, you got to know what
take your lumps.
Yeah, what it feels like to like really run up. Oh, and Texas changed. I'm actually super happy.
Why does the matches keep ending on Texas?
I don't know, but I'm so happy. I'm so happy. I'm so happy. I'm so happy. Don't you love Texas?
All my exes live in Texas.
Man, that's a rough life. That is a rough situation to be dealing with. Texas Chainsaw. All your exes live in Texas is crazy. Is crazy. It's very interesting. Would you say, because you've been here longer than me, would you say the overall level of Halo has gone up in the league?
I would say so.
Okay.
Definitely. Like, first season was some buns.
Now buns, no.
Yeah. And then I think it was like for the second season when we really got a lot of the Karma kids. They're adults. But you know what I mean? A lot of people from
bro, it's fine.
Eclipse, Karma, Grizzlies, whatever you want to call them. We got them. We got Wonku Wa. We got Polo. Was Polo season 3 or 4? Either way, whenever we got Polo, like a bunch of other people really started coming in playing some Halo. And those people being in the league helped other people improve. And that's with games across. Like, I don't think there's a single game that's been on a wheel for a while that we've regressed in terms of talent. I think every game skill level has gone up across the league.
So we do have, it looks like Texas is going to possibly be set up. It is the bot set up. And it looks like they've picked family, which coming into the season conventionally was the choice. Everybody kind of accepted with the rule set that we play here in the environment that we're in, family definitely has an advantage in Texas.
Excuse me.
So I wonder, and you've been in this position, I've been very vocal about this. Do we see the general answer to family?
Do I think there's going to be like some strategy, anti-family strategy?
Like, well, the first thing is you have map choice if they took family.
Yeah.
There is a easy map choice.
Yeah.
Now,
I'm not gonna say it.
If you've been watching the UEL, it's the map we played the most. I don't have to say it. But I wonder if a team like the bots, I would expect Billy to have been like, he's seen teams do that before and be like, cool.
I also feel like there's a lot of stuff being hidden. Because like with how the playoff is structured, there's a lot of like small little things that people aren't showing yet that they're going to show when we get to playoffs.
I agree.
And I feel like Texas Chainsaw is going to be one of those games that we see.
Are you hinting at the Bandits' possible stratagems?
No, because if we were doing that, we would have won Texas Chainsaw against y'all. So no. I'm sick and tired of that game.
Sorry. Yeah, Texas is really interesting because it is a live game. Getting matches can be difficult, especially matches where you're not just fighting level 10 killers that kill you in 3 minutes. Really fun game. Really great design, Texas.
Love it.
But in general, like the fact that there are 4 maps, the fact that unlike DBD, there are 4 to 5 ways to escape every single map. I agree that right now, the general approach to any of the games is you shouldn't be pulling out your big guns.
Yeah, I'm gonna give y'all
For
some
sure.
sauce though.
Okay, sauce.
Wreckfest.
Mhm.
Wait till we pull out. We find a way to work out the couch strategy.
We don't play y'all for the rest of the season. We don't play y'all for the rest.
Yeah, wait till
of
you
the
see us. We're gonna be 5 couches. Bots forfeit.
Yeah, the bots weren't gonna play this. They just wanted to make sure that was the last game. It looks like. So,
All right, so 15-10.
and definitely not a box score that you can just look at and walk away with.
Yeah.
Tune in, check us out over on YouTube. I would also recommend today's Sunday on what is it, Monday and Wednesday?
Monday, I want to say is not tech timeout.
Nope.
Is behind the wheel.
Inside the wheel
Yeah.
with 300 Cat and Hollywood come through.
Or whoever they
and
decide to
check
put
it
on
out.
guest that day.
And then on Wednesday, you can come out and check out Technical Timeout as well. We have 2 great shows during the week if you're looking for more content.
What would have
Hearing
been the
you out.
next game?
What would have been the next game? And we'll be getting the winners in here shortly. The Virginia bots to have a great conversation with them. Dead by day. Everything but the fighting games. Everything but those fighting games they wanted rolled today. Everything.
No Guilty
everything.
Gear, no DNF, no Smash.
Talk about 3 games that I know they came in saying, we got those.
If they ever roll.
Will be all right. But for those that are just joining us, as they're coming in for the interview, I'm going to do this before it goes too quick. We do play games every Thursday, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. Thursday and Friday starting at 6 p.m., Saturday at 3 p.m., and Sunday at 2 p.m. Please join us every single weekend for a bunch of games. We'll be getting a winner interview here shortly. I believe you have the microphone there.
Hello?
I think you got to turn it on.
And we have Billy the Goat, Mordecai, Scance, Billy's brother, Scance's brother, and the long lost RPG.
All right. First and foremost, who wants the mic?
RPG?
All right. Okay.
So how's it feel for your first win as a GM? Being here.
Oh yeah, being here for it, yeah, it was great. And I think it was the first time we actually had a pop off at the end of the game with NHL with that 0-second goal.
So tell me about that NHL game.
That was all luck. That was all luck.
That was all money puck.
Yeah, that was all money puck. Thank you, NHL rules.
Mordecai learned how to shoot the puck in the last 30 seconds. I thought it was X.
Yeah, Mordecai didn't know how to shoot until the third period, and he figured it out with like 40 seconds remaining.
It's so brilliant. It's so quick when you press the right button. You're a skiller.
So, great game. At what point did y'all really think that y'all really had this game in y'all control?
When they forfeited the
We were
Wasn't that like
never
the third game?
They were scared of all the fighting games.
honestly though, we were never focused on like we had it in the bag or anything. Every game, next game up, we're going to keep playing it. Doesn't matter what the score is. We weren't looking at that. It's beauty of the 5-man rotation. You don't have time to think about stuff like that. So it was one game's done, next game's up. People going into it, we're not focused on how far up we are, how far behind we are. We need to play this game.
All right. So, word on the street is that people think that y'all could potentially top 1, 2, 3 team. What do y'all see yourself standing? I want Silver to answer this because I know he's not going to be humble.
Well, we smashing anybody we have to play against. But I mean, if we're talking like categories specifically fighting games, oh yeah, we top like 3 easy, possibly best fighting game team. We just be the best.
All right.
Yeah. Honestly, I just want to get this off. Game I'm most proud of today
Valorant?
was FIFA.
Oh.
FIFA. We went in, we had the same jerseys. Mordecai's color was like red and mine was like pink. It was so hard to tell, and we almost made that comeback. Literally, my most proud game was an L, but it's the most proud L I've ever taken.
All right, so we are going to wrap it up. When is the next time that we see y'all lovely folks?
I think we play the Bandits
Hey.
in a week or two.
The 16th.
You already
He knows.
know.
Questions? win that day.
All right, so we have Phantoms versus Gorillas on Thursday.
Phantoms versus Gorillas should be, I believe, Thursday.
All right, so with that, we are going to wrap it up, and y'all enjoy the rest of y'all lovely night. Hey.
We make a dummy.